Chapter 508. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, having agreed to Lin Zhao's invitation, Li Pingyan got up early in the morning and began tidying up the house with old Niu and Biao. After securing all the doors and windows, he left with one cow in one hand and Biao in the other. He initially thought about not bringing Biao along, but he wasn't comfortable leaving Biao alone at home, and old Niu insisted on going to see the palace. With no other choice, they all went together, leisurely making their way to the outskirts of the palace. Before they could get close, a guard jogged over, cupping his fist in salute. "Are you Mr. Li?" "Indeed. How did the general recognize me?" "His Majesty has ordered me to wait for you here. Please follow me." "Thank you." As they stepped into the palace, the heavy door slammed shut behind them. The deep palace courtyard had a certain charm. A few snowflakes fell from the sky, mingled with the cold wind. As winter gave way to spring, the falling snow brought a chilling silence. As Li Pingyan walked, he admired the snowy scenery within the palace. After passing through a corridor, he saw the waiting emperor of the Great Xia, along with Lin Zhao and others. The emperor's robe was speckled with snow, indicating he had been waiting for quite some time. Chapter 509. Li Pingyan's main purpose for coming today was to eat. It was his first time tasting the palace cuisine. Although he had eaten many delicious dishes while traveling, the delicacies within the palace were not something one could find anywhere else. Thus, aside from chatting a bit with the emperor of the Great Xia and occasionally exchanging pleasantries with the chief offering beside him, most of the time he was just eating heartily. Although he ate quickly, it did not come off as rude. Li Pingyan had long mastered this special skill. His thumb held the bowl, and his chopsticks danced over various dishes like a dragonfly skimming the water. The bowl, which had been empty, was suddenly filled again. Yet, in just a moment, the dishes in his bowl were completely cleaned out. Then, he began again with the same swift movements. Old Niu was almost in sync with his actions. Dishes of various kinds were served one after another. There were few people at the table who were focused on eating. After all, those seated were all figures like the chief, offering, and the inspector general. Most of them only took a bite or two before putting down their chopsticks, as the food did not attract them much. The chief offering simply closed his eyes to rest, ignoring everyone else. Meanwhile, the inspector general and the old Taoist would occasionally exchange a few words or have a drink, but for the most part, they remained silent. Chapter 510. The Sword and Tent Post? The master of the Eastern Palace unfolded the post, recognizing the handwriting as Li Pingyan's. The strokes were firm, and the writing was robust. The master of the Eastern Palace slightly nodded, seemingly approving of the writing, and asked, "Who is this from?" "The master probably doesn't know. It's from a friend." "I don't know. Did His Highness forget what was said?" "Do not casually interpret someone else's sword and tent post. It's like a pair of shoes. You only know if they fit when you wear them. What if the person who gifted it is a young master from a noble family or a prince? If His Highness likes it, I have a few more sword and tent posts like this. I can have someone fetch them for you. Those were written many years ago, and I feel a bit ashamed looking back on them now. Clearly, I hadn't reached that level yet, but I still wanted to show off. However, for His Highness, it's still worth studying. They are priceless treasures." The master of the Eastern Palace reminisced about his youthful days and couldn't help but smile. He then instructed the eunuch at the door to fetch his sword post from his room. Though he found his past sword posts somewhat laughable now, it was mainly for himself. Chapter 511. Princess Huiling returned to the palace and quickly had a maid fetch the weight loss pill that Mr. Li had given her. She had refrained from eating it before, feeling a bit apprehensive. However, now knowing that Mr. Li had given Lin Zhao a sword and tent post that even a master of the Eastern Palace needed to contemplate in seclusion, she felt assured that the weight loss pill given to her would be without any issues. Following Li Pingyan's instruction when he left, she only took one. She touched her slightly protruding belly, full of anticipation. What would happen when she lost weight? Would it be a swift change, or perhaps a sudden one, or... Doof doof. Princess Huiling's expression changed slightly. Why was her belly making noise first? Goof, goof, goof. Your Highness. Princess Huiling bit her lip. Quick, to the restroom. 3 hours later, Princess Huiling staggered out, looking slightly pale and feeling both amused and helpless. Was this what they called a weight loss pill? The effects of the pill were completely inconsistent with Mr. Li's image as a transcendent figure. The improved weight loss pill Li Pingyan created not only had detoxifying and beautifying effects, was safe for the body, and promoted bowel movements, but more importantly, he added a special powder to ensure that the user wouldn't feel discomfort from long periods of sitting. Chapter 512. Outside, the wind and snow continued, the wind blowing fiercely, cascading down like a white waterfall from the sky. The surrounding trees creaked under the pressure, and the snow above mixed with the snow below, swirling in the air and dazzling the eyes. In a house in the eastern suburbs of the capital city, inside, the fire crackled. The flames leaped high, and the kettle was blackened from smoke. The soup in the pot bubbled, and the fragrant aroma constantly stimulated the taste buds. A bite of the spicy beef was just right, tender and delicious. The room was warm, completely indifferent to the increasing storm outside. Old Nyo dozed by the stove. Recently named Jiaza, Biao sat in a corner, holding an oil lamp, reading late into the night. On the second floor of the small courtyard, Li Pingyan and Lin Xiao were conversing over wine as they enjoyed the falling snow outside. If we want lasting peace, the princes must be curtailed, Li Pingyan said lightly. Lin Xiao, looking a bit troubled, replied, but these princes are our own people, connected by blood. When our ancestors founded the nation, they established this policy, to divide but not grant land, to confer titles but not govern the people, to provide for them but not let them manage affairs. Chapter 513. Sir, do you have any strategies? Lin Xiao asked cautiously. It's simple, aside from the heir to the throne. Send all royal descendants to become monks or go to Taoist temples. Li Pingyan laughed. This, Lin Xiao awkwardly chuckled, this method seems a bit too extreme. If it feels excessive, we can adopt some more conciliatory policies. Lin Xiao straightened up and listened carefully to what Li Pingyan was saying. Li Pingyan took a sip of tea and continued. In general, it can be summed up in 4 words. Cut expenditures and increase revenue. First, we must strictly limit the number of wives and concubines for the princes, and marriages must go through the Ministry of Rights for approval. There should not be a situation where a prince has dozens of wives. If each of them can bear children, it could lead to hundreds of offspring in one generation. The granting of titles to the prince's sons must also go through a qualification review. Secondly, we need to conduct financial accounting of the prince's expenditures, cutting unnecessary large expenses and reducing the fixed salary amounts originally planned. The inheritance of titles and land grants to princes must be strictly supervised. Thirdly, we should abolish hereditary succession without replacement and instead implement a downgraded hereditary system, forcibly reclaiming some land and fiscal powers granted to the princes. Lin Xiao weakly asked, is it really possible to forcibly reclaim what has already been distributed? Chapter 514. The study was brightly lit. The emperor frowned tightly, staring blankly at the person in front of him who spoke eloquently and might not even be his biological son. Lin Xiao let out a sigh. Next, I want to talk about how to increase revenue. Only through prosperous commerce can we drive the development of various industries, standardize market operations, and protect the private property interests of ordinary citizens as much as possible. Formulating economic laws to regulate trade behavior is of utmost importance. Secondly, we should allow and encourage citizens to engage in overseas trade, actively promoting trade with foreign merchants and implementing multiple incentives for overseas trade. We should establish maritime offices at major ports to manage overseas trade affairs, overseeing customs clearance and taxation of merchant ships and goods. Only by expanding the cake can we ensure everyone has the opportunity to taste the delicacies. Lin Xiao pursed his lips and concluded. As the saying goes, techniques return to techniques, and the Tao returns to the Tao. If one wants to change the Tao with techniques, one must first conform to the Tao. Just like on the battlefield, trying to reverse the outcome of a legion through countless small tactical victories at the squad level. Those countless small victories must at least lead to a reversal in troop comparisons or create advantageous terrain or strategic forms like air superiority. Chapter 515. What guidance are you seeking? Master Wushan asked. The emperor of the Great Xia glanced at Lin Xiao and smiled. This child was reprimanded by me a few days ago, and now he has finally learned to seek advice from the master. Xiaoer has learned a lot from a master these days, thanks to the teacher's willingness to teach him. Master Wushan was truly confused. What was the emperor talking about? Seeing the other party still looking puzzled, the emperor felt a hint of doubt, but still spoke. It is about providing for the royal family. Oh, Master Wushan suddenly understood. The emperor wanted his suggestions on providing for the royal family. The issue of providing for the royal family has always been an inescapable problem throughout history. However, the provision for the royal family in Great Xia is particularly serious. It has gradually reached the level of the entire nation supporting the Lin family. Master Wushan had calculated that even the lowest-ranking royal members receive an annual salary of 200 shi, not including other income. Meanwhile, a county magistrate in Great Xia only receives an annual salary of 90 shi. 1 shi is approximately equivalent to 200 jin today. Feeling in a good mood today, Master Wushan took a sip of tea and began to speak freely. He finished speaking all at once, not knowing if the other party understood. Chapter 516. Name, Li Pingyan. Lifespan, 7,000. Second spring reflecting the moon, LV4, 800, 010000. Listening wind blade technique. 98, draw sword technique. 95, swallow crossing the clouds. 95, turtle breathing skill. 98, skills, breath lock. 80, blue fate, single-minded, focus increases, significantly accelerating the acquisition of knowledge. White fate, diligence can compensate for lack of talent. When reading or practicing, the longer the time, the faster the cultivation speed. Yellow fate, a gentleman does not act rashly. Actions must have a reason. When fighting an enemy within 7 steps, internal power is greatly enhanced, and physical strength increases. Red fate, benevolent heart of a healer, gains medical skills enhancement. Purple fate, art of managing fields, gains skills enhancement for spiritual herbs and spiritual fields. Mud pill, 100, heaven drum. 80, great Tao rune fragments, 2 pieces, acquired treasures. Light rain flying sword. Sword cultivation gourd, Fusang blade, grinding stone, white J capital. Hero S pen, cultivation heart method. Buddhist nirvana sutra skills. Breath lock, 78, chapter 517. The fortune teller packed up his stall and left briskly with his belongings. Taoist. We meet again. Do you remember me, Li? The Taoist was slightly taken aback at the sudden appearance of the person in a blue robe. Who are you? The Taoist suddenly realized. It wasn't that he had a good memory, but that Li Pingyan had left an exceptionally deep impression on him. That day, he casually read someone's fortune and ended up predicting the Great Xia Prince. While astonished, he heard that the Great Xia Prince wanted to read Li Pingyan's fortune. Before he could start, a great fear enveloped him. Since childhood, he had a natural ability to foresee his own safety. He often relied on this ability to turn misfortune into good fortune, but it was the first time he had been so close to death. Thus, even though he did not know the identity of the person in front of him, he knew that their status was extraordinary. He had already been scared half to death the last time and never expected to encounter him here again. The Taoist swallowed hard and instinctively took 2 steps back. Cough. Cough, cough, this esteemed one. The Taoist momentarily could not think of how to address Li Pingyan. Chapter 518. In the eastern suburb, the blazing sun broke through the clouds, and the layers of blue clouds scattered. Master Wushan, who was then the master of the eastern palace, walked into the eastern suburb with Lin Xiao, entering a small alley. This is where the master lives, Lin Xiao said. Master Wushan felt a bit nervous and looked around. Your Highness, is Mr. Li at home? Even if he is home, does he have time to see me? I hope I'm not disturbing him. Lin Xiao said, It's okay. The master is very easygoing. Then is it too presumptuous to go like this? Master Wushan initially wanted to bring some gifts, but his items were clearly not suitable to present in front of Li Pingyan. Rare treasures would not catch the master's eye, so it was better to buy some ordinary things. The master's cow loves to eat beef jerky, and the master himself enjoys pastries from Lu Ji's pastry shop. Master Wushan frowned slightly. What? The cow loves to eat beef jerky? Soon, Master Wushan bought several large bags of beef jerky and purchased all the pastries from Lu's pastry shop for today. He then walked to the small pavilion. To see the virtuous and aspire to be like them. To see the unvirtuous and reflect internally. In the courtyard, Jiaza was holding a book and pacing back and forth. Chapter 519. Later in the evening, the pastries and tea on the table were nearly finished. Li Pingyan invited a few people to stay for dinner, while old Nyo donned his apron, sharpening his knife. The table was set with simple and unpretentious dishes. 4 dishes, soybeans braised with pig trotters, garlic braised eel, cold tripe salad, and cold pig ear salad. The staple foods were pancakes and rice. That night, Master Wushan and Lin Xiao left the small pavilion to return to the palace. Having drunk quite a bit, their faces were flushed. No matter how many times one eats the meals prepared by the teacher, it never gets old. Lin Xiao, rubbing his belly, remarked that he felt the palace chefs were not as good as the teacher. Master Wushan said, returning to simplicity, the great way is extremely simple. Someone like Mr. Li no longer pursues rare treasures. His sight is filled with ordinary things. Instead, he treats himself as the most pure and ordinary person. seeking the essence of purity and innocence. Even cooking simply is the way. Today's meeting greatly satisfied Master Wushan. Upon reflection, if the teacher's home were filled with rare treasures, with everything used and seen being invaluable and rarely seen in the world, then Master Wushan would not be surprised. But instead, what he saw were things that were as ordinary as can be, witnessing a person who is carefree, rather than a mysterious and profound practitioner. Chapter 520, Too Much Bullying. Runta slammed his palm onto a giant rock, and the powerful force smashed it to pieces. The white-clad disciple cautiously looked up at Brother Runtu, fearing he would do something outrageous. "I'll personally go meet him." Brother Runta truly was impressive, the white-clad disciple thought with admiration as he looked at Brother Runta's back. In Shushan, Brother Runtu was a well-known figure. No, he was a well-known beast. Especially for some newly initiated disciples, Brother Runtu was practically their role model. When Li Pingyan left Tongtian Peak, although he left some properties behind, it was only limited to Tongtian Peak. He did his best to restore the spirit fields, library, treasure vault, and other important places. After all, his personality was such that he was not suited to lead a business to grow strong. He was more suited to enjoy life with his employees, soaking in hot springs, watching sunrises, and admiring peach blossoms. The one who truly led Tongtian Peak to prosperity was his little brother Runtu. The Tongtian Peak's industry was growing stronger by the day, no longer the desolate place it once was. There was business on land and water, as well as on flying ships and treasure boats. Chapter 521, Brother Octopus, Brother Yin. The newcomer was the owner of the local practitioners market, named Erhu. He was named so because he was overweight and had a lot of flab. 3 years ago, Erhu was merely a thug in Wukue Market. When the boss was assassinated by unknown loose cultivators, Wukue Market was left leaderless. Just as it was on the verge of falling into someone else's hands, Yin Shi-san and the octopus swordsman happened to pass by and unexpectedly met Wu, helping him establish a foothold in Wukue Market. Yin Shi-san and the octopus swordsman were also in need of a place to stay, so they settled there. Wuhuru's cultivation was not high, so nominally he was the owner of Wukue Market, but whenever trouble arose, he would still seek help from Yin Shi-san and the octopus swordsman. A few days ago, 2 people claiming to be disciples of Shushan came and wanted to cooperate with them. Wuhuru didn't take it seriously and expressed no intention. The 2 disciples were somewhat rude. Such scammers were not uncommon in Wukue Market, and that day, the octopus swordsman happened to be there. After having a few drinks, he gave him a beating. Who would have thought that today, people from Shushan came to demand an explanation? Wuhuru had no idea that they were indeed from Shushan and hurriedly sought help from the octopus swordsman and Yin Shi-san. Chapter 522, 2 demon beasts fought from Wukue Market deep into the forest. Boom! Runta picked up a tree as thick as a well pipe and swung it at the opponent. With a crack, surrounding trees were snapped off from 4 feet high. The crown of the tree fell to the ground with a crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. With a whoosh, a faint blue smoke flashed by, and a large tree was cut in half. Broken branches and stones scattered everywhere. Another loud noise erupted, this time even louder than the last. As small trees the thickness of arms were directly cut in half. Too weak. Too weak. Did you not eat enough today, big yellow dog? The octopus swordsman said casually, yet several tentacles rolled swiftly. The sword energy surged, thrusting left and right, as if entering an uninhabited realm. Interwoven into a parasol-shaped sword net, it danced faster and larger, like flowers and snow, filling the sky. It seemed leisurely, but in reality, it was as quick as lightning, ethereal as a deity. This octopus has a fierce sword technique. Runta did not expect to encounter such a great demon in a place like this, and moreover, a monster proficient in swordsmanship. However, fortunately, this creature was a sea demon, whose strength was far less on land than in the sea. Chapter 523, Selling Buns. Sir, 2 coins each. Give me 3 buns and a bowl of rice porridge. All right, sir. The one buying breakfast was a short man, bare-chested and generous, with large patches of green on his arms. Today, there were particularly many people, with women holding children, making a racket. There were also some burly men who looked fierce, exuding a strong street vibe. The short man glanced at one of the men, but did not dare to approach. After hesitating, he finally chose a person in a blue shirt who looked calm and took a seat opposite him. The short man sized up the person in the blue shirt while putting down his items. He added some pickles to the white porridge and soaked the buns in it. The person opposite had a gentle and refined appearance, with an extraordinary demeanor, looking like a scholar. Li Pingyan noticed the other person's gaze and smiled warmly at him. The short man did not respond, sneering as if he looked down on such a white-faced scholar. Li Pingyan was not angry, treating it as if he saw nothing. He raised his hand, dipped it in some water, and took out a pen from his waist to write and draw on the table. Although he felt he might be running out of time, he still wanted to give it a try. Chapter 524. Runtu was panting heavily, feeling weak all over, unable to even stand steady. The face was deformed from being stretched. The bones were compressed into a mass, resembling a blooming flower, slowly unfurling in the air. Enduring the excruciating pain, beads of sweat the size of beans dripped down one by one. This time it was a failure. But even if I die, I must die with dignity. It's just a pity that before dying, I didn't get to see Big Brother and Yogu even once. Runtu gritted his teeth. Propping himself up, "Stop, calm down." Ensure San struggled to rise from the ground. Something loomed over him, and before he could see what it was, he had no time to turn and dodge. His nose took a heavy blow, darkness enveloped his vision, and the pain surged again. Runtu sighed. Didn't he kill him? What a pity. The octopus swordsman was covered in blood, trembling as if it had been skinned. Just die. It weakly moved towards Runtu. Buzz! The flying sword hovered in the air. Its sword energy seemed to sweep through every inch of space within 100 feet. The sword light left an erratic trail in the void, yet gave a profound feeling, as if this sword perfectly matched some irreversible law between heaven and earth. Chapter 525. What happened to Zhao Laer? I don't know why he hasn't even stepped outside for days. That morning I saw him come back, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Did he encounter something dirty? Perhaps. Two old women, dressed in several layers of thick clothing, continued their gossip despite the wind and snow. Could you tell me, does Zhao Laer live here? The sudden question interrupted the conversation between the two old women. Yes. The first house on the left. Who are you? The old woman looked the young man in the blue shirt up and down. Thank you. I'm a friend of his. Zhao Laer was eating the leftover rice from yesterday, dipping it in some sauce. He had gone out for several days. Ultimately, it was that day scene that had left a significant shock on him. The young man in the blue shirt, using some strange magic, did things he couldn't comprehend at all. A monster? It didn't seem so. However, he had read many novels and heard storytellers in tea houses say that monsters could transform into human forms. Moreover, this monster would kill those who knew its identity, which made him even more afraid. Chapter 526. Under the willow tree, on a stone stool, Li Pingyan was slowly crushing garlic cloves with a bowl of white rice, miso, and some vegetable leaves along with a few green onions beside him. The white rice mixed with sauce and green onions was wrapped in vegetable leaves. While eating, he contemplated which direction to go next. It was hard-earned to come to Chizhou, so naturally, he wanted to explore more and not limit himself to just one kingdom. Ooh, the old cow couldn't eat with Li Pingyan. It was reluctant to eat vegetable rice wraps. At this moment, it was roasting potatoes and a piece of meat sizzling with oil. The aroma wafted, attracting all of Jia's attention, who was reading nearby. The clouds in the sky looked beautiful, and a gentle breeze brushed against his clothes. After a while, having eaten and drunk enough, the young man in blue stood up and slowly walked towards the distance. The southernmost part of Chizhou was a wild land. Monsters and humans coexisted. To say they coexisted was more accurate than saying a part of humanity, carrying the ancestors' vows, guarded this place. Over 1,000 years ago, a portion of the monster clan that entered through the northern pass was hunted down. They fled to this place, hiding in the vast misty forest. The misty forest was perpetually surrounded by toxic miasma, which was particularly dense at times. Chapter 527. After traveling through the misty forest for over 10 days, enduring wind and rain, the terrain was steep and perilous, making it exceedingly difficult. After another day of walking, he suddenly heard the sound of flowing water. Turning a corner, he finally found a clear stream, so clear that the bottom was visible, invigorating him. What excited him the most was that not far from the stream, there was a village. In an instant, it felt as if the smoke had dissipated, the sky was blue, and the mist had thinned, making one feel refreshed. The members of the horse team sang folk songs in heavy nasal tones with excitement. Li Pingyan couldn't understand, but still hummed along. The old cow joined in with a whistle. The people in the misty forest were hospitable and especially liked these merchants from afar. After all, there were rarely any outsiders seen throughout the year. In the evening, there was a bonfire party. The villagers built a frame with wooden poles and stacked them in piles. They invited distant guests to light the bonfire with torches, while girls in colorful clothing danced around the fire, singing. Groups of people jumped around the bonfire, while some sat applauding and cheering. Others gathered in corners with wine cups, quietly chatting. Some walked among the crowd, squeezing towards the beautiful girls. Chapter 528. Monster Slayer? Li Pingyan squinted his eyes with interest, watching the young man in black who was called the Monster Slayer. Bang bang. In midair, clusters of bright red fireballs exploded. Like a blazing sun, they flashed in the air and disappeared. With a loud bang, something suddenly fell, like a shooting star, leaving a deep gully. It struck the ground, and the earth instantly cracked open a fissure 7 feet long. A layer of black dirt surged from the ground, and suddenly another sea of fire erupted. The young man in black was fully focused on the battle, radiating an unimaginable heat wave, thick hot air spreading around his body. The surrounding space rippled like circles of waves, expanding in all directions. Opposite him, black gas surged forth, emitting a roar, "Damn Monster Slayer!" Before the words fell, the young man in black flashed forward, uttering a series of urgent and strange syllables. Bang! The dazzling flame dispelled the black gas, drawing lines of brilliance in the air. The hot wind spread, and even from dozens of feet away, those on the ground could feel a burning sensation. Chapter 529. The Monster Slayer Hanyu woke up early. Stepping out of the house, breathing in the air of the misty forest, a refreshing plant fragrance filled his senses, making him feel revitalized and his mind much clearer. As the fatigue from yesterday's battle seemed to dissipate, the able-bodied young men in the village had risen early, busying themselves with village matters. Upon seeing Hanyu, they respectfully saluted him, making him feel uncomfortable. So, he found a secluded spot. Calming his mind, he began to circulate his spiritual energy. Yesterday's battle had left Hanyu somewhat fatigued. However, compared to the exhaustion, what surprised him more was the sense of comfort that came from unleashing all his skills. At the critical moment, his inexplicably powerful body erupted with strength he had never experienced before. It was a feeling unlike any he had encountered, and it greatly boosted his confidence. After all, this was his first battle. Successfully hunting down a demon tribe for the first time gave him a tremendous sense of accomplishment. Amidst his joy, he contemplated some things. He thought he might gain some new insights, but for some reason, he could no longer feel even a hint of it. Hanyu scratched his head in frustration. Could it be that he only unleashed such powerful strength in a life-or-death situation? Chapter 530. The people in the village were overly enthusiastic, which prevented the demon slayer Hanyu from leaving immediately. He was detained for 3 whole days before he could finally depart. Before leaving, he received a cart full of items, with the villagers kindly providing 2 swift horses. Worried that Hanyu wouldn't be able to carry everything, Hanyu was both amused and helpless, as he could not refuse the villagers' warm hospitality. In contrast, Li Pingyan stood beside him empty-handed. However, Li Pingyan didn't mind at all. He happily asked the villagers about the recipe for sour soup and bid farewell to everyone. 3 days later, the surroundings were dimly lit, with only the faint outlines of distant mountains visible. Thick white mist wrapped around the trees, as if the entire world was engulfed in fog. By nightfall, the fog became dense and dark, resembling an endless stream of ink pouring from the sky, creating a sticky dampness when one reached out. The 2 humans and 2 beasts walked steadily along the mountain path, occasionally engaging in casual conversation, seemingly unaffected by the mist. They decided to rest for a moment. At this pace, they would reach the thatched hut in a few more days. Hanyu leaned against a tree and took a sip of water. Chapter 531. After dinner, Hanyu prepared a room for Li Pingyan. The bed in the room was made comfortable with straw and a quilt, forming a cozy large bed. Li Pingyan didn't rush to sleep. Instead, he leisurely strolled around the village. The villagers were particularly cautious upon seeing a stranger, but they relaxed a lot upon hearing that he was brought back by Hanyu. Although it was called Misty Forest, the starry sky at night here was incredibly beautiful. Occasionally, a cool breeze would blow, and the stars filled the sky, with the moon hanging high, looking down upon all living beings. Tonight is unmatched. No one shares it with me. Lying here watching the Milky Way, feeling all its brilliance, Hanyu remarked. At that moment, Li Ping'an leaned against a pile of firewood. To his left was the old cow, to his right was Jia Zhe, and beside Jia Zhe was Han Yu. The sky full of stars seemed to be watching them. Li Ping'an focused on the two highest stars, gazing intently, feeling as if his mind drifted into the endless depth of the starry sky. Actually, this place was quite comfortable. It was a place where one could calm their mind. He even felt an impulse to spend the night here. Han Yu had seen such starry skies for over a decade and was already tired of them. The sound of cicadas drifting in the wind made his thoughts wander. Chapter 532. The sword is not yet ready, but one has already stepped into the Jianghu. These two sentences might be the best description for Han Yu. 10 years ago, he fled with his parents to a thatched hut. His parents died at the hands of demons, and he miraculously survived. Starving and wandering for a long time, he met an old man with white hair and beard. The old man wore a dirty white scholar's robe, tattered and filthy, clearly too poor to afford new clothes. When the old man saw Han Yu, he reached out his hand. Han Yu thought he was saved, but the first thing the old man said was, "I say, little boy, do you have any money? I want a drink." Thus, the old man and the young boy formed an unbreakable bond. Later, Han Yu learned that the old man's name was Yi Liang, who made a living by chopping wood in the thatched hut. The money he earned from chopping wood was enough for him to eat and drink alone. However, he loved drinking and gambling, so he often went hungry. Looking at him, Han Yu thought to himself that there was always a way out. From then on, Han Yu followed Yi Liang to find work. Every day they chopped wood, often encountering demons in the misty forest, living in constant danger. In such a world, one could only seek stability. One day, while chopping wood with Yi Liang on the mountain, they encountered a demon. The old man and the young boy ran for their lives. The demon was too fast and soon caught up with them. Chapter 533. The next morning, Han Yu sat in front of the thatched hut, chopping firewood while lost in thought. Last night, his master suddenly told him he would take him outside. Han Yu was momentarily confused and dazed. By the time he realized what was happening, the sky was almost bright. Go! Outside? What about the demons in the mountains? Is it not important? However, all day his master did not mention anything about going down the mountain. In the evening, Han Yu found his master at the tavern. Yi Liang was once again drunk, and it seemed he definitely wouldn't be going down the mountain today. When Yi Liang woke up from his drunken stupor, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Han Yu asked Yi Liang what he meant by going down the mountain. Yi Liang spoke ambiguously. Han Yu didn't ask further, thinking it was just the nonsense of his master that day. But 2 days later, Yi Liang brought up taking Han Yu down the mountain again. Han Yu was completely confused, unable to understand what his master was trying to do. It seemed like his master hadn't made up his mind. Just like that, another 2 days passed. The master and disciple chatted late into the night by candlelight. Yi Liang had somehow gotten money, bought a roasted chicken, some peanuts, and made a pot of fish soup along with some side dishes. Han Yu was shocked, as if he had seen a deaf person listening to a mute talk about a blind man seeing a ghost. Chapter 534. Time rewinds back a few days. Li Ping'an was at a mountaintop, leaning against a white poplar tree in a secluded area. He was half sitting, half lying down, observing the surroundings, with a sword beside him. In front of him lay a stack of yellow paper talismans. Despite the wind, the yellow paper remained still. Li Ping'an bit his finger to draw blood. Using his blood as ink, he held a brush in his right hand and began to write. His handwriting was dignified and solemn, exuding a profound charm, with steady and smooth strokes, his right shoulder slightly lifting. The lines were strong, with light and shadow intermingling. The old cow reached out and tugged at Li Ping'an's hair, then wrapped it around the yellow paper talisman. With each talisman, he finished writing. It would rise with the wind, fluttering up and down in the air. At the same time, it would automatically fold, and in no time, it transformed into a paper crane. The paper cranes fluttered their wings and rode the wind. Once all the paper cranes had flown away, Li Ping'an let out a gentle sigh, back and forth, yet he didn't know if it was in time. At this moment, the sky had already begun to show a hint of dawn, faintly revealing a trace of life, as if dawn was about to arrive. As a ray of morning light fell down, Li Ping'an slowly opened his eyes, a trace of fatigue visible in his gaze. Chapter 535. Hot blood splashed across his face, and manager's son jolted awake. Was it the voice of that dead drunkard, Yi Liang? He cautiously opened his eyes and saw Yi Liang in a white robe. The arrogant demon from before had now become a soul beneath his sword. Looking at him, he surprisingly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. What happened to old Yi? Holding his sword, Yu Yang's expression was filled with a chilling, killing intent. All the demons in the misty forest had emerged. There was no chance for redemption now. Just wait to die. It was merely a matter of dying early or dying late. Don't think about running. I advise you to go home and enjoy life with your spouse by the stove. Yu Yang said in a playful tone, speaking the cruelest words in the world. After saying this, he ignored Manager Sun, walking towards the thatched cottage with his hands behind his back, dragging his sword. He didn't walk fast. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had vanished from sight. Manager Sun stared blankly at Yi Liang's departing figure. A once reclusive master of the martial world reduced to a desolate place, living off alcohol. Such stories seemed to him like they only happened in the folk tales passed down orally. Yi Liang wielded a sword with cloud patterns, dressed in a white robe. Chapter 536. A mountain wall over 100 feet high rose abruptly from the ground, with massive boulders lying across it, like a pillar supporting the heavens. It protected the city of Tengchong. At the same time, it blocked countless demonic armies from advancing northward. This peak resembled a magnificent temple, exuding an ancient and unchanging majesty. The demon slayer Yi Liang stood atop the mountain wall, chest out and head held high, his expression resolute. He seemed to be the mountain itself, towering and unshakable. General Huan trembled as he stood up. He told the cultivators in Tengchong City that if they wanted to live a little longer, they should come out to fight and defend the city. Once the demon army advanced north, the restrictions here would no longer be effective. Yi Liang added, of course, resisting might be futile. It was just about buying some time. If you want to escape, do as you please. Huan was taken aback, then turned and ran. Hurry, hurry, inform everyone. In Tengchong City, in the conference hall, hundreds of cultivators stood outside, discussing fervently. Every person's expression was solemn. They all tried hard to control themselves, not allowing any signs of fear or panic to show on their faces. Inside the conference hall, the leaders of the 6 families and 7 clans had all arrived. Chapter 537. The carriage raced swiftly through the rainy night. However, halfway through, it could no longer proceed due to the throngs of people. A sea of people. The road out of the city had only one last route left, while the main roads in and out of the city had already been completely blocked by heaps of carriages and crowds. The officials tried their best to clear the traffic, but no one could control anyone. A large group of people surged forward, wanting to exit the city. However, not everyone could obtain the exit documents. Those who had the documents dragged their families and filled their carriages with gold, silver, and jewels. But before they could even get out of the city gate, much of it was discarded. Compared to life, money was worthless. Those wishing to leave the city for refuge were packed so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. Yet the people behind continued to push forward. Everywhere, elderly people were bidding farewell to their children. Husbands were saying goodbye to their wives. The demon slayer Han Yu was drenched in sweat, sitting in a carriage ready to leave the city. The driver was a taciturn man, tasked with taking Han Yu out of the city. Han Yu silently watched the scenes of parting unfold outside, feeling so small and helpless. His master said, "Don't think of being a hero who can turn the tide. Neither I nor you are." Chapter 538. This was a very weak demon compared to its kind. It had neither inherited the strong physique of the demon race, nor possessed any magical treasures or secret techniques. Yet, it managed to break into the city during the siege. It even accurately located the position of the opposing commander. This was a small demon that parasitized the bodies of other demons, not strong, but extremely clever and cunning. Adept at hiding itself. Cackling, it was focused on observing the sand table when it heard a noise and turned its head in confusion. Suddenly, a sharp claw pierced through its chest. The unsuspecting young man froze, having no chance to resist. No, he instinctively grasped the claw at his chest, preventing the assailant from advancing further. It wasn't that he didn't want to die, nor was it that he couldn't die. But at least he wanted to complete this battle before he died. His eyes seemed to blaze with fire, unleashing an unprecedented strength. But the 2 guards outside had already been silently killed. He was preoccupied with deploying troops, protecting the city, yet neglected his own safety. There was not just one intruder. The host sighed helplessly, how the heavens do not align with human wishes. Chapter 539. Dawn broke, dispelling the night. In Tengchong City, at the North City Gate. Counterattack. A black-robed general wielded a silver spear, charging like a thunderbolt straight into the enemy ranks. Behind him was the mighty cavalry of the Great Sway. The commander was Lu Yong. He was seasoned in military discipline. A word of command from him carried weight. A strong smell of blood filled the air as the spears surged with the might of thunder, enveloping the enemies. Behind him, the great Sui cavalry surged like a black tide, crashing directly into the demon army, echoing like rolling thunder, like raging waves crashing against mountains. The deafening shouts and short howls seemed to shake the mountains and rivers, threatening to drown the enemies. This was one of the most powerful cavalry forces of the empire. To assemble this cavalry from Zhongzhou and transport it to Qizhou, all 213 disciples of the great Sui's Qintian supervisor, including the supervisor himself, were fully committed to the grand formation. With fierce faces and bloodied spears, deep howls and swirling dust, at the Shin Gate, waves of demon soldiers surged forward like ants, only to be blocked by 3 armored warriors. A woman in green sat on one of the warriors' shoulders. The soldier's spirit. Chapter 540. Gu Shizhou, with his fists, fought his way outside the city. He was surrounded by numerous demon armies, seemingly trying to block him. Yet no one could stop him. He let out a low growl, pushed off with his feet, and darted left and right. The surrounding great demons did not dare to attack, while the smaller demons were merely sending themselves to their deaths in front of Gu Shizhou. Upon careful observation, Gu Shizhou was not aimlessly killing demons. He specifically targeted demons of the middle 3 realms, as the lower 3 realms demons were completely meaningless to him. The demons of the upper 5 realms could only flee or try to delay Gu Shizhou's pace. The great demons of the upper 3 realms did not intervene, not even watching from the sidelines. Demon Saint Philian frowned. Reports kept coming in from his subordinates that the demon army, which had originally surged into the city, was now in disarray, with some dead and others fleeing. Philian couldn't understand why there were suddenly so many reinforcements. According to his expectations, the demon slayer should have been isolated and unsupported. It seemed things had deviated from his plan. Philian was not flustered. The frown on his brow gradually relaxed. He calculated with his fingers, trying to discern where this change had originated and who was behind it. However, he could deduce nothing. Philian smiled slightly. This was interesting. Chapter 541. Tongcheng City, the main family assembly hall. The person who established this assembly hall would never have imagined that a century later, it would become a gathering place for a council that could change the 9 provinces. The empress of the Great Sui, Lu Yun, was the first to enter. Following her was the demon slayer Yu Liang. The seriously injured demon slayer Han Yu also arrived at the scene. The great Confucian of Huailu Academy, Zhong Ziyou, disciples of Huailu Academy, the current governor of the Great Sui, Jingyu, disciples Zhao Linger and Aliyah, great Confucian Zhang Tai, the crown prince of the Great Xia, Lin Shao, and his master, the real man Wushan, the world's foremost martial artist of the 9 realms, Gu Shizhou, Qing Feng from Shushan's Tongtian Peak, and others, along with the Buddhist disciple Chongqing, military strategist Wang Yi and his junior sister Linger, the old master of Longhu Mountain and his only disciple Qin Shi. Important figures representing various factions were all present. Additionally, there were the twin demons from Xiongtu Mountain, Xiongda, and Xiong'er, the mountain god Lu, Kan, Yanshi San, the octopus sword, and the trio from Chaolang Temple, along with the alchemist Lu Rinjia from Pinggu, and so on. Han Yu, the demon slayer, gasped, partly from pain and partly from surprise. When he woke up, he had already prepared for the city to be breached and for people to perish. Chapter 542. Li Pingyan's culinary skills were undoubtedly impressive, with Lao Niu and Jia Zhe assisting him. He prepared over 30 dishes, 20 meat dishes, and 10 vegetarian dishes, each unique. He didn't expect to fill everyone up, as these people had long since achieved fasting, just wanted to taste the food. They chatted as they ate, with no formal hierarchy. After everyone was seated, Yu Liang glanced at Li Pingyan. It was clearly not the right time for him to speak. Li Pingyan's gaze first landed on Lu Yun across the table, then swept over the others, offering a warm smile. It was a day of reunion, as if the mountains were covered in snow. They had encountered partings along the way, yet they met again here. He raised his glass. Everyone has traveled thousands of miles to come to our aid. Li, thank you first. We are all family, so no need for formalities. Qing Feng deliberately stood on a stool, wrapping an arm around Li Pingyan's shoulder. Lu Yun said lightly, if the demon race grows powerful in the north, it could threaten the safety of the entire human race. This is not just your concern. Everyone chimed in, and the atmosphere gradually warmed up. Chapter 543. Behind the demon army, hundreds of large flags fluttered in the wind, connected to fill the entire night sky. On one flag in the east, a giant spirit god was laughing heartily while holding a cultivator's head. Another flag displayed a coiling dragon. Yet another flag showed a demon god, with a human body and a serpent tail, having 7 hands on its back. In the military tent, demon Saint Philean sat at the center, holding a command flag and directing the demons. A small child was shaking a bell, making quite a racket. Philean didn't mind. It seemed that Tangchong City would not be easily breached. Although the reinforcements were few, their strength was formidable. More forces would likely come to support, and he did not want to be sealed in the misty forest again. Inside the tent, a 2-headed person spoke up. Where did all these people come from? Philean, aren't you adept at divination? How could you not foresee this? Facing the questioning, Philean, as a demon saint, was neither angry nor annoyed, calmly saying, "Indeed, there's been a change. This is my fault for thinking things would go too smoothly." A female sword cultivator spoke up. "Forget it. Discussing this further is pointless. Let us talk about what we should do next." Chapter 544. This was an encirclement aimed at the upper 3 realms cultivators within Tangchong City. According to the 2-headed person's plan, the 2 great Confucians from the academy were repairing the city's formation and were temporarily unavailable. It was highly likely that it would be Qing Feng from Shushan. Qing Feng was considered top tier among the peak masters of Shushan. She was a dual cultivation practitioner, being both an 8th realm martial artist and a 7th realm Qi practitioner. However, as a Qi practitioner, she had never displayed any magical treasures or hidden cards, relying solely on her fists for her reputation. Nevertheless, if one truly believed she had no hidden cards, they might be somewhat naive. Thus, the 2-headed person made 2 preparations, mobilizing all the great demons they could to encircle and kill her, ensuring nothing went wrong. There was also a dragon that devoured dragon energy to suppress the formation. With this configuration, and believing that their hidden card were not inferior to Qing Feng's, they set this trap. However, to their disappointment, the one who arrived was not Qing Feng, but another man in a blue shirt. Previously, a great demon had reported that a blue-shirt man of unknown cultivation was hunting great demons in Tangchong City. Now, facing this blue-shirt man, the 2-headed person couldn't help but click their tongue in dismay. What loss! It should be known that silently mobilizing a team composed of upper 3 realms great demons came at no small cost. Chapter 545. On the 4th day of the demon race's attack on Tangchong City, the cultivators in the city had already accepted that this war would be a protracted struggle. The demon's attack was chaotic, relying merely on numbers to overwhelm their opponents. The great demons of the upper 3 realms rarely showed themselves, or simply did not appear at all. During the encirclement of Li Pingyan, 2 8th-level demon beasts appeared, along with a dragon that feeds on dragon energy. There was even a peak 7th-level sword cultivator demon, which was quite rare. They initially planned to set a trap to kill him, but they never expected to fail so dramatically. Only the peak 7th-level sword cultivator managed to escape, but his sword was destroyed, which for a sword cultivator is almost like death. From the perspective of the demon clan, the losses from the battle a few days ago, when combined, might not even equal the cost incurred in the attempt to encircle Li Pingyan. The city guards of Tangchong were invigorated upon hearing this news, their confidence soaring. As time progressed, many loose cultivators and sect disciples rushed to join the defense of the city upon hearing the news. Cultivators from all over received a call. Time was on the side of the human race, not the demon race. On the 5th day, the demon army's formation was vast and imposing. A thick fog appeared, enveloping the area around Tangchong City and obscuring the view ahead. Chapter 546. The 3 individuals representing the pinnacle combat power of Tangchong City encircled the demon Saint Jimeng. The demon Saint Jimeng is said to be the god of rain for the demon race, also known as the Rainmaster. With a wave of his arm and a spray from his mouth, he could summon storms. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore. Gu Shizhou smiled at Jimeng. "Let's get him." Qing Feng was the first to strike, launching a thunderous attack at Jimeng. Gu Shizhou also moved at the same time, blocking Jimeng's escape route. A dazzling light radiated from Jimeng, creating a large circle that enveloped Qing Feng and Gu Shizhou within. In an instant, a small world of confinement formed, trapping Qing Feng and Gu Shizhou inside. This was the first time Li Pingyan had seen such a technique. It was truly extraordinary. It was too late to dodge. Using the power of his Baiyu Jing, he formed a layer of resistance around him. This was a technique he had learned on his own, but had never used in battle before. Previously encountered opponents were simply not powerful enough to necessitate such a method. Utilizing the characteristics of Bai Yu Jing's restraining law, he could create a natural barrier to prevent enemy spells from attacking. Taking advantage of this moment, he threw Yin Shisan away from his place. Chapter 547. The sword energy separated the two, leaving them powerless to retaliate in an instant. The male cultivator flipped his right arm, and a sword drew a silver arc in the air, protecting the heads of the two. He never dreamed there could be such a formidable sword formation in the world. The sword energy rained down densely, covering the two and forcing them to retreat and sheath their swords. They might not understand the intricacies of the formation, but they could genuinely feel the murderous intent pervading the void. It was like a mountain pressing down on their chests, making it hard for them to bear such pressure. The male cultivator turned to his female companion and smiled, waving towards the middle of them. The white sword light surged, and a powerful momentum emanated from the flying sword. It was clear he wanted to exchange his life for that of his companion. Let's go. The female cultivator did not choose to flee alone and cursed without hesitation, breaking the originally tender atmosphere of life and death separation. The sword in her hand drew an arc in the air. With not many lingering words, the two tacitly leaned back against each other, looking up at the sky, unable to help but smile. They both understood very well that the next time the sword formation released its power. Chapter 548. Within the sword formation, inside the four gates, there were human cultivators breaking in, seeking to disrupt the formation. The expressions of those trapped inside varied. Some looked ferocious, others had white hair, exuding a fierce aura. One of them was filled with a strong Buddhist Zen power. A golden light radiated from his back, spreading and enveloping the surroundings, resisting the overwhelming sword energy. Chongqing's knees trembled slightly, and a hazy divine image appeared in front of him. If it weren't for the formation map he had, he might have found it difficult to withstand this strike. Chongqing was almost using his body to support the path for the incoming cultivators. Benefactors, this monk can only take you this far. Without extra words, several sword cultivators flew away on their swords in an instant. Staying here for another second could mean death. Don't die, big bald head. Jingyu took the lead, moving like the wind. Ahead, a great demon wielding a long sword stood at the center of a small formation. Blocking his path, Jingyu raised his sword high, unleashing a burst of sword flowers. The sword emitted thunder and lightning. The sharp sound of the sword echoed, while a stream of fragmented sword shadows shot out. The great demon changed formations as a continuous stream of human cultivators arrived, pressing forward one after another. Chapter 549. The demon slayer Han Yu stood on the city wall, having just experienced a brutal battle not long ago. Although he received timely medical treatment, he still lacked the ability to fight. Yet he felt as if summoned, rushing to the city wall, gazing at the distant sword formation. Within the sword formation, there was a tremendous noise. The rolling airwaves fell like clouds and mist from the sky. Immediately after, a vast force surged outward at a terrifying speed. Under this series of forces, everyone heard a crashing sound, like the roaring of a rushing river. The West Gate's sword formation shattered. Even the entire sword formation seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The demon Saint Philion was furious, cursing, "Stubborn old fool. After falling to this state, you still have such strength." In the end, Yi Liang risked his life at the cost of destroying over a dozen demon-slaying swords to forcefully obliterate half of the formation that had hundreds of great demons stationed, attached with countless talismans and treasures. Blood continuously poured from Philion's 7 orifices, as treasures shattered one after another, leaving him in agony. He truly could not understand. After a millennium of experiences, this contemporary sword immortal's heart had not softened in the slightest. Chapter 550. Inside the small world, Li Pingyan continued to punch without stopping. A so-called martial artist charges forward with no retreat. The will to break the formation is one of life or death. Abandoning all distractions, his consciousness seemed to focus solely on his fists. Yellow destiny. A gentleman does not act recklessly. When he acts, there must be a reason. Inside the small world, the mountains crumbled and the earth shook. Heaven and earth shifted, and day and night alternated. Sometimes there were fierce winds and snow, sometimes unbearable heat. Li Pingyan remained completely unconcerned, wholly immersed in his own fist intent, fighting with great vigor and full concentration. Every move flows seamlessly, gradually reaching a state of natural perfection. Gu Shizhou said that a life-and-death duel is the best way to elevate a martial artist's realm. Boxing is very practical. Losing is losing, winning is winning. According to Gu Shizhou, Li Pingyan has been too comfortable for too long, lacking the killing intent and decisiveness that come from battlefield experience. The result is that no matter how good the foundation or how strong the physique, over time, the body will weaken. Of course, this applies only to ordinary martial artists. Due to the influence of the heavenly punishment fate, the balance shifts. This makes Li Pingyan's physique extremely robust, far beyond what an ordinary martial artist can contend with. Li Pingyan extended a punch from afar, full of intent. The punch broke through mountains and rivers. Ji Meng was blasted back dozens of feet by the punch, his expression changing. This guy was even getting stronger with each strike. The power of this punch was much fiercer than the previous ones. Li Pingyan took a deep breath, as if he had found a certain feeling, like a poet who had been struggling for a long time, suddenly experiencing a surge of inspiration. Moo! Before Ji Meng could regain his composure, the old bull, with its large horns, charged into the sky. The sound of its hooves was like thunder, swift as lightning. Roll! Ji Meng waved his hand casually, and the old bull tumbled and crashed heavily to the ground. However, it quickly got back up, showing a frustrated expression. Moo moo. Chapter 552. Fei Lian, a tidal wave of explosive power, surged like thunder, revealing a gigantic golden dharma form behind him. The golden dharma form wielded a flying sword. Under his control, a sword was slashed out, carrying an overwhelming force that shook the heavens and earth. The sword chi, over 100 feet long, condensed into a dark column, slanting downwards. Gu Shizhou dodged, punching towards the sword chi. Boom! The punch acted like a mountain blocking the sword chi river. Fei Lian suddenly twisted the sword intent. The sword force carved a massive arc in the air, with wisps of sword chi transforming into a thin white light curtain, creating a thunderous sound that continued unabated. Good! Gu Shizhou laughed heartily, his left hand striking down like a mountain. An invisible force erupted. Several great demons offered their life treasures to Gu Shizhou, but striking Gu Shizhou was purely a waste. The Nine Realms martial artist claimed that no methods could harm him, which was somewhat exaggerated, but not far from the truth. Only cultivators of equal realm, or the most lethal sword cultivators, could pose any threat to him. For this Nine Realms martial artist, Fei Lian felt a headache. If he had a sword formation, he wouldn't fear him. But in a one-on-one fight, Fei Lian could guarantee that he would not be the opponent's match in the 9 provinces. Chapter 553. The demon territory where Qing Feng was located was empty. Not even a single corpse of a demon soldier was left. The strong gusts of wind ripped apart the foul fish and rotten shrimp among the nearby demons. In the distance of several dozen feet, the dead lay dead, the wounded lay wounded. Everywhere he looked, there were corpses. Some great demons tried to sneak attack, but were caught by Qing Feng by the neck of fate. More demon cultivators formed formations to trap Qing Feng. On the other side, the demon army's assault on Tengchong City had never stopped. From time to time, demon soldiers screamed as they fell. However, this did not hinder their offensive. They continued to attack the wobbling Tengchong City frantically. The great demons commanding the demon army understood that even if they killed Qing Feng and Gu Shizhou, it would not mean much to them. They just needed to break through Tengchong City. At that time, the great formation laid by the demon slayers in the misty forest would no longer be effective against them. At that time, even more demon soldiers would revive from the formation, and the strength of the demon army would rise by several levels. Qi province would no longer have a place to stop their advance. Therefore, their assault surged like a tide, charging again and again towards Tengchong City. Chapter 554. Everyone, Li have arrived late. Li Pingyan descended from the sky with Bai Yujing and 10 flying swords. The grand Bai Yujing stood in front of the demon army. A tremendous force roared like thunder, shaking the ground violently. The awe-inspiring heavenly might seemed to envelop the area for 100 miles. Countless powerful demons on the ground struggled to withstand that immense pressure. A strong sense of helplessness surged in their hearts, making them feel an impulse to flee. Boom! The demon army was stunned for a moment, then let out a roar, launching an attack against the Bai Yujing blocking their path. Fei Lian was momentarily stunned, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Where is Ji Meng? Where's that guy? He had managed to hold off Gu Shizhou and Qing Feng, these two monsters, on the main battlefield. Could Ji Ming not even handle a cultivator at the 8th realm? However, this momentary distraction was quickly seized by Gu Shizhou, who suddenly punched out. Fei Lian couldn't react in time, and his body shot out like an arrow. There was a series of explosions. Fei Lian dared not be careless, losing a piece of celestial treasure. Chapter 555. Lightning filled the air, shaking the heavens. The old heavenly master drew talismans, waving his hand. Go! A thick lightning whip transformed into a stream of water-like lightning. It became smaller, but more ferocious. No demon dared step into the lightning pool. And even within dozens of feet of Bai Yujing, no demon dared approach. Each flash of lightning turned the surroundings into a white haze. In an instant, everything before him was a white expanse, and nothing could be seen. Only the rumbling sound of thunder could be heard as a portion of the demon army was turned to dust. How about this move, old man? The old heavenly master reached out. The flying sword in the 10th floor of Bai Yujing emitted a cicada's cry. Then, it suddenly flew to the old heavenly master's front, gripping the sword, crossing it in front of his chest. The old celestial master glanced at Li Pingyan and asked if he could still hold on. Bai Yujing recognized its master. Where there is no wind, there are no waves. The rumors from the outside world were not unfounded. For several generations, the celestial masters of Longhu Mountain have been unable to fully control Bai Yujing. More often than not, Bai Yujing is in a dormant state, and the old celestial master is simply unable to wake it. He had hoped that his disciple Qin Shi would one day be able to awaken Bai Yujing, but unexpectedly, it was taken by an outsider. Therefore, if Li Pingyan couldn't hold on at this moment, and Bai Yujing withdrew into his body, perhaps the 10-story city would not be able to be maintained, and the old celestial master would have no way to help. Chapter 556. Tongchong City. More than 3 months had passed since the emergence of the Fog Forest demon tribe. The Fog Forest stood under the shadow of dark mountains, resembling a dead zone. There was no sound nor any light. The great formation of Tongchong City was becoming increasingly perfected, with the 9 palaces and 8 formations arranged according to different directions to form various tactics. From the outside in, each layer used the terrain and trees for cover, responding to one another. After that, the demon tribe attempted to attack several times, but ultimately all were in vain, and the repeated losses had drastically reduced the number of demon soldiers. After more than half a month, on this day on the battlefield, the demon Saint Philian was severely injured by the combined efforts of Qing Feng and Gu Shizhou and retreated into the Fog Forest. Li Pingyan, carrying Bai Yujing, launched an aerial assault from the Fog Forest. Philian could not escape in time and was nearly killed by a sword from Li Pingyan. 2 days later, Tongchong City counterattacked. Under Lu Yun's command, the counterattack army split into 3 routes, driving the demon army back into the Fog Forest. The 2 great scholars found a method to restart the demon-slaying formation from the ancient texts left by the demon slayer Yuliang. Ultimately, the last demon slayer in the world, Han Yu, restarted the great formation. With the help of the great powers, they sealed the demon tribe in the Fog Forest once again, bringing this great battle to a close. Chapter 557. Sir. Qin Shi was practicing his stances when he saw Li Pingyan and ran over from a distance. Where's your master? Qin Shi replied, still hasn't woken up. Ever since that day when he fought the enemy on Bai Yujing, the old celestial master has been in a coma, and I don't know how long he will sleep. I was just about to say goodbye to you. The demon tribe matter is resolved, and tomorrow I will take my master back to Longhu Mountain. After so many years, Qin Shi still stuttered a bit while speaking. That's fine. Li Pingyan handed some pastries he made to Qin Shi, considering it a small token of goodwill. Li Pingyan said that if he was worried about the old celestial master, he could stay a few more days. The old celestial master still had not woken up. No, my master has a thick skin. Qin Shi was very familiar with his master, and if I don't leave soon, he will cling to you and demand your return by Yujing. Li Pingyan smiled helplessly. This statement indeed made sense. Then Li Pingyan went to visit a few friends. The octopus swordsman was in better shape and could speak again. After Jing Yu presented his strongest sword, although he was severely injured, he had been quite excited these past 2 days. Chapter 558. The lake was neither too big nor too small, just right. Occasionally, fishing boats passed by, and the autumn water was clear enough to see the bottom. The more one looked, the more one liked it, reluctant to leave. By the lake was a market. Inside a small eatery, many people sat eating fruits while chatting. The signature dish here was steamed shad. The scales are the most commendable part of the steamed shad. Here, people eat shad without scraping the scales. They steam the scales with the fish. They dip the fish with scales into the delicious sauce before putting it in their mouths. This eatery was particularly interesting. The owner was not an ordinary person, but a half-cultivator. The customers coming and going were also cultivators. Most came not to eat, but to make some transactions or gather information. In short, this place resembled a black market, just without official recognition. Whenever an ordinary person wanted to come here to taste the delicacies, they would be scared away by a fierce-looking man at the entrance. Some nobles, however, were curious and wanted to take a look inside. Yet, the owner of the eatery was unafraid. If he truly encountered a rude and unreasonable patron, he would not hesitate to make them uncomfortable. Chapter 559. Li Pingyan picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, dipped it in the broth, and sent it to his mouth. This flavor is delicious. The shad had a delicate yet special taste. Chewing it left a lingering fragrance in his mouth. The season for shad had passed, but the rich aroma still lingered. A strong, meaty fragrance spread in his mouth, providing a multi-layered taste experience. Jiaze seemed not to enjoy fish meat. Old Neo was gnawing on braised beef trotters, seemingly reluctant to finish in one bite, savoring it bite by bite. Afraid to eat too quickly and waste the food's flavor. Li Pingyan is really a bit inconsiderate. Taking advantage of me while I was drinking and running off without even paying for the drinks, Lu Manzi said with a hint of drunkenness. The tone was like friendly banter among good friends, making it more authentic. Several skeptics present began to question the truth of the matter. Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow when he heard his name. Old Neo nudged Li Pingyan and said, "I'm talking about you." Li Pingyan listened for a while, roughly guessing the context. He smiled and said nothing more, simply eating while casually listening to Lu Manzi's boasting. The conversation among the patrons in the eatery grew increasingly animated. Chapter 560. The weather today wasn't great. Lu Manzi was wandering the streets when he ran into an acquaintance. He nodded slightly and pretended to greet him. The man was also a cultivator, the second manager of the local money shop, and had some reputation in the area. In the past, whenever Lu Manzi saw him, he would bow and flatter him. But now, after his experience in Tengchong City, he had become arrogant, walking leisurely down the street with his hands behind his back. Bah! The second manager spat. Damn it! What is this? This is a good wine. Lu Manzi hummed a little tune. He could clearly feel the change in the way people looked at him lately. This made him feel extremely satisfied. Adding to his joy, he was also able to make a deal today. The agreement was made with that man in the blue shirt to do business this afternoon. Suddenly, two black shadows fell from the beam above, one in front and one behind. One threw a punch, and the other wielded a stick. Lu Manzi was startled. It was clearly coming for him. This scene shocked the people around. Lu Manzi still had some skills, dodging the punch, but couldn't he avoid the sharp stick from behind, getting hit squarely. Chapter 561. East Suburb, Yongding River. Li Pingyan waded through the water, walking slowly with the old cow. It had rained lightly last night, making the road a bit muddy. Li Pingyan went barefoot, placing his shoes on the old cow's back. The man and cow basked in the warm sun, walking leisurely. It really resembled a middle-aged fisherman on a day off, having gathered with friends, driving out to fish during the day, making fish soup at night, and enjoying a bit of wine while watching the sunset sink into the vast sea. Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get next. Fishing is the same. Before lifting the rod, you never know if you'll catch fish or what kind of fish it will be. Finally, Li Pingyan and the old cow found a suitable spot, choosing a large rock to sit on. The shadows of trees danced in the forest. Li Suawe quietly followed from several dozen meters away. For safety, he had specifically used a stealth talisman, holding a speed talisman in his hand to ensure he could rush over quickly to snatch the treasures from his opponent after they were attacked by water monsters. Such acts of killing and robbing were not uncommon. Li Pingyan naturally sensed Li Suawe hiding in the shadows and also felt his murderous intent. Chapter 562. The fish monster was divided into 4 large portions. One portion was kept to take home for salting, another for selling, one was cooked into soup, and the last portion was being roasted over a big fire by Li Pingyan. To be honest, the taste of the meat was quite poor. The texture of the monster's meat was very tough. Some parts were so hard they were nearly impossible to chew, and it was difficult to season. So, Li Pingyan and the old cow frowned as they ate a bit and then stopped. On the way back, they ran into Lu Manzi and the short guy, who had just finished beating up Li Suawe. Lu Manzi was startled to see the living Li Pingyan at first, then overjoyed. His fat sheep was safe. What a pleasant surprise. Fat sheep. Lu Manzi opened his arms to hug Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan smiled faintly, asking, "What fat sheep?" Lu Manzi was momentarily at a loss for words and accidentally let the truth slip out. "It's good that you're fine. Good that you're fine," Lu Manzi said. "I heard you were tricked into coming to Yongding River to fish, so I hurried over. You don't know. There have been water monsters causing trouble in Yongding River recently. Many reputable cultivators have fallen victim, and I was worried something would happen to you." Li Pingyan nodded, thanking him. Chapter 563. In the night sky, the moon was dim and the stars sparse. The orange cat hugged its paws, its big eyes wide and unblinking, staring at Li Pingyan. "That big rat monster. I've already fought with it several times and am about to take it down." "What you're doing is really too kind," Li Pingyan said. "It's my friend who hasn't been attentive enough. I apologize to the fairy." The orange cat nodded. You seem to be reasonable. These are for the fairy as compensation." Li Pingyan took out some pastries and pushed them forward. The orange cat raised its head. The pastries were stacked higher than itself. Its mouth formed an O shape. "Oh, what is this?" Li Pingyan explained. "It's a healing elixir for the fairy." He noticed some wounds on the orange cat's body and its unstable breath, likely from fighting with the rat monster a few days ago. The orange cat blinked and ate without any sign of caution. However, after a moment, its head tilted and its body fell over with a thud. Li Pingyan caught it with one hand, initially intending to place it on the bed, but fearing the old cow might roll over and crush it, he put it in a nearby basket instead. Chapter 564. Since then, the orange cat has come to eat once a day. After eating, it would thank him and leave through the window. One day, the sky was clear and the morning glow filled the sky. Li Pingyan caught 2 fish by the river, made a pot of fish soup, prepared some meatballs, and had a plate of fried peanuts and a plate of cucumber salad to help with the greasiness. Checking the time, the orange cat was about to arrive. Li Pingyan opened the window. After a while, the orange cat indeed jumped in through the window, holding a big rat in its mouth. "For you guys," the orange cat proudly placed the rat's corpse on the table. The old cow was cutting vegetables and turned to look when it heard the noise, its face full of confusion. The orange cat licked its paw. "Eat up. You can stir-fry the rat." The orange cat felt a bit embarrassed about eating for free these past few days, so it specially caught a rat to bring to Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan looked at the rat, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. The orange cat blinked and then pulled out a small mouse from a cloth bag. It seemed it had initially planned to hide it for itself. However, seeing Li Pingyan and the old cow's expressions, it didn't seem satisfied, so it brought out the smaller one. "Just these two. Chapter change sute shaizechi change. Got fighty. Did you sleep well last night?" The orange cat rubbed its eyes, saying reluctantly, "I slept quite soundly. Breakfast was thin porridge and pickles." When the orange cat ate, it transformed into a little girl. It lifted the bowl with its small hands, bringing its mouth closer to sip little by little. It was clear that eating in human form made her quite uncomfortable. "I reflect on myself 3 times a day. Am I unfaithful to my duties to others? Am I untrustworthy with friends? Am I not practicing what I preach?" Jiazi recited to himself, then looked at himself. Had he been loyal to others? I have. Had he been trustworthy with others? Yesterday, I farted in front of Brother Nyo and, fearing a beating, said it was the teachers. Jiazi drew a circle, lamenting that he hadn't done enough. After finishing breakfast, Jiazi said he wanted to visit the local school. It must be said that as he read more and more books, he had developed a certain gentle demeanor of a scholar. From being forced by the old cow to study in the past, to now, where no one needs to say anything. Every day upon waking up is filled with hard work. Li Pingyan can also rest assured to leave it outside alone. What is this? The little girl curiously looks at the book beside her. Chapter 566. Li Pingyan continues. Before you repay the money I lent you, can you listen to my commands? No problem. No problem. I can work like a horse. Lu Manzi's key concern now is to keep his arms safe. Li Pingyan smiles and nods. Good. Li Pingyan counts the spirit stones in his storage ring, pondering for a moment. He looks at Zhang Er and says, "It seems like a few more are needed. I wonder if you could kindly send them over in the coming days." Lu Manzi's newly ignited hope is instantly extinguished. Zhang Er has always been indifferent, strictly adhering to the rules. Either pay up on the spot or leave a hand behind. This guy doesn't give any face at all. Zhang Er found schlichtly, looking at the gentle face of the man in green. His throat moves, and he opens his mouth. Okay. The onlookers watching the drama are taken aback. What happened to Zhang Er? Why did he suddenly change his attitude? Half a stick of incense later, Lu Manzi and the short man walk out of the gambling house, trembling with fear. Looking at the departing figure of the man in green, the one-armed Zhang Er frowns. He feels like he has seen him somewhere, but can't recall. After thanking Li Pingyan and assuring him that the money will be returned. Chapter 567. The two sides are confronting each other, swords drawn, as if a spark could ignite a fierce battle. On a distant mountain path, someone is quietly watching the scene. The orange cat tilts its head, wondering what they are doing. Preparing to fight. Li Pingyan wipes the wild fruit he picked with his sleeve and takes a bite. It's sour and sweet. On the grass, two brown rabbits are staring intently ahead. One is lying down, while the other is half-crouched. The old cow was originally leaning its head on a hoof, ready to watch the show. With a flash of its gaze, it suddenly darted like a lightning bolt toward the two rabbits. When it returned, it was already holding two rabbits. It seemed prepared to eat roasted rabbit today, saving a meal's worth of money. The orange cat's fur was blown to one side by the wind, startling it. Such a big one, running so fast. The old cow showed a confident smile. Little thing, can't fool you. The orange cat tilted its head to the other side. As she moved, the old cow and Li Pingyan also tilted their heads to one side in unison. One person, one cow, and one cat were all aligned. Let's prepare to eat here, Li Pingyan said. The old cow placed a large pot on the ground. Chapter 568. Everyone, it's time to stop. A voice sounded, and everyone instinctively looked toward the direction of the voice. It wasn't Zhang Er, but a stranger in a green shirt. Who are you? What business do you have here? Where's Zhang Er? Li Pingyan cleared his throat. Your Zhang Er is right here. Saying this, he pointed. A cow was carrying the unconscious Zhang Er over. Li Pingyan said, your Zhang Er drank too much, so he entrusted me to mediate. Everyone, let's call it a day. The two sides looked at each other. Since he is Zhang Er's friend, they then went to tend to the injured and clean up the battlefield. However, the number of cultivators who could handle wounds was limited. Many people were still enduring pain on the spot. Li Pingyan looked around and walked to a cultivator lying on the ground. After a brief examination, he found that the internal organs were shattered, and if not treated promptly, it might be a fleeting moment. The cultivator was stunned for a moment and asked through gritted teeth, fleeting moment? What does that mean? A slight indulgence could lead to death. Li Pingyan smiled and extended 4 fingers. 40 spirit stones will help you heal. Chapter 569. Entering July, the weather gradually becomes hot. The sun is scorching, causing beads of sweat to roll down, opening the doors and windows to let the breeze in. Even so, the cat is still constantly changing positions due to the heat. It looks listless, shaking its head and yawning. The increasing heat is truly making the cat lack energy. Moreover, this year's summer is much hotter than usual. After entering July, Jia often locks himself in his room aside from teaching. He seems to have some insights. Besides that, Lu Manzi also goes to Jia's private school as agreed to attend classes together before repaying Li Pingyan. Strangely, at first Lu Manzi was extremely reluctant. But the deeper he learned, he even discovered that he had not broken through a bottleneck for many years, and he actually began to have some understanding. Li Pingyan seems unaware of the hot weather around him. Seeing the cat's tail drooping listlessly, he started writing something on paper. He pasted it in the indoor sun direction, which belongs to the wind. The long wind is endless, penetrating everywhere. Sun means to follow. After a while, the cat lifted its head. Chapter 570. Seeming to have lingered too long in the tea house, Li Pingyan noticeably quickened his pace. Otherwise, when he returns later, the old cow will start nagging again. Light rain fell into dusk. The rain isn't heavy, but it has a certain charm. Li Pingyan couldn't help but slow down, walking in the gentle rain and breeze. After so many hot days, it finally rained in Inan, which was refreshing. In the misty rain, beautiful memories arose, rippling in the sea of his heart. The orange cat stood on Li Pingyan's shoulder, raising its 2 little paws to shield its head. It glanced at Li Pingyan and then placed its paws on top of his head. However, clearly, its little paws were of no use. The rain soaked the orange cat's fur. It stuck out its tongue and licked its fur. Its ears drooped involuntarily. One ear slid down and hid in Li Pingyan's embrace. Li Pingyan couldn't help but stroke it. The fur is very smooth. Unlike the old cow, it feels hard. In front of the alley, someone blocked the way. It was the person who wanted to buy a cat from Li Pingyan before. The person slightly cupped their hands, their gaze somewhat fierce. You are offering one. 500 spirit stones, plus the face of the Wang family. I wonder if you could sell this cat to my young lady. Chapter 571. The house rented by Li Pingyan is located at the eastern end of Willow Alley, adjacent to a stone mill. It is close to noon, and the scorching sun makes it unusually quiet in Willow Alley, with no one in sight. Only Old Ho, who sells noodles, is preparing to leave his stall. Suddenly, dark shadows appear, surrounding the small courtyard tightly. Old Ho, pushing his noodle stall, is startled by the scene. "Boss, one bowl of noodles." Old Ho jumps at the sound. A diner casually grabs a stool and sits down. The diner is dressed in a thin robe with a long sword at his waist. Old Ho swallows nervously, not daring to refuse. Soon, a pot of wine, a plate of appetizers, and a bowl of plain noodles are placed before the sword-wielding man. Old Ho trembles, unsure of what is happening. Just then, someone approaches from a distance. It is Lu Manzi, who is looking for Li Pingyan. Lu Manzi carries a pot of wine, 2 roasted chickens, and some appetizers, with a smile on his face, clearly having good news. These days, he has been studying outside with Jia Zhe, and he has seen hope for breaking through a long-standing bottleneck. Plus, he has earned some money today. Chapter 572. Li Pingyan calmly says something that is not calm at all. The sword-wielding man stares into those pale eyes. He feels no killing intent, yet he feels a sense of intimidation. A gut feeling tells him he senses an invisible killing intent. He slowly stands up, ready to leave. Wait! A voice comes from behind. The sword-wielding man's expression suddenly changes, his body tensing up. He feels a terrifying aura that sends a shiver down his spine. Has the other party changed their mind? Your noodle payment hasn't been settled. Hearing this, the sword-wielding man is taken aback. Shock flashes in his eyes as he turns to look at the man in the green shirt and then lifts his gaze to the noodle seller. Old Ho is frightened and dares not meet his gaze, instinctively taking a step back. The sword-wielding man reaches for his money. But when has the second young master of the Wong family ever carried money? After a brief search, he finally takes off a priceless jade pendant from his waist and places it on the table as payment for the noodles. Old Ho's mouth twitches slightly. Although he doesn't know the value of the jade pendant, he recognizes the identity of the second young master of the Wong family. The pendant he bears is undoubtedly worth a fortune. At this moment, the steward of the Wong family finally regains his composure. Chapter 573. Zhang family in Henan. What's the background of that man in the green shirt? Zhang Er shakes his head, unable to discern his sect. The one-armed Zhang Er witnessed that day when those from the Wong family broke into the house, seemingly being thrown out by a great force. The second young master of the Wong family and the steward had no chance to retaliate. We need to talk to that person. The head of the Zhang family says solemnly, if we can avoid violence, then we will. Jiang is schon what tribbled. But the man in the green shirt rarely goes out, and now there is an array set up at home. Father, that array is indeed strange. I tried to break it yesterday, but gained nothing. The eldest son of the Wong family, sitting below, deeply understands the power of that array. Useless trash. The head of the Wong family scolds. The eldest son bows his head, not daring to speak. Prepare some gifts. Tomorrow I will personally pay a visit. Yes. So, the next day, the head of the Wong family, along with the eldest son and several servants, enters the array together. Outside the small courtyard, they are already surrounded by numerous forces from Henan. The arrival of the Wong family cannot escape the eyes of the crowd. Sai, the head of the Wong family, has personally come. What's going on? Why such a big show, with the head of the Wong family taking the lead? Chapter 574. Outside Henan City. There's a pavilion by the official road. Li Pingyan and his group are walking slowly, leisurely. Someone is already waiting for them at the pavilion. Li Pingyan walks over casually, sitting opposite without waiting for an invitation. Opposite him sit 5 people. The head of the Wong family, the head of the Zhang family, representing the 2 powerful families of Henan. The leader of the Chao Yu gang, representing the southern faction, the head of the Fuyang temple, and a circuit inspector sent by the small court, who is nominally the lord of Henan City, but has long ceased to manage affairs. His presence at this moment shows the importance of today's matter. Please enjoy some tea. The circuit inspector smiles and pours tea for Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan remains silent, smiling. Suddenly, the staff knife hidden in his bamboo pole is drawn. In an instant, the other 4 seated people change their expressions, one hand on the table and the other reaching behind them. At the same time, dozens of crossbowmen spring out from the surrounding forest. There is no doubt, in the next second, they will turn Li Pingyan into a sieve. However, Li Pingyan merely draws his sword and then puts it back. Everyone is momentarily stunned, their faces filled with astonishment. Chapter 575. In the Wind and Rain Pavilion. The wind and rain are getting stronger, and the sky is getting colder. A few ancient trees sway in the cold wind like a cluster of green clouds. Inside the pavilion, there's a hexagonal stone table with 6 people seated across from each other. A cool breeze blows in, bringing an oppressive chill. On the stone table in the pavilion, there's a teapot and several wine cups. Li Ping'an? The Battle of Tengchong City, slaying the demon saint. The Li Ping'an who guarded Tengchong City? Is it possible to meet him here? Previously, he was merely a character in the stories told by tea house storytellers. The 5 people in the pavilion suddenly freeze. The crowd outside is also filled with uncertainty. What's going on? It seems they're saying that the man in the green shirt is Li Ping'an. Li Ping'an? Which Li Ping'an? Is there any other? It's the Li Ping'an from Tengchong City. Huh. Nonsense. I also said I was the empress of the Great Sway. Then I'm a martial artist Gu Shizhou. Ha ha ha. The group bursts into laughter. Discussions arise, and at the same time, everyone's footsteps come to an unspoken halt, waiting for their master's next command. After a moment of silence, Wang Futong spoke first. Chapter 576. After the storm, see the rainbow. It spanned the entire sky, from one end of the land to the other, as if solidifying all the gentle colors of the world high up in the air. Once they left Yinan, there weren't so many people around, and the orange cat became lively again. When it saw a butterfly, it let the butterfly fly for a while before sprinting after it. Once it caught up with the butterfly, it allowed the butterfly to continue flying ahead. This went on repeatedly. After running for a while, it suddenly stopped, squatting by the little river to wash its dirty paws, licking its own fur. After finishing washing its paws, it didn't wait long before going up the tree to find some fruit to eat. Li Ping'an sat down on a rock and spread out the map he had drawn with the old cow. They were now at the southern end of Qizhou. Previously, Gu Shizhou had told Li Ping and that the southernmost point of Qizhou was called Wangjiao. Beyond Wangjiao was Yongzhou, a land of half a continent covered in vast snow-capped mountains and icy plains. The other half of the continent was filled with volcanoes, a land truly characterized by ice and fire. The scenery in the middle zone was spectacular and eye-catching. Gu Shizhou had once visited it in his youth, and it was magnificent. Naturally, Li Ping and the old cow included it in their itinerary. Chapter 577. About crossing the sea. Li Ping and the old cow were quite experienced, having crossed from the North Sea to the Wilderness Sea, relying only on a small boat they had handcrafted. With nothing else. When they arrived, they coincidentally hit the Wangjiao's annual Sea God Festival, a kind of sacrificial event. During this time, everyone in Wangjiao had to wear masks they made themselves, mostly resembling sea demons and spirits. They hoped that the sea demons would take them as kin and not trouble them. However, this was merely a beautiful wish. When encountering such activities, Li Ping naturally participated. He bought a mask from a street vendor. Jiaze said he wanted to review his studies and Wun Ti go. He was solely focused on his studies and ignored worldly matters. The old cow didn't need to wear such things either. The orange cat jumped up high. Li Ping bent down and asked, "Does the cat fairy need a mask too?" The orange cat nodded. The cat fairy needed to wear a mask to turn into a human form. After hesitating for a moment and looking at the mask, the orange cat nodded again. So, Li Ping bought another mask. On the day of the Sea God Festival, Li Ping wore a mask while pulling the transformed little girl orange cat along. The old cow followed beside them, walking through the bustling market. Chapter 578. Ghosts cannot tolerate cultivators here. This place is really strange, Li Ping said. However, it's understandable. This place is at the southernmost corner of the continent, and it's normal to be overlooked. Having soldiers and officials here is already not easy. Taoist, you should leave quickly, the woman in purple urged. Earlier, they had encountered many wandering ghosts on the street, and they must have been discovered. Strange was that the person in the blue robe didn't seem to have any unusual aura. However, the young man in white behind the blue-robed person did show some unusual aura, definitely not an ordinary person. While they were speaking, there was indeed a commotion outside. Not good, not good. The red Rakshasa is coming this way. A woman who had been on lookout transformed into a wisp of smoke and flew in. They really came. The expression of the woman in purple changed slightly. She looked at the man in blue and said, "You should leave quickly. We have a back door here. Just say you haven't seen us." Li Ping was somewhat surprised. Why was the young lady helping them when they had just met? "I'm just afraid your blood will stain my place, and it might implicate us as well." The young lady was kind-hearted And from this, one could see your usual style of handling matters. Oh, you talk too much. Chapter 579, Aunt, we have guests. Inside a small room, incense balls were placed on charcoal, slowly igniting the spices. The fragrance was strong, but the smoke was minimal. The scent was not overpowering and was naturally soothing, without any dryness. The aroma was warm, but not greasy, calm and serene. The woman in purple led Li Ping and the white-clad Jia Zhe into the room. Inside was only an old woman sitting on a bed. Hearing the noise, she didn't move. Aunt, the woman in purple called out. The old woman slowly opened her eyes, looking at the purple-clad woman. The purple-clad woman explained to Li Ping, please don't mind, this is my aunt. When my soul was about to dissipate back then, it was my aunt who took me in. Later, my aunt's wandering soul gradually deteriorated, and her vitality could only barely sustain her life. So she is like this now. My aunt is much older than I am. She might know about the underworld you mentioned. Li Ping cupped his hands and bowed, saying, I am Li Ping for Zhongzhou. I am new here and unaware of some circumstances. I hope the young lady can enlighten me. Young lady? The purple-clad lady looked at Li Ping in surprise. Li Ping didn't appear very old, definitely not beyond 30. Chapter 580, Back at the Beach. The old cow was hammering away with a large hammer when he saw Li Ping in return. He grumbled unhappily, why did you take so long? The noodles are all mushy. Li Ping had eaten some noodles and stuffed a large piece of sauce beef in his mouth. The old cow was busy making the boat. Jia Zhe went to visit various major ghost forces in Wangjiao one by one. The orange cat went to the beach to collect beautiful shells and stones, walking barefoot on the sand. Li Ping sat not far away, taking out a wrinkled yellow paper from his sleeve. He also took out a Hero-S pen, using his blood as ink. Such long-distance information transmission was not sufficient with ordinary ink. He wrote meticulously, one stroke at a time. Afterward, he spread out the yellow paper. The yellow paper floated into the air, automatically folding itself. In no time, it transformed into a paper crane. Flapping its wings, it flew away into the distance. In the following days, the nights in Wangjiao were never peaceful. There were frequent sounds of fighting. Even more so, when the sky turned dark. They directly attacked outside the city, causing quite a commotion. Jia Zhe was strong enough and quickly subdued several ghost forces. However, the ghosts in Wangjiao were not all useless. They had occupied Wangjiao for many years, and not to mention their own cultivation, they had accumulated quite a few magical artifacts. Chapter 581. Recently, the Wangjiao area has been quite lively. It is said that a deity named Jiazhe has emerged, and his name is being celebrated in the streets. The few evil spirits that have long occupied this place are supposed to come every year to demand offerings. If they don't take away children, it will be considered good year. But this year, one of the evil spirits was killed by someone. Suddenly, the number of Jiazhe's followers skyrocketed. The reason is simple. The ordinary people of Wangjiao have long suffered from the evil spirits. In the past, no one stood up for them. But now a savior has appeared, and they naturally grasp at the chance like a lifeline. In no time, those with money contributed money, and those with strength contributed effort. They built temples, burned incense, and created statues. A few major evil spirits stationed in the western part of Wangjiao plotted to join forces to kill Jiazhe. However, after several joint attempts, they either escaped by luck or suffered heavy losses. Whenever Jiazhe took a day or half a day to rest, he would return full of energy to settle scores with them, showing no signs of being injured. At first, Jiazhe found it somewhat unfamiliar to live a life of constant battle. But as time went on, he quickly adapted to it. As for Li Ping, just as he said, he didn't care about anything and was working patiently like an old cow on a small boat. Chapter 582. Lady Lu, you must avenge us. That guy is incredibly powerful. Several major evil spirits have fallen at his hands. If he doesn't die, we will perish. Indeed, the major spirits chimed in. Lady Lu is a 1,000-year-old female, ghost outside Wangjiao, with profound cultivation. She possesses a beautiful piece of land and has substantial power. Back in the day, a well-known righteous sect sent a disciple to travel and became quite infatuated with her, even wanting to grant her a golden body to allow her to be reborn in the mortal realm. However, Lady Lu plotted against him, leading to his death and the loss of his life robe, which fell into her hands. Lady Lu usually cultivates in the feng shui treasure land outside Wangjiao, and the demons within Wangjiao often send her boys and girls as offerings. They are considered partners in interest. If it weren't for dire circumstances, the major evil spirits of Wangjiao would never seek help from Lady Lu. Lady Lu has always been greedy. After helping you once, she would want to skin you alive. However, there is no other way now. If Lady Lu could still negotiate and coexist with them, then Jiajia is someone they cannot coexist with at all. Sigh, what is happening over there? Chapter 583. After some time, Lady Lu's response arrived. Li Pingyan handed the letter to Jiajia and reminded him of a few matters. As things in Wangjiao gradually came to a close, it was time to set off. On the beach of Wangjiao, the old cow carried the small boat, walking slowly towards the sea. The orange cat seemed to want to help too, stretching out its little paws. It jumped up, but unfortunately, it wasn't high enough. The old cow, with a quick motion, pulled the orange cat up and placed it on the small boat. As they walked towards the sea, he tossed the boat into the water. After finishing the work, then he sat in the small boat and paddled around on the water, ensuring it was sturdy and reliable. Moo, we can go now, the old cow called out. Li Pingyan sat down in one corner of the small boat, looked back at Jiajia, who was watching them, and smiled faintly, waving goodbye. Jiajia's eyes turned moist as he cupped his hands in a bow. The orange cat didn't understand the meaning of farewell, just imitating Jiajia. It raised its two paws and bowed to Jiajia. As a result, it lost its balance, with its head down, and bumped its head heavily against the boat's floor, making quite a grand gesture. Li Pingyan smiled and gazed at the distant sea and sky. Watching the increasingly closer white cloud, a smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 584. A person covered in white bones sat across from Li Pingyan. Can you drink tea? Li Pingyan asked. No need, the bone-covered person replied. It has been many years since I encountered anyone here. Where do you come from? Li Pingyan smiled. From Zhongzhou? Zhongzhou? That's not close at all. After trekking through mountains and rivers, by the time I arrived here, it felt not far at all. You have a good heart. You flatter me. I just wonder why you are here and in this state. Li Pingyan asked. The bone-covered person smiled. Me? That's a long story. No witties. I would like to hear your story. The bone-covered person pondered for a moment, as if reminiscing. I am from Yongzhou. I entered the path with a sword at a young age. I hoped to attain the elusive immortality and enlightenment. However, when I became a disciple, I learned that I was born unable to cultivate. Disheartened, I returned home to marry and have children. I thought my life would pass like this. But who knew that during a procession, I saved someone by chance? From him, I learned that besides normal cultivation, there's another means, seeking the great Tao runes. For many years after that, I abandoned my wife and children to search for these so-called great Tao runes. Perhaps heaven was watching. After years of searching, I finally obtained one. Chapter 585. Deep in the sea, the white mist gradually dispersed. The Dragon King raised his head from the water, releasing his aura. It rippled like waves, stirring the surface of the water. This ripple spread out rapidly. Then it gathered again, checking the surrounding information. What was that powerful aura just now? However, that powerful aura existed for only a moment before quickly disappearing, leaving no trace. This made the Dragon King feel a bit uneasy. Meanwhile, at a certain spot in the sea, Li Pingyan held a fragment of the great Tao, watching the dissipating figure of the bone-covered person. Rest assured, a gentleman's word is as good as a horse's reins. The bone-covered person told Li Pingyan where his family used to live, but he only knew his surname. He had forgotten the name. He didn't know if he would be able to find the location mentioned in Yongzhou. However, since Li Pingyan had promised him, he would do his best to fulfill it, whether it took a year, 10 years, 100 years, or even longer. The orange cat curiously asked, where did he go? He probably went to another world. The orange cat asked again, why did he go to another world? Because his obsession was too deep. Chapter 586, Puff Puff. The orange cat, transformed into a little girl, held chopsticks and kept stuffing noodles into her mouth. Eat slowly, don't choke. Li Pingyan reached out to wipe her mouth. What is this? Li Pingyan suddenly said. The little girl blinked and remained silent. Li Pingyan used chopsticks to push aside the noodles in the little girl's bowl, revealing a lump of black stuff underneath. What is this? Meat. What kind of meat? Hot jerky. Didn't we agree that we can't eat rats when it's time to eat? The little girl hesitated for a moment and confidently said, the rat flew into the bowl of the cat fairy by itself. What a novel excuse. The little girl had no choice but to push the rat aside and focus on eating her noodles. Boom. In the distance, huge waves were rolling. The small boat swayed with the wind. An old cow was shifting its hind legs, with its front legs resting on the small boat, ensuring it wouldn't be capsized by the big waves. Is anyone there? The dragon showed interest and circled the small boat at high speed. The small boat floated lightly, like a reed, navigating through the waves, fast and steady. The boat was rocking in the water, swaying back and forth. But no matter how strong the wind and waves were, the small boat did not spin, nor did it sink into the water. Chapter 587. The Underwater Prison. Is the ferry underwater? The cat raised its hand, touching the surrounding bubble membrane, worried that Li Pingyan and the others did not have enough cultivation and might drown in the deep sea. The third young master specifically had someone use magic to condense bubbles to wrap them up. The orange cat excitedly jumped around in the bubbles. Li Pingyan sat cross-legged in the bubble, closing his eyes to rest. After playing for a while, the cat seemed to feel a bit bored and got up to move towards Li Pingyan. However, due to the bubbles, the two could not collide. Are we captured? Li Pingyan, yes. So when can we be released? It should be soon. Are there rats in the water? Probably. It was clear that Li Pingyan did not intend to play with her, so the orange cat went to find the old cow, who was sleeping nearby. Moo! After a while, "Old cow, are you asleep?" The old cow angrily called out. The orange cat then rolled her bubble away to play in the corner by herself. After a while, there was a commotion outside. The Dragon King hurriedly arrived with the third young master. Chapter 588. The elegant hall was clean and simple, which did not match the luxurious atmosphere of the Dragon Palace. Li Pingyan and the Dragon King sat opposite each other, with a chessboard in front of them. However, it was clear that the Dragon King had no intention of focusing on the chessboard at all. The third young master stood beside him with his hands clasped behind his back, appearing humble yet somewhat unconvinced. If it weren't for his uncle's furious outburst, he wouldn't be standing here, bowing to a human cultivator. Since the treasure ship has been destroyed, please feel free to state any requests. Although my Dragon Palace may not meet your standards, there are still many treasures worth seeing. If you desire any, I will give them all to you as a gift of apology. The Dragon King tentatively spoke while observing Li Pingyan's expression. The Dragon King's politeness is unnecessary. This matter is between me and the third young master. It has nothing to do with the Dragon King, so there is no question of compensation. The Dragon King's heart tightened, and he hurriedly said, "It is indeed my negligence. I have not taught my son well, which has embarrassed you." Li Pingyan said lightly, "That is true. The Dragon King has indeed spoiled his son a bit too much." While speaking, his gaze was fixed on the chessboard and did not look at the third young master. The third young master clenched his fists, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Chapter 589. Yongzhou. This state is adjacent to Qizhou, separated by the sea. A person, a cow, and a cat set sail from Wangjiao, taking 1 year and 8 months. They finally crossed the sea and landed in Yongzhou. The most peculiar sight in Yongzhou is the southern part covered in ice and snow, with vast snow-capped mountains and glaciers. However, the northern part is unbearably hot with many volcanoes. It seems like two different worlds. At this moment, the wind and snow were hitting them. One mountain leaned against another, seemingly endless. After finally climbing over this mountain, there were more winding paths ahead, curving and twisting, one foot stepping into the snow. Almost half of their bodies were submerged, and they could not see the end. The surrounding snow was several feet thick, covered by a thick layer of ice. The orange cat was bundled up in thick clothes, which were small but just the right size for her. However, as she walked, she left a mark in the snow. The cat's figure disappeared. Every time this happened, the old cow would extend its hoof to pull the cat out of the snow. There was no choice. The snow on the ground was simply too deep. The orange cat happily pushed off with her toes in the snow, as if plowing a furrow. The next second, her body would disappear into the snow again. The old cow simply placed her on its back. They had already walked several hundred miles. There were no people, not even animals in sight. Chapter 590. The mountains ahead are endless. The mountain in front looked very close, but entering it was exceptionally far. As they walked, the white wolf began to introduce the place to Li Pingyan. Due to the environmental influence, the people and monsters here were generally robust and strong, with innate physical strength. Children aged 12 or 13 could hunt ordinary wild beasts barehanded. On the 5th day, they finally climbed over the mountain that had been appearing in front of them, and in the distance, they indeed saw signs of human habitation. The white wolf pointed over there and said, "Do you see that? That is one of the human settlements. I can't get too close, so I will leave you here." Li Pingyan slightly cupped his hands. "Thank you, sir." The white wolf waved his hand. "Don't thank me. Thank your 3 pills. If it weren't for them piquing my interest, I wouldn't have helped you." However, Those villages are very exclusionary. If you go, they probably won't accept you. Li Pingyan said, I only wish to stay for a few nights. The white wolf prepared to leave. Halfway, he suddenly turned back and handed Li Pingyan a bone whistle. I might be staying nearby for a few days. If you encounter danger, feel free to blow this whistle. If you are lucky enough not to be killed and I happen to be nearby, you might save your life. Chapter 591. Take everything you have out. That long red thing from yesterday and the sweet one that tastes very good. Where did you find them? Several people spoke at once. Li Pingyan and the old cow, along with the cat, intended to rest in this village for a while. They also wanted to inquire about the location of the Guha Zhuji mentioned by the skeleton. However, unexpectedly, they were controlled by the villagers the very next day. Do you really not know about Hezhizai? Li Pingyan asked. The clan leader hesitated for a moment and told Li Pingyan that Hezhizai had been destroyed more than a decade ago. There is no Hezhizai anymore. In this kind of place, life is uncertain. It's common for villages to be wiped out. It's not rare at all. Li Pingyan insisted on asking. Then where do they bury the dead? In the snow? Or they're taken away by wild beasts? Or buried under heavy snow? The clan leader replied. Li Pingyan nodded thoughtfully. The clan leader was unwilling to waste more words with him and signaled to the clan members to search Li Pingyan's belongings. Li Pingyan didn't mind and continued to ask, Please, can you point me in the right direction? The clan leader was puzzled. What do you want to do when there's nothing left? Chapter 592. The great ape stood there, exuding a tremendous sense of pressure. Looking down at the tiny person, the orange cat crawled out from the green-clad man's arms and extended its claws to measure its size. Its little mouth involuntarily widened. Then it shrank its head back, seemingly feeling scared. It muttered, much bigger than a fairy. The great ape snorted hot air from its massive nostrils. Did you wake me from my sleep? You disturbed me. I wanted to ask about a place. Bang! Before the other could finish speaking, the great ape stomped down, leaving a massive footprint in the snow. The great ape ground its foot, looking for death. But the next moment, a voice sounded again. Please be a bit quieter. This area is surrounded by snow mountains. The great ape lifted its foot, but saw that the person was still standing in a cloud of snow. Bang, bang, bang. It then stomped a few more times. Finally, it stomped both feet down, trampling about. The actions were both comical and funny. After a long while, the great ape looked again, its eyes wide open, showing an expression of disbelief. The great ape picked up a nearby boulder and smashed it down. Another loud crash followed. The stone shattered, and upon looking again, Chapter 593. A grand and enormous city, resembling a beast, stood tall in the center of the wind and snow. Along the way, besides Li Pingyan, there were many others. Some carried things, taking one step at a time to resist the oncoming wind and snow. Others were dragging families, looking like refugees from somewhere. Some were herding large elk, leisurely heading towards the city. This great city had numerous gates. Yet even so, the citizens entering the city still occasionally blocked these gates, forming long lines in the snow. Li Pingyan and the ox, along with the cat, were also in line. The line was very long. The orange cat glanced and asked Li Pingyan how long they would have to wait. Li Pingyan said it might take 2 days. So the cat shrank its round head back and went to sleep. The soldiers in front were rummaging through luggage, checking everyone's belongings. Those who handed over money had their checks done more quickly. The wind and snow were biting, and the cold night was approaching. The crowd showed no signs of moving. Li Pingyan simply sat down and took out a flatbread with the old ox. The cold water in hand, after swirling for a while, began to emit warm steam. Adding some seasoning and cracking 2 eggs. Chapter 594. It took a full 3 days before it was finally Li Pingyan's turn. The soldier reached out. Entering and exiting the city required payment of spirit stones. Li Pingyan was prepared. The ox also needed spirit stones. The soldier impatiently spoke. Li Pingyan did not argue, hesitating for a moment before taking out a portion of spirit stones for one person. The orange cat in his arms heard the sound and did not dare to move, covering its mouth and nose with its little paw, afraid that the soldier would discover its presence. Another portion of spirit stones was required. The soldier's eyes turned to Li Pingyan's arms. Li Pingyan took out another portion of spirit stones. The soldier nodded and gave him a token. Keep this token safe while exiting the city. Thank you. After passing through the city gate, they had entered the wind and snow city. Only then did the cat finally couldn't hold back, poking its head out. Hoo-hoo-hoo. It raised its head proudly and said, The fairy is very clever. Li Pingyan smiled helplessly, not revealing the truth, and nodded affirmatively, the fairy is very clever. The orange cat then jumped down from his arms, feeling as if it could be happy for an entire day, curiously scanning the surroundings. In Wind and Snow City, the streets were bustling with people. Almost everyone had weapons hanging from their waists, either knives or swords. Chapter 595, Don't Push. Everyone get out of my way. Whoever stops me, I'll kill them. Boom! In the howling wind, one could vaguely see one or two small figures being blown away. The small opening ahead was already packed with people, yet there were still those continuously rushing in. Some even spoke in an incomprehensible dialect, violently attacking others. Taking advantage of the chaos, they squeezed inside. Outside the city, a person was riding an ox, accompanied by a small cat, just exiting the city. At this moment, they were leisurely heading over there. They weren't worried about finding a spot, as there were people continuously heading in that direction. Most were dressed in clothes made of animal skins, a sea of white snow. This scene gave Li Pingyan a feeling like he was watching a blockbuster movie. "Dao friend," someone called from behind. Li Pingyan turned his head to see the previous cultivator, Gao Ming, who had been mooching food. Gao Ming was standing on his sword, looking at Li Pingyan in surprise. "Dao friend, hurry up, or you won't get anything." "No rush, no rush," Li Pingyan said with a smile. After speaking, he added, "Friend Gao, your cultivation is not deep. If you rush in like everyone else, it might be hard to gain any advantage. It's better to wait for the right opportunity." Chapter 596, Li Pingyan and the old ox helped bury Gao Ming. This young cultivator, who had traveled thousands of miles from Yinzhou on a flying boat, gambled his life and fortune. In the end, he unexpectedly left his life and fortune here. Li Pingyan and the old ox were playing the Erhu and blowing the Suona. Li Pingyan collected his belongings, thinking that if possible, he would look for the merchant caravan that was traveling with him. He hoped to send a message back home or to his sect. The person was dead. In the distance, a little girl hurriedly ran over with the fruit. Upon landing, the little girl quickly transformed into a cat, running even faster. When she saw Li Pingyan, she pounced into his arms, colliding solidly. Bang bang, lightning strikes continuously, hitting the spot where the cat had just run. As I got closer, I saw a girl riding a flying eagle, wearing a fur hat and wrapped tightly in clothing, with only a pair of vigilant eyes exposed, watching Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan, holding the cat, asked what's wrong. The cat panted and meowed. The cat raised its two little paws, holding a bright red fruit. But it was not just an ordinary fruit. Li Pingyan looked up at the woman on the flying eagle. Chapter 597, The Closing of the Cold Rim Realm. The cold night has arrived. The Wind and Snow City is plunged into endless darkness. Li Pingyan looked up at the apocalyptic scene. The sky was initially a deep blue, exuding a pale light, but it was soon swallowed by darkness. This was a pitch-black space, devoid of any light or sound, like a dead silence. Li Pingyan held an umbrella, and the cat peeked out, curiously surveying the surroundings. Next to him was the black cow, walking along the street. Yet, they still hadn't found a place to stay. People said that the Wind and Snow City during the cold night would be even more chaotic than usual. Everyone would stay indoors unless there was a special reason to go out. Li Pingyan didn't really care about this. He headed towards the city center, where the nobles lived. Before he could enter, a guard stopped him. The city was divided into various areas, and without a travel permit, one could not cross into another area. "Do you have a travel permit?" "No." The soldier angrily shouted, "No reason to act so righteous. Get lost." Li Pingyan turned and walked away. However, not long after, although he didn't have a travel permit, he found himself in the bustling area of the city center. Chapter 598, Walking Through the Streets. The sound of noise filled the air. This was a shabby little tavern, filled with indescribable smells from outside. A woman draped in animal skins was adding firewood to the fire, with pipes carrying heat in all directions. "Are there any rooms available?" Olgua asked. A man sitting at the counter with a smoking pipe smiled at Olgua. "You haven't died yet?" Olgua chuckled. "When you die, I'll burn paper for you." He turned and pointed at Li Pingyan. "I have a friend who wants to stay here for a while. At this time of year, where can you find a room?" The man complained, but his body moved sincerely. "Follow me." He led Li Pingyan into the backyard, where there were dozens of rooms of various sizes. There were long-term and short-term tenants, and the place was somewhat noisy. He brought Li Pingyan to a small room cluttered with items. "How about this room?" Li Pingyan took a glance, but found it a bit small. He didn't mind the size, but the old cow couldn't even stretch its legs. So he said, "I also have a spirit beast." The old cow stepped forward. The man hesitated for a moment. "There is a bigger one, but it's expensive." Chapter 599, How about this, brother? The scholar posed like a peacock, waiting for Li Pingin's praise. Not bad. Okay, Li Pingin responded, feeling both amused and helpless. However, he wasn't here just to see the other person show off. He was here to buy paper and pens for his cat. After buying the paper and pens, it took him some effort to get away from there. If it weren't for claiming he had matters at home, the scholar would have shown him over 200 treasures. On the way back, Li Pingin couldn't help but laugh. This scholar was indeed a peculiar person. The calligraphy he had left behind was clearly handed to Qinghua Pavilion. Now it had somehow ended up in the scholar's hands and traveled thousands of miles to this wind and snow city. It truly seemed that this world is full of coincidences. When he returned home, the old cow was making breakfast and the orange cat was still sleeping. Li Pingin called it awake. The cat rubbed its eyes with its paws, mewing. Didn't Tiwi say yesterday that you had learned to write? Li Pingin said. The orange cat tilted its head. Did the fairy say that? The fairy did say that. The fairy can't go back on her word. Keeping promises is what an adult should do. The orange cat pouted. Chapter 600. In the vast cold night, everything was desolate. Suddenly, at a certain moment, sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, illuminating the wind and snow city. Logically, the cold nights in wind and snow city should last at least a month. However, this time it lasted less than half a month, making everyone feel somewhat surprised. What was even more astonishing was that this light only lasted for a brief moment. The world quickly returned to darkness. The cold wind rose again, sweeping in like a sandstorm, fierce and deadly. It was as if the earlier scene had never happened. What happened? What was that just now? How could there be sunlight? Was I hallucinating? Did you see it too? For a moment, the cultivators witnessing this scene in wind and snow city became agitated. At this time, the person who triggered this scene, wearing a blue robe, had already brought the cat to his destination, Wenlin's studio. An old man walked out from inside, cursing. Not for sale. Not for sale, what are you showing it for? The scholar inside grumbled. Not for sale means not for sale. I just took it out to show you. Looking up, he exclaimed, Oh, it's you. Chapter 601. The scholar handled matters efficiently. Shortly after subduing the madman, he handed a sum of money to Li Pingin. The scholar sipped the tea that Li Pingin brewed, smacking his lips. Not bad, not bad. The scholar glanced at the little girl learning to write beside him. Suddenly, he said, What about your cat? What's wrong with the cat? The scholar said, There was a mouse demon that was quite rampant. I originally intended to exterminate it to bring peace to the people. Li Pingin looked up. The scholar hesitated for a moment and changed his wording. Of course, it was also to receive a generous reward. Oh, but that mouse demon is very cunning. I can never catch it. Can your cat catch the mouse demon? The fairy is very good at catching mice. The little girl suddenly jumped out and bumped her head hard against Li Pingin's chin. Ouch! Li Pingin smiled gently, placing her on a stool. The scholar looked at the little girl. That mouse demon is very powerful. Can you catch it? The little girl carelessly repeated. The fairy is very good at catching mice. That mouse demon is not an ordinary mouse. The little girl said again, The fairy can catch any kind of mouse. Li Pingin said, Let's have the cat fairy give a try. If it can't catch them, that's fine. If it can, even better. Chapter 602. After a while, the cat had already caught more than 30 mice. Even the young gentleman at the same table remarked, What a clever cat. The cat was very proud. And even Li Pingin felt a sense of pride, looking as kind as an old father. It seemed the rat demon didn't show up today. Maybe it will come tomorrow, the scholar said. The orange cat asked, Can't these mice be exchanged for money? The scholar replied, These mice have no cultivation. Only that rat demon can. Oh, the orange cat's earlier good mood visibly faded. However, thinking that it could eat these mice itself, it became happy again. Such a beautiful cat, the young gentleman said again. Li Pingin smiled and said, Let's go home. It's time for dinner. Clatter, clatter, clatter. In the darkness, footsteps sounded. Several guards were alert, swords in hand. The young gentleman said, It seems you two won't be able to leave for a while. Let us stay here a bit longer. Protect the young master. In the darkness, a figure lunged forward. The guards turned around and with one sword strike, cut the person in half. Their swordsmanship was exceptionally high. The guards were skilled and coordinated. Although the opponent had the advantage in numbers, the guards did not fall behind. Chapter 603. Meow. The cat leaped down from the air, landing in an open space and headed straight towards a direction in the darkness. The demon rat hiding in the shadows was startled by this scene. The orange cat ran swiftly, like an arrow shot from a bow, fast and fierce. Although the rat demon had some cultivation, it still felt a bit timid in the face of its natural enemy. especially when that enemy was a cat that had become a spirit. The rat demon turned and ran. Whoosh! With a fierce swipe of its claws. The rat demon was already ahead, diving into a mouse hole. The cat's attack missed. Without hesitation, it dove into the hole as well. However, only its head could fit in halfway. Its little legs were kicking outside, but it couldn't squeeze in any further. It wanted to back out, but its head was stuck inside. Meow! The surrounding mice, upon seeing this scene, seemed to have received orders from the rat demon. They rushed forward, trying to overwhelm the cat. Just then, a colossal creature fell to the ground, instantly crushing a large area. Moo! The old cow let out a low roar. To the mice, that roar sounded more deafening than thunder. The sound surged like a tide, shaking the surrounding trees to sway. Chapter 6. Oh, for the scholar looked at the rat demon in front of him and couldn't help but smile. "Ha, you really caught it." Li Pingyan laughed and said, "I didn't contribute much. All the credit goes to the cat fairy." The orange cat was quite pleased with this remark. "I'll bring the reward money to you tomorrow." Then, Li Pingyan left, holding the cat. In the dark night, the wind and snow were fierce. One person and one cat were very happy. The next day, the scholar indeed brought the money. According to what was previously agreed, they split it 50-50. Li Pingyan handed the money to the cat. This money was earned by the cat fairy, so it should be managed by the cat fairy. The orange cat's eyes lit up, and its little paws moved around in the money bag. Then, it handed the money bag back to Li Pingyan. "I want to buy lots of delicious food." All right. Thus, one person, one cow, and one cat went to the market. The market on a cold night looked extremely desolate. The heavy snow fell, and the north wind howled. It was pitch dark around. Without lanterns, nothing could be seen. Everyone wore hoods, and only vague shadows could be seen in the market. This scene was indeed rare, reminding Li Pingyan of the New Year celebrations from his childhood. Speaking of which, it was indeed almost New Year. The Wind and Snow City had no concept of celebrating New Year. Chapter 605. On a snowy night, hot dumplings and wine, along with a few good friends. The dumplings and wine tasted better with each bite. Just then, an unusual sound came from outside. A sharp-nosed, monkey-faced man swaggered to the door, standing outside the window. Without saying a word, he stared straight inside. To be honest, if an ordinary family saw this scene, they would definitely be startled. Li Pingyan was slightly puzzled and went out wearing a thin garment. "What brings you here? If there were nothing, I wouldn't have come. You just harmed my pet. How can you suddenly forget?" The person on the opposite side spoke ominously. Li Pingyan thought for a moment. Was it the rat demon that harmed him on the long street? Old Gu had mentioned that most of the monsters and spirits in Wind and Snow City had owners. Didn't he expect the owner to come looking for him so soon? The man snorted coldly. "You really have some guts. Just arrived in Wind and Snow City. And it seems no one taught you the rules here." "Rules? Were you to teach me?" Before Li Pingyan could reply, a voice came from behind. It was the slightly drunk scholar, who came out cursing. The sharp-nosed, monkey-faced man was taken aback, his expression changing. Chapter 606. The caravan had already chosen a spot, and a group of people was busy moving goods. Li Pingyan also freed up his hands to help. There were large boxes, some filled with Yunzhou's specialties, the famous Yun silk, as well as spiritual herbs and grasses. However, they all had some flaws, which wasn't a big deal, but big families would look down on them, considering them not top quality. This allowed the caravan people to take advantage of the situation. These goods were also the easiest to sell on the black market. After that, Li Pingyan and the old cow had nothing more to do. They just sat aside, watching how the caravan people negotiated prices and traded. People coming and going in high demand. The little girl boasted about her new clothes to everyone, regardless of whether she knew them or not. With her hands on her little waist, she looked very cute, attracting the attention of those around her frequently. After a while, the old cow said he saw some snacks being sold nearby. So, he bought some food and ate while waiting, feeling quite leisurely. Watching the busy people in the black market, Li Pingyan relaxed, propping up his legs, enjoying his food, and observing the scene of life with great interest. The world, indeed, felt quite interesting. His heart was filled with longing, and he felt carefree. During this period, some people came to cause trouble. Chapter 607. What a coincidence. The sedan chair stopped in the wind and snow, and a young man stepped out from inside. Li Pingyan took a look and exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this the person who said he would treat us to a meal the other night when we caught the mouse demon, but ended up leaving alone?" Li Pingyan smiled and said, "Yes, what a coincidence. Last time, I even saw your lovely cat fighting with the mouse demon on the street. Why isn't it here today?" "The cat fairy is right here," said the little girl in his arms. "Oh, The young man looked the little girl up and down. Li Pingyan smiled and nodded, preparing to leave. Wait a moment, you and I are fated. Why not find a place to have a drink together? No need for that. Li Pingyan didn't want to treat him again. If the young man finished eating and ran off, he wouldn't be able to handle it. The young man said, last time I said I'd treat you to noodles, but I forgot to pay when I left, not even paying for my own share. Let you pay for mine this time, and we'll consider it a return favor. Li Pingyan hesitated for a moment, then decided to comply respectfully. The young man casually suggested a place, but in reality, it was the most famous Hanyun restaurant in Wind and Snow City. It is said that this restaurant was established by a Mo family mechanism master 300 years ago. Chapter 608, Hanyun Restaurant. It was still a scene of song and dance, filled with laughter. Oh, you too. A servant approached, but suddenly froze. The two who came did not seem like noble figures. Dressed in straw raincoats and wearing bamboo hats, their faces were obscured. Is young Master Chu here? The person on the left asked. Young Master Chu? Which young Master Chu in Wind and Snow City could it be? The servant nodded. Yes, who are you two? Where are you? In a private room. Take us there. I should inform young Master Chu first. The servant, seeing that the two were not here for good, remained cautious. Whoosh! A cold light flashed. A long slit appeared in the servant's front clothes, and soon the entire garment was torn apart. Lead the way. Around them, cheers and noisy sounds erupted, yet no one noticed this side. The servant, scared and sweating, looked at the two. Dare to come to Hanyun restaurant to cause trouble. This is truly the first time. Calm down. Lead the way. Next time, it will be your head. The servant had no choice but to turn and walk towards the stairs. At this moment, other servants caught sight of two strangely dressed individuals and couldn't help but frown. Chapter 609. Where is your home? Not far, just ahead. The young man wrapped himself in his clothes, the blood on his face still not wiped clean, and he was still catching his breath. What a pity. Those two acted too quickly. They died instantly. Otherwise, your guards might have had a chance to be saved. Do you know these two assassins? Li Pingyan casually asked. People from Li Hinge. I don't know who has such a great ambition, the young man said solemnly. The little girl waved her arms, stepping forward 1 foot at a time. No one lived as freely and happily as this cat. Knowing they were going to have a meal, she quickened her pace, feeling very good. The old cow told her to walk a bit slower and watch her step. After a while, they arrived at a residence. Young master, I won't see you off any further. Li Pingyan stopped at the door. The little girl tugged at his hand, looking a bit anxious. Aren't we going to have a meal? The young man turned back, still feeling apprehensive. You should come in and sit for a while. If it weren't for you, I would have to thank you for saving my life. No need for that. You have already treated me to a meal. Chapter 610, Slippery Roads on Snowy Days. Li Pingyan and the old cow each carried a large basket filled with chopped wood. The snowflakes fell like willow catkins in spring, dancing endlessly. Li Pingyan looked up, not knowing when the snow would stop. The scenery in Wind and Snow City was a bit dull. It was all snow everywhere. Moo. Once this cold night passes, we will leave Wind and Snow City. Moo. The two chatted casually. Soon, they arrived home. In the courtyard stood about 20 men dressed in snow armor. It seemed that after the last assassination attempt, the young man's security had been significantly strengthened. Guests have arrived. Li Pingyan and the old cow calmly set down their baskets. Mr. Li, seeing the young man with old Gua, he guessed the situation. He nodded and smiled. Everyone, please sit. I will wash my face first. After a while, Li Pingyan returned and casually asked, has the cat fairy finished writing? The little girl blinked her eyes. The fairy is writing. Guests have come, and the fairy has been busy entertaining them. Li Pingyan glanced at the large rat on the table and couldn't help but smile. Chapter 611. In March, the ice and snow melt and spring flowers bloom. In the spring of March, all things revive. The willows are green, flowers are red, and orioles sing while swallows dance. After entering the Central Plains, the scholar who had been away from home for many years felt an unprecedented warmth. Following the official road, he headed towards the Great Sway. The journey was smooth, and most of the people he encountered were friendly. There was even tea to drink by the roadside. Unlike in that desolate place, where people would suddenly draw swords. Ah, the taste of home. The scholar took a deep breath. Cough, cough, cough. Why is someone defecating by the roadside? Really lacking in manners. Tofu. Selling tofu. Bake cakes. Bake cakes. Hey, make way. Drive. Drive. Various voices merged into one. And to others, it sounded extremely noisy. But to the scholar, who had been away from home for many years, it sounded very pleasant. The gentle breeze of Buddhism. The sound of children playing, the wind blowing the flags. Everything felt so familiar to the scholar. "Hey, that guy. Why do I feel you look so familiar?" Someone shouted from upstairs. The scholar looked up and saw a familiar face poking out from the second floor of the inn. Chapter 612. Learning magic is not too difficult for cats. After all, she is a transformed cat demon. It seems that recognizing characters is harder for her than climbing to the sky. After some days, the cat truly learned some magic by following the old cow. However, she didn't learn anything particularly miraculous. She simply learned how to make talismans to keep herself warm. One day, in the early morning, after breakfast, it was time to hit the road again. Li Pingyan, as usual, was preparing to stick a talisman on the cat's head. However, the cat extended its two little paws in refusal, having already learned magic by itself. "Oh!" The cat proudly took off its coat and stuck the crooked talisman it had drawn onto its forehead. "Hey, the little fairy is very clever," Li Pingyan said with a smile. "Yes." The cat nodded vigorously. "The fairy is not cold at all." While saying this, it walked out of the tent. A gust of cool wind hit, and the cat was so cold that its fur stood on end, involuntarily shivering. The fairy is not cold at all. The fairy knows magic. However, after just a few steps, it couldn't hold on any longer and ran back into the tent. Chapter 613. As they continued north, the cat found it hard to walk. The wind and snow were too strong. Otherwise, that peak-level cultivator wouldn't have died here. The cat took its hat brim and buried itself in the basket that Li Pingyan was carrying. Inside the basket, it was wrapped in cotton fluff, keeping it warm. There were also talismans stuck inside, preventing the cold air from biting into the cat. The cat poked its head out, looking helplessly at the road ahead. It seemed eager to get down and walk, but could no longer do so. Li Pingyan and the old cow made their way step by step. Soon, their footprints were covered by heavy snow. Along the way, they encountered quite a few things. There were great demons hiding in the snowy mountains, deliberately approaching Li Pingyan to probe his background. Li Pingyan pretended not to notice and instead shared drinks with them. Afterward, they bid each other farewell. They also encountered several massive avalanches, with roaring whirlwinds darkening the sky, and the enormous avalanches shook the ground and mountains, burying everything. It produced a thunderous sound as if the heavens were collapsing. Deeper in the snow forest, they came across a white giant dragon. Lurking in the depths of the snow forest, it coiled atop a towering giant tree, instilling fear in anyone who beheld it. The cat merely glanced at it and was shaken by the dragon's might, quickly retreating back into the basket. Chapter 614. To the White Dragon. Today's battle was a crucial one for its survival. If it lost, it wouldn't know how long it would be trapped here. However, its intention was not to kill Li Pingyan, but to force him to help. At this moment, the white dragon's expression changed slightly. It gripped its own life-bound object tightly, its wrist trembling slightly. It desperately tried to stabilize that life-bound object, locking it down securely. Suddenly, from the spot where the white dragon had vanished, a flash of white light appeared, like a chain, darting toward it at lightning speed. What? Moments later, a deep laughter came from below. A hand reached out, bringing with it a great force. The white dragon felt a sharp pain throughout its body and was thrown out involuntarily. Boom! What seemed like a gentle toss actually contained immeasurable power. The surroundings once again erupted in a landslide. The white dragon gritted its teeth. Its lifebound treasure would likely be unusable in the future. Fortunately, it had many treasures, and its lifespan was long enough to repair this lifebound treasure. Chapter 615. The dividing line between the north and south of Yongzhou is the most spectacular scenery in Yongzhou. On one side, there are icy and snowy mountains towering into the sky, magnificent and awe-inspiring. The snow-capped mountains stretch endlessly, echoing with a gentle quiver. On the other side, the sun is bright, the ground cracked, with stripes appearing. The scorching sun seems to want to melt a person away. A person, a cow, and a cat arrived at this boundary. The cat finally jumped out of the basket and landed in the middle of the dividing line. Although Li Pingyan and the old cow had traveled countless places, it was their first time witnessing such a scene. Standing on the sunny side, they gazed at the snowy scenery on the other side. The feelings and insights could only be truly understood by personally experiencing it. At this moment, one could truly appreciate the world where clouds drift and swirl, trees bloom in sunny weather, and ripples spread across the lake in rain. Only the blue sky and white clouds accompany this swaying life, and that's all. There was no rush to leave. Such beauty deserved to be savored. So they set up a pot right there. The cat played happily, perhaps because it hadn't been on the ground for a long time, or perhaps because the scenery here was exceptionally beautiful. It bounced around, running back and forth. It could play with a worm for a long time. The old cow set up the pot, preparing to cook a barbecue. Chapter 6:16. After finishing a table of delicious food, the person, cow, and cat were comfortably slumped in their chairs. In the snowy plains, they had been eating sporadically. They had only consumed some flatbreads and thin porridge. At this moment, having finally enjoyed such a meal, it felt incredibly satisfying. "Thank you, my friend," Li Pingyan said to the field mouse. He then asked the old cow to take out some spirit stones as payment for the meal. The field mouse waved its hand, saying, "This meal is on me." Was it good? Naturally, it was very delicious. Both the person and the cow nodded in agreement. Even the cat kept saying it was delicious. The field mouse was very happy to hear that, its eyes squinting into a line from smiling. "Your dishes are so delicious. Why are you running a restaurant in this desolate place?" Li Pingyan asked curiously. The field mouse sighed deeply. "We were originally chefs at a restaurant in the city, and our food was very popular among the townsfolk. However, we were envied by others, and someone exposed that our kitchen was run by field mice, even falsely accusing us of putting something in the dishes. As a result, we lost our place to stay and had to come here. The mice are so pitiful," the little girl said sympathetically. Chapter 6:17. Tofu. Tofu. Is anyone interested in my tofu? The people on the street turned their gazes. "What are you looking at? Does anyone want to eat tofu?" But no one answered. The town at the foot of the mountain was relatively peaceful, partly due to the protection of the government, and partly because the famous Yikemin was on the mountain. So even in the demon-infested Yongzhou, demons and monsters did not dare to act recklessly here. This could be considered a rare piece of pure land. Following the guidance of the field mouse, Li Pingyan, along with the old cow and the cat, made their way there. Two women were pounding clothes with wooden mallets, chatting while they worked. It's just the trivial matters of family life, chatting about the harvest in the fields and gossiping about the neighbors. In the distance, the winding green mountains are faintly visible. A slanted sunset spills down from the mountaintop, warming the golden corn, soybeans, and rice. The cool evening breeze stirs the ancient lanterns under the eaves, releasing a faint breath. It seems to envelop the small town in a dream, bringing a sense of simplicity and tranquility that is free from worldly disputes. After walking for a long time in the vast snowy plains, I finally see signs of life. Li Pingyan sits down at a tea stall, sipping tea and gazing at the worldly dust. Chapter 6:18. The mountain path is very smooth, but there is a place where outsiders cannot enter. There is a protective formation guarding it. There are also disciples standing guard, and when they see someone, they're already used to it, thinking it is just a villager from below coming up to pray for blessings. However, that person looked at me and walked over, as if wanting to inquire about something. "I am a wandering traveler, Li Pingyan. This is the cat fairy, and this is the old cow. May I ask if this is Yikemin?" "Indeed it is. I wonder if there is a fellow Taoist named Qianhe in Yikemin, senior sister Qianhe?" The person's expression changed slightly, and their voice became much softer. "You know senior sister Qianhe? I have been entrusted to deliver a letter to Taoist Qianhe." "Oh, do you have any proof or token?" "Proof? I don't have any, but I would appreciate it if you could inform her." "All right, please wait a moment." "Thank you." After a stick of incense's time, the person hurried back. "Taoist friend, senior sister Qianhe has not returned. Why don't you give the letter to me? When senior sister Qianhe returns, I will pass it on." Li Pingyan hesitated for a moment. It wasn't that he didn't trust the other party, but it was about someone's last wish. Chapter 6:19. Yikemin. The Seven Peak Sword Conference is officially beginning now. Please, all peak masters, lead your disciples to draw battle cards. As the loud voice echoed through the valley, cultivators continuously rushed to the main peak from all directions. A person, a cow, and a cat slowly walked along the mountain path. Because they had the token given by Qianhe, the disciples did not stop them. Qianhe had also specially arranged for an outer disciple to accompany Li Pingyan and the others. The Seven Peaks Sword Conference is a grand event. Not only are Yikemin, but there are always people from other sects invited to come. The disciple walked while introducing the Seven Peaks Sword Conference to Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan listened carefully, occasionally adding a comment or two. The cat transformed into a little girl, and the steps were winding and winding, leading downwards. The little girl bounced along, not minding the exhaustion. Once they became more familiar, the disciple curiously asked, "Hey, I noticed that Brother Zhang Yuan seems to have a grudge with you?" Li Pingyan smiled. "It's just some trivial matters, Not worth mentioning. The other person nodded and said, Brother Zhang Yuan is known for being petty and competitive. His temper is famously explosive in Yikumen, so you should be careful. Chapter 6, 20 to 7 Peaks Sword Conference lasts for a total of 7 days. By the 6th day, the battles became increasingly exciting. When Xinha had some free time, she took Li Pingyan and the others to a spot with an excellent view. That disciple is from Shaoling Peak. He is a sword genius with very high talent. However, a few years ago, due to a fierce battle, his life sword was damaged, and it hasn't fully recovered until now. Xinha introduced to Li Pingyan. Now the top 4 are being determined, and tomorrow will be the final battle. What about Zhang Yuan? Li Pingyan casually asked. Him? He was eliminated when it went from 32 to 16, Xinha said. His cultivation isn't that outstanding to begin with. Xinha was very diligent, introducing Li Pingyan to the disciples who were taking the stage, the origins of their techniques, their cultivation levels, and how many magical treasures they had. She even covered their daily preferences and personalities. Li Pingyan listened attentively. The little girl and the old cow kept eating the fruits that Xinha had brought. They were sweet, crispy, and extremely delicious. Gradually, it was time to wrap things up. The next 4 finalists and the final showdown awaited. Li Pingyan did not miss a single match. Nothing unexpected happened, nor were there any other incidents. Chapter 6, 21 Yikumen. The 7 Peaks Sword Conference had just concluded not long ago, and many cultivators were bidding farewell and leaving. Some cultivators chose to stay behind, planning to leave on another day. Zhang Yuan sat cross-legged in the refining room, facing the window, looking outside with a troubled mood. He was still immersed in the disappointment of losing in the sword conference a few days ago. As the senior brother of Luoji Peak, the eldest disciple of the master, he couldn't even make it into the top 16 of the sect. Now, not to mention others, even some disciples within the sect were somewhat dissatisfied with him. Yesterday, someone even dared to argue with him. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan became furious. Coupled with Xinha's cold attitude towards him lately and the series of unfortunate events, he feared he needed to find someone to calculate his fortunes again. Just as he was thinking, suddenly a disciple rushed in. Senior brother, the master is looking for you. Got it, Zhang Yuan replied irritably. He hadn't seen the master since his defeat. Arriving at the main hall of Luoji Peak, the elder with sword-like brows and starry eyes was flipping through books. When he saw Zhang Yuan, he first asked about his injuries. Although he was angry at his lack of competitiveness, he was still his disciple. It's nothing. Thank you for your concern, master. This was the disciple's oversight, and I embarrassed you. Chapter 622, Where do you cultivate? Not considered a sect, just self-cultivation. Taoist Yun Feng pondered. He was a loose cultivator. However, the outer disciples were gathering more and more. Taoist Yun Feng frowned slightly. This matter might escalate. Sure enough, after a while, an elder from the law enforcement hall also heard the news and came over. The rumors were getting more and more outrageous. Yikumen rarely had such lively events. And with the 7 Peaks Sword Conference just having concluded, many cultivators from all over the world had gathered and stayed in Yikumen. Now, hearing there was something to watch, they all came over to join the fun. Li Pingyan had already drunk his 5th cup of tea, yet there was still no sign of Zhang Yuan. His expression had darkened a few shades. With his eyes closed, he tapped his fingers on the table. Where is Zhang Yuan? Taoist Yun Feng asked impatiently. Seeing more and more people gathering outside, he feared the situation would be difficult to handle. Haha, what's going on? So many people have suddenly gathered. Someone strolled over. It was the head of Lingshao Temple, who held a high position in the Yuzhou Taoist sect. Many other monks knew that this was an internal matter of the Yikuan sect, and it was inappropriate to get involved, so they just gathered outside to watch. Chapter 623, Inside the Hall. The onlooker, Master Yuyang, was nodding wildly at Li Pingyan. This kid is really good, quite to his taste. Even at this moment, he can still calmly reason with others. Li Pingyan had said everything he could say and returned the choice to the Yikuan sect. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to freeze, and a pin drop could be heard. At this time, the 2 elders from the law enforcement hall would never have imagined that the matter had escalated to this extent just because of the death of a few field mice. Moreover, it was not appropriate to make a scene. After all, there were many fellow cultivators outside watching the excitement. Master Yuyang even cast approving glances at the person in the green shirt. If he really used force to pressure others, it could lead to a big commotion if not handled well. However, with the evidence and witnesses present, it seemed unlikely to deny it. Both elders looked awkward, but the one with the worst expression was Zhang Yuan's master, Chi. At this moment, his brows were furrowed tightly. Clenching his fists, he didn't know whether to be angry at his incompetent disciple for constantly getting into trouble or at the fact that in front of so many people, the one named Li Pingyan had put him in a difficult position. Li Pingyan covered the teacup, indicating he was not going to drink the seventh cup. Chapter 624. 2 days have passed. Li Pingyan did not go anywhere else, but honestly sat at the foot of Equin Mountain for the past 2 days. Sitting cross-legged, he remained motionless, feeling the breath of heaven and earth. It was as if he was cultivating here. The 2 disciples of Equin's sect responsible for monitoring Li Pingyan were quite bored staring at him. The 2 days had passed, but there was no movement here at all. One disciple said, "Could it be that he really plans to attack Equin's sect? Boring. I was hoping to see some excitement. All right, let us head back to report to the sect after a while." As the 2 were talking, they looked again and found that Li Pingyan, who was originally sitting there, had suddenly disappeared. Huh, where's he? Turning around, they were suddenly startled. What the hell? The person who was sitting there suddenly appeared not far in front of them. "Go back and tell your sect leader that Li Pingyan has come to challenge at the mountain gate." The 2 were first stunned, then quickly rushed towards the mountain gate. Li Pingyan patted the dust off his pants. At this point, there was no need to be polite anymore. If they delayed any longer, the mourning period for the field mice would be over. Chapter 625. Calling out a capable fighter from Equin's sect. Li Pingyan stood in the center of the main peak square. At this moment, the disciples on the square had not yet reacted to the sudden intrusion of this man. "Disperse!" A commanding voice rang out. The many disciples scattered as if they had received an imperial edict. Soon, in the vast central square, only Li Pingyan remained. He did not plan to attack the other disciples of Equin's sect. There is a head for every grievance. A man followed closely behind. He was the peak master of Equin's sect, known to those familiar with him as the martial madman. Although he was the peak master, he did not manage the affairs of his peak. At this moment, this man's eyes were shining. Although he could not feel any momentum from the opponent, his warrior instincts made him extremely excited. Li Pingyan raised his hand, displaying a fist suspended in the air, presenting a plain and unadorned fist stance. At that moment, the man felt the opponent's aura suddenly surge, becoming extremely impressive. At the same time, it felt as if the breath inside the man's body had been frozen, causing him to instinctively take half a step back. This was an instinctive reaction, a subconscious response of the body when facing an enemy with a significant power disparity. Chapter 626. The sect leader was panting heavily, trying to stabilize his breath. He temporarily retracted the formation, which brought him a backlash much stronger than he had imagined. The sect leader had a complex expression as he stared at the man in the green shirt before him. "Let Equin sect have a way out." The sect leader sighed heavily. Zhang Yuan plopped down on the ground, his eyes filled with despair. It's over. Since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he had thought of countless possible causes of death in his future. Dying for treasure, dying from demonic cultivation, or dying in combat. But he never imagined that today a situation would arise from his venting by killing a few field mice. Not to mention him, at this moment, the one who regretted even more was probably the sect leader of Equin's sect. Looking at the main peak that had been divided, he couldn't help but want to personally kill Zhang Yuan, the root cause of it all. In this battle, the protective mountain formation was destroyed, the 7 Peaks head was injured, and several elders were severely wounded, with 6 pieces of talisman armor that contained 1,000 years of power destroyed. The sect leader looked at everything before him with a sense of helplessness. Li Pingyan's figure flashed and appeared right in front of Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan's heart was like dead ash as he closed his eyes. Chapter 627. It is a well-known fact that there are many demons in the Yongzhou region. The southern side is icy and desolate, silent and uninhabitable. The northern side, on the contrary, is home to many volcanoes. Most of the time, during the scorching sun, the heat dominates. At the same time, there are many demons. Smaller ones claim mountains as kings, banding together in groups of 3 to 5. Larger ones seek to seize cities and nations. 500 miles away from the Hui Mansion stands a mountain called Wallen Mountain. Wallen Mountain is tall and dense with forests, containing over 10 ravines that crisscross, making the terrain complex. However, even if it is picturesque, the nearby residents probably dare not ascend the mountain. Wallen Mountain is occupied by a large demon, causing havoc in all directions. Several surrounding counties cannot do anything about it. Low-level cultivators are powerless and often find their efforts to be in vain. There are also elders from sects or capable disciples descending the mountain to travel, wanting to slay demons and eliminate evil. However, that large demon has leveraged the geomantic force of Wallen Mountain, making it no ordinary foe. Generally, individuals cannot subdue it in a short time. If they are unable to defeat it, that large demon can escape using the terrain of Wallen Mountain. Thus, the surrounding counties have no way out but to set a date to pay tribute to that large demon, offering incense to seek that it does not wipe them out. Today is such a big day. Chapter 628. The little girl stepped back a step, clearly realizing that this method was ineffective. The tiger demon laughed loudly. Little girl, who did you learn this method from? The little girl did not answer, taking out a talisman and reciting incantations again. Soon, she successfully summoned something. A small wooden figure, about the size of a palm. Hey, go! The little girl pointed at the tiger demon. Subdue it. The wooden figure looked up, glancing at the huge creature that seemed like a towering mountain to it. It then turned back to look at the little girl who had summoned it, as if asking, "Me? Subdue it," the little girl said firmly. The wooden figure took a deep breath and charged forward bravely. The tiger demon blew a breath. The wooden figure instantly dissipated into the air. The little girl was also blown to the ground by the demon's wind. It's over, we can't win. The tiger demon poised to pounce. Buzz, the flying sword hovering above the demon's cave, watched the scene for a while. At this moment, seeing the tiger demon unable to hold back, it decided to take action. A rainbow light fell straight down. The tiger demon's body stiffened. Under the lock of the sword's aura, it instantly slayed the demon. Then, the flying sword circled around and swept out of the stone chamber. Chapter 629. Central State. Great Sway. On a mountain peak in a blessed land. Floating Jade Mountain. The main peak is Xiaoling Peak, and the secondary peak is Zhuoguang Peak. The sect that occupies Floating Jade Mountain is called Floating Jade Mountain Sect. In the Great Sway, a cultivator wishing to establish a sect usually needs two things. One is solid personal strength, enough to support themselves. In other continents, this is often sufficient. However, in the powerful nation of Great Sway, to establish a sect, one must obtain official recognition from the Great Sway. Specifically, a decree issued by the Empress of Great Sway. The Floating Jade Mountain sect just happens to meet these two requirements. It is also the only sect to be established in the past 20 years. The sect's leader is named Yan Shisan. Yan Shisan's life experience is quite legendary. Originally a child of the royal family of Yan, he had exceptional talent in his youth. However, an accident clouded his path. Later, with the guidance of Li Pingyan, he broke through his bottleneck. He became a disciple of the great scholar Zhang Tai. His future was bright, but during a procession, he encountered the master of Shikahai, who wanted to take his body. The master of Shikahai killed his wife and severed one of his arms. He then fell into despair and hid on a deserted island. Yet, through fate's arrangement, he met Li Pingyan again and resolved to seek revenge. Chapter 630. Li Pingyan opened his eyes again. The sky was completely dark. The old cow and the little girl had cooked. The little girl was eating a piece of roasted meat, leaning beside Li Pingyan. Upon seeing Li Pingyan wake up, she looked up. Big Pingyan, Big Pingyan. Big Pingyan. Why were you sleeping just now? Because I was a bit tired. Oh. The little girl then lowered her head and focused on eating the roasted meat. Li Pingyan took a few bites, but didn't have much appetite. We might have to go to another place, Li Pingyan said. The little girl seemed to not hear and just continued eating her roasted meat. It's strange. I haven't eaten a mouse in a long time. Learning to eat human food, I'm gradually getting used to it. We might have to go to another place. Li Pingyan repeated. Only then did the little girl respond, as if she didn't care at all. Li Pingyan decided not to say more. After finishing the roasted meat in his hand, the little girl looked up. Will there be mice there? Probably. How long will it take to get there? I don't know. So the little girl closed her mouth again. She went to find another piece of roasted meat and began to chew slowly. Chapter 631. Shikahai. The clouds poured down, and brilliant sunlight broke through the clouds. Two eagles circled under the white clouds, sometimes flying off into the distance, sometimes returning. A figure rode a sword, the gentle short sword slicing through the soft air. In midair, it flashed a thin and translucent silver light, carrying a rushing wind and flying far away. Still in a stacking position, Li Pingyan stood on the sword body. On his back was the old cow, and a beautiful cat stood on the cow's head. The gentle wind brushed past the cat's ears. The hat's brim was blown back, and its fur swayed in the wind. The cat blinked its eyes, its crystalline pupils shining like amber. Falling from the clouds, its gaze fell on the vast and boundless ground. Everything was in full view from the air. Everything within sight appeared small and distant. The cat can fly. The cat spread its two paws and opened its mouth. A gust of wind rushed in. Right in front was the Grand Hall of Shikahai, located at the top of Tongtian Peak. The green mountains were lush, the temple majestic, and jade stones filled the sky. Surrounded by mist, a bell tower could be seen. Where are we now? Shikahai is an isolated island in the southern part of Central State. Chapter 632. Next to Li Pingyan stood another person, unfamiliar, but judging by the aura, not an ordinary person. The heaven's evil star reported truthfully. The master of Shikahai, Yinshan Jinren, said solemnly. To have such an aura, he is the only martial artist in the world. Martial artist Gu Shizhou? The heaven's evil star's expression changed. Yinshan Jinren nodded slightly. Could it be that this Gu Shizhou is going to help Yinshan? Yinshan Jinren pondered for a moment. If Gu Shizhou intervened, it would indeed be difficult to handle. Master, does Yinshan really dare to come? He's already on his way. Does he really dare to come? The heaven's evil star couldn't help but feel a hint of worry. If Yinshan truly dared to come here, he must have made thorough preparations. Yinshan Jinren said, Li Pingyan's strength is indeed good, but back then he only destroyed one of my avatars. Now he foolishly hopes for his disciple to defeat me. How laughable. At this moment, try my old cow's stir-fried beef noodles. It's delicious. Gu Shizhou ate heartily. Suddenly, he glanced to the side and snorted coldly. This master of Shikahai really doesn't trust us. Chapter 633. Shikahai. The battle continued. Yinshan stepped forward, and the feng shui within a radius of several dozen feet slightly swayed. Countless golden invisible characters unfolded before him. The characters flickered unpredictably, without any discernible pattern. After briefly glowing, they emanated a vast and overwhelming aura. Yinshan paid no attention to these characters, instead walking step by step towards the center. His pace was slow, yet rhythmic. With each step, there was an invisible sense of oppression. In the next moment, shattered flying stones and dirt fell like a meteor shower. Crimson blood splattered everywhere, hitting the fragmented ground. Yinshan thrust his fist straight out, and a dazzling punch burst forth. The ground was left scarred as if sliced by a giant blade, leaving deep ravines that were shocking to behold. Withdrawing his fist, Yinshan exhaled a breath from his chest. Only ripples remained around him, spreading outwards in all directions. Trees, wind, shattered stones, and broken swords mixed together, creating a chaotic and desolate scene. Everything seemed to be stirred together, losing its original form. Yinshan headed straight for the main hall of the opposing peak. Chapter 634. Yinshan Jinren was smashed into the ancestral hall, his dharma form shattered into pieces. In the ancestral hall, the last statue was also shattered into fragments. Yinshan Jinren tried to struggle to his feet. Another punch came. This punch was even harsher than the first, pinning him to the ground. His internal organs were injured, and he hadn't even had time to struggle. Yinshan Jinren drew a straight arc in the air, crashing heavily into the dense forest on a mountain peak. He didn't know how many trees he broke. His arm pressed tightly against his head. He trembled all over and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Bastard! A green light descended from afar. The chief offering of Shikahai could no longer sit still. Originally, he thought Yinshan Jinren would quickly deal with Yinshan, and then they would together guard against Li Pingyan and Gu Shizhou. Who knew the situation would turn out like this? Just as he was about to make a move, a beam of sword light blocked his path. He thought it was Li Pingyan intervening. Here comes Grandpa Octopus, the octopus swordsman, wielding more than a dozen swords. Charged through the air, the green light fell straight onto Yinshan Jinren. Before Yinshan Jinren could use his magical treasure, one of his arms was completely shattered. Bastard! Knowing defeat was inevitable, this master of Shikahai showed no signs of begging for mercy. Chapter 635. Over the years, the capital of the Great Sui has gradually become prosperous. Rightly called the first city of Zhongzhou, pedestrians flowed among it, with merchants and caravans everywhere. Even as the sun was about to set, the prosperity didn't diminish. No wonder people traveled from south to north. Even if they had nothing to do, they wanted to come to the capital of the Great Sui to take a look. When was the last time I was here? Li Pingyan, with his arm around old Nyo's shoulder, looked at the bustling capital. He recalled the last time he came to the capital, which seemed to be when he went to ask Jiang Yu for money. That was his last visit here. So many people, The cat had been following Li Pingyan around, but it was her first time seeing such a lively scene. She heard that Jiang Yu had been summoned back to the palace. After thinking of a few acquaintances in the capital, she prepared to head to Jiang Yu's residence. Jiang Yu's residence was easy to find. Jiang Yu was currently the Deputy Minister of Personnel and also a member of the cabinet. Although he was a deputy minister, the Minister of Personnel had been ill for years. He wielded the real power of the Minister of Personnel, and it was only a matter of time before he was officially recognized. There were rumors in the market that this Deputy Minister of Personnel would surely become the Prime Minister of the cabinet in the future. After drinking tea by the roadside for a while, he casually asked the tea boy where the future Prime Minister of the Great Sway's residence was. Chapter 636. Leaving the loft, Jing Yun walked briskly. In the end, Zhongde didn't follow. After all, the class wasn't finished yet. Li Pingyan? Jing Yun was a bit surprised. This name was not unfamiliar to him. In his youth, he had heard his father mention stories from his younger days. Something about escorting students south, the 3 heroes of the 9 provinces, and the Battle of Tingzhou. Later, the story became quite legendary among the common people. At this moment, hearing that Li Pingyan was in his home felt like a legendary figure suddenly coming to life in reality. It was a wonderful feeling. Thinking of this, he wished he could fly back. However, halfway through, he encountered a grand procession. He hurriedly stood aside, bowing to show respect. The palanquin slowly passed by, and the emperor, sitting in it, slightly tilted his body, playing with a string of prayer beads. Even sitting there, he inspired awe. There are different levels among secular emperors. Like Liu Yun, who led the Great Sway's iron cavalry to sweep through Zhongzhou and established an incredibly powerful empire. Not to mention ordinary ministers. Even cultivators from the upper 3 realms would have to bow respectfully upon seeing him. Stop. The palanquin suddenly halted. Liu Yun slightly tilted his head. You are Jing Yu's child, Jing Yun? Chapter 637. In the capital city, it snowed today. The yin and yang separated, and all things fell silent. The cold was not deep yet, and the snow was not heavy. Hence, it was called light snow. Jiang Yu had work to handle today, and they had agreed to have a meal tonight, though he didn't know if he could make it in time. Li Pingyan hadn't tasted the delicacies of the capital for a long time. He found a restaurant on the street, ordered a plate of beef, and took 3 pounds of thin pancakes. He also ordered a pot of wine and some side dishes. Li Pingyan and old Neo drank wine while appreciating the snow and enjoying the delicacies. Large flakes of snow fell from the dim sky, fluttering down. The snowflakes were blown by the wind, falling in a slanted manner, like a white waterfall cascading from the horizon. The wind picked up, and the snow accumulated more and more, as if chasing after lost time. A folk saying goes, in October, when the light snow fills the sky, the next year will surely be a bountiful year. It seemed that next year would definitely be a year of harvest. Very good, Jing Mansion. Feijiu, Feijiu. A little girl in a hat and gloves, fully armed, rolled a snowball with Jing Yun. At this moment, 3 snowmen had already been set up at the entrance, all of which were their masterpieces over the past few days. I'm so tired, Jing Yun said. To be a cat, one must have perseverance. To be a person also requires perseverance. Chapter 638. Sir. Aliyah in a red dress rushed over, colliding into Li Pingyan's arms. How old are we now? Li Pingyan said helplessly. Aliyah looked up. Sir, I miss you so much. Nyo Nyo. Then she turned to hug old Nyo. Moo. Old Nyo patted her head, smiling heartily. This child has grown up watching it. At first, it was just as small as a kitten. Mr. Zhao Lingerer smiled warmly. Li Pingyan said, You've grown even more beautiful. Come in for a cup of tea. The few of them walked into the house together. Sir, why didn't you let us know you were back? We heard the news from Brother Jing. Aliyah said, somewhat dissatisfied. I was planning to find you in a few days, but I didn't expect you all to come first. The little girl hurried over when she saw Li Pingyan and the old cow had returned. She stood silently by, just watching. Sir, what's up with this cat? Aliyah asked. I met it by chance, and it has been traveling with me ever since. The cat is very adorable. It even lost a tooth just now, but didn't cry at all. Hearing this, the little girl took a deep breath and stared at Aliyah. Chapter 639. Snowflakes as thick as goose feathers fell down, and the stove in the room was emitting warmth. Li Pingyan was wrapped in a quilt, holding a cup of hot tea. While warming himself by the fire, he admired the snowflakes falling outside the window. Sir, a voice came from outside the house. Li Pingyan lazily got up. Hearing the strong voice, he immediately guessed who it was. Liu Yong had come. Several guards entered carrying a box, clearly gifts for Li Pingyan. It must be Liu Yong. Come in, Li Pingyan said, Lu Yong walked in following the voice, and a wave of warmth hit him. From a distance, he looked at the unchanged face that had not been altered by time and was momentarily stunned. He clasped his fists and bowed. "It's been many years, sir. I hope you are well." "General Lu, I am well," Li Pingyan smiled. Lu Yong glanced around, noticing it seemed he had interrupted the sir's good sleep. "Let us not stand on ceremony. I specially had some gifts selected upon hearing you were back." "Then I won't be polite," Li Pingyan said, taking out a teacup and pouring Lu Yong a cup of tea. "It's cold outside, right?" After Lu Yong sent his guards away, he took off his shoes and stepped onto the calm. "This year is all right. Not too cold, much warmer than previous years." Chapter 640. Soon, a full string of candied hawthorns was left with only one empty bamboo skewer. When the cat fairy returned with the skewer to the room and saw no one around, she put the skewer in her mouth from the side, licking the sweetness that remained on it. After a long while, the cat fairy sighed heavily. Turning into a cat, she plopped down on a stool. "Sigh, I don't want to be an adult anymore." The palace, Yongshou Palace. At this moment, Zhao Ling'er had already donned the official robe that only high-ranking officials were qualified to wear, sitting outside the court with her eyes closed, resting. Lord Zhao, Lord Zhao." The Empress's personal maid called out from the side. "Your Majesty summons you inside to report." Zhao Ling'er opened her eyes, responded, and got up to walk towards the inner hall. Upon reaching outside the inner chamber, she stopped and bowed. The formal kneeling greeting was rare in the Sui dynasty. Usually, officials only needed to bow slightly when meeting the emperor unless it was an especially significant occasion. "Come in," came the cold voice of the empress from within. Zhao Ling'er entered the inner chamber and bowed again. "Your humble servant greets your Majesty. It has been many years, and I hope your Majesty is in good health." Chapter 641. Miss Lu'er? The servant at the door was taken aback. "Which Miss Lu'er?" The servant glanced at the palace maid, realizing she was no ordinary person. He hurriedly went to report. "Master, Master." Jing Yu was currently conveying a message to his master and relaying the chess Muzi had just played with Li Pingyan, waiting for a response from Master Zhong. Soon, Master Zhong sent a reply. Jing Yu then returned to the chess seat and made a move. Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow slightly. That move was quite skilled. Jing Yu smiled confidently. Li Pingyan made another move. Jing Yu frowned. "Wait a moment." He then ran over to send a message to Master Zhong. After a while, he came back and made his move. Li Pingyan said, "Why is there still a middleman involved? It's better to find Master Zhong here." "Why?" Jing Yu pretended to be confused. "Master, fortunately, the servant came over at this time." "What happened?" "Someone is visiting outside, claiming to be Miss Lu'er." "Miss Lu'er?" Jing Yu was slightly taken aback. "There seems to be quite a presence, and some extraordinary guards as well," the servant said. Li Pingyan took a sip of tea and said lightly, "It's probably the Empress." Chapter 642. Faced with this person's rude behavior, neither Princess Wan nor Prince Hung reacted, only feeling displeased internally. Although the two were young, their thoughts were deep enough, and they were considerate in their actions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chosen by Lu Yun to be trained beside her. The person before them, though rude, was a guest in the Jing family and had such an imposing presence, clearly not an ordinary person. "Why aren't you meeting in the hall? How come you came out?" Li Pingyan casually asked. Jing Yun replied, truthfully, "Father and the Emperor have matters to discuss, so we came out." "I see." Jing Yun glanced at the chessboard. "Sir, were you just playing chess with Father?" "Yes, your father left halfway, as usual. He hasn't changed in all these years." Li Pingyan pinched a piece and looked at the three children. "Since you all have nothing to do, why not play a game with me?" "I'll play." Prince Hung spoke first. Li Pingyan smiled and put the chess pieces back. "How old are you this year, Your Highness?" Prince Hung frowned. The tone felt like he was speaking to a child, which made him quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he answered, "I'm 15 this year." "What about the princess?" "The same age." Chapter 643. It started snowing again. It seems this is the last heavy snowfall before the new year. The cat sat obediently beside the rocking chair, waiting for Li Pingyan to wake up. Upon seeing the old cow, she stared at it with wide eyes without blinking. The old cow looked at her. "Is something the matter?" The cat didn't say anything, just kept looking at it. When the old cow walked over and asked her if she had something to say, the cat jumped onto its shoulder and babbled away. "The cat fairy made a lot of money today." "Moo, the fairy today." After a while, the old cow scratched its ear. The cat looked at him seriously and said, "Don't tell anyone about this." "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone," the cow replied. The cat blinked its eyes. "You really won't tell anyone?" "Really?" The cat lowered its head to lick its paws, no longer speaking. "Actually, it's okay to tell others." It thought to itself. After a while, Li Pingyan woke up, stretched, and yawned. He felt completely relaxed and opened his eyes to see snowflakes falling from the sky. There were no disturbances from others, and there was no rush to do anything. The sun was still warm, and the heavy snowfall was beautiful enough to make one unable to look away. Chapter 644, as Jing Yun recounted everything he knew to Prince Hung, including stories from novels and some rumors, both true and false. He felt a sense of dryness in his mouth. Prince Hung nodded blankly and asked, "Did he know His Majesty before?" Jing Yun hesitated for a moment. "I guess so. There are rumors in the folk." Jing Yun hesitated to speak. "What rumors?" Prince Hung asked curiously. Jing Yun didn't know whether to say it or not. Normally, if an ordinary person asked him, he would probably just tell them. But now the person asking was a prince, the emperor's nephew, who could also be the future heir of the Great Sway. After a long hesitation, he eventually told Prince Hung. Prince Hung frowned tightly. Although the story was strange, thinking of the empress's attitude towards Li Pingyan during those days made this story somewhat credible. Now I know. 2 days later, at Jing's residence, Prince Hung sent a large number of precious gifts from his residence. Soon after, he met with Princess Wan. They even began to compete with each other over the boxes of valuable gifts. Chapter 645, in the capital of the Great Sway, Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan. On the street, a man dressed in scholarly robes hurriedly ran past. Soon, he arrived at Jing's residence. "Brother Jingyu, Brother Jingyu." He knocked on the door urgently. The scholar had returned to the capital after many years from Snowstorm City and learned from Jingyu that the object of his admiration, Li Pingyan, was the young man he had met in Snowstorm City that year. He had regretted it ever since, but what had happened had already happened. Regretting was useless. Naturally, he couldn't stay in the capital, so he thought about wandering around the beautiful mountains and rivers of the Great Sway. Who would have thought that a few days ago, Jingyu suddenly wrote to him, saying that Li Pingyan had returned to the Great Sway and was currently at Jing's residence. Thus, he hurried back to the capital. Brother Jing. Brother Jing. But Jingyu was not at home. The one greeting guests was Jing Yun. "Little Jing Yun, where's your father?" Jing Yun respectfully bowed and replied, "He is at court." "What about Li Pingyan, Mr. Li?" the scholar asked eagerly. "Mr. Li left a few days ago," Jing Yun said. The scholar's body stiffened, and he trembled as he asked, "Did he say where he was going?" Jing Yun shook his head. The scholar's body went limp, collapsing to the ground. "No." Jing Yun was startled, wondering what was wrong with him. Chapter 646, as night gradually fell, a few stars appeared in the eastern sky. Although it was already spring, it was still a bit cold at night. A bonfire was lit. A group of people surrounded the fire, drinking and eating meat to keep warm. The cat grabbed a piece of meat, put it in its mouth, and chewed carefully. The old cow layered the fatty meat together, then wrapped it in vegetable leaves and swallowed it whole. The taste is the best. Song Ziyun's eyelids twitched. Why does this cow eat like a person? Brother Li, your cooking skills are truly remarkable. This sauce is so fragrant. Li Pingyan generously said, "If it's delicious, take some." The cat suddenly raised its head. "You have to pay for it." "Huh? Who's talking?" Song Ziyun was taken aback. Li Pingyan laughed. "No worries, let's drink." In the middle of the night, after drinking a bit too much, Song Ziyun got up to relieve himself and returned. He saw some rustling sounds coming from the bushes not far away. "Huh?" Song Ziyun frowned. Suddenly, a head popped out from the bushes. The moonlight illuminated the head, revealing a clean little face with 2 bun-like hairdos. "Oh my gosh!" Song Ziyun couldn't help but shout. Chapter 647, Meow. The cat was startled and quickly dodged to the side. Song Ziyun crashed heavily into a tree, clutching his ribs and letting out a wail. The cat jumped onto a tree, curiously watching Song Ziyun. "Ouch, son, what are you doing?" Song's father hurried over to Song Ziyun. Among the young cultivators, a cultivator named Lin Xiao stepped forward. "I just wanted to spar a bit." Who knew he was so weak? "Son, are you all right?" Song Ziyun was in too much pain to speak. Lin Xiao said, "So weak? You shouldn't learn to fight like others in the future. You little rascal, why are you hitting my son? If anything happens to him, I won't let you off." Lin Xiao shrugged. "Uncle, it was just a spar. Besides, if you won't let me off, how will you do that?" Lin Xiao. Guanli walked over, grabbing Lin Xiao and glaring, "What are you doing?" Just letting him experience the cruelty of the cultivation world. Lin Xiao said indifferently, "You should be gentler." You didn't hold back. After saying that, Lin Xiao turned to Song Ziyun and his father. "Hey, uncle, let me give you a piece of advice. In the cultivation world, life and death are often at stake. If you don't want to lose your precious son, you should go home." Chapter 648. Lin Xiao was already scared silly, but the energy column in front of him suddenly stopped. Facing Lin Xiao, he didn't dare to breathe. Shoo! The energy column turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. Li Pingyan casually tossed away the branch in his hand. Guan Li reacted the fastest, quickly pulling Lin Xiao and bowing to Li Pingyan. "Thank you, senior, for your mercy." Lin Xiao's legs were shaking like a sieve. Li Pingyan said calmly, "This lesson I taught you. No need to thank me. In the future, when you walk the Jianghu, be careful. Recklessness will get you nowhere." "Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior." Guan Li hurriedly responded, dragging the still collapsed Lin Xiao, and hurriedly left with the others. "You wait for me to go home. I remember him. When I get home, I must tell my father, tell my ancestors." After walking a distance, Lin Xiao also came back to his senses. Only then did he realize his pants were wet. This time he was really embarrassed. The more he thought about it, the angrier and more wronged he felt. In the past, whenever something upset him, he would explode on spot. Never had it been like today. In a fit of anger, he even cried. Chapter 649. Back Mountain Punching Stone. One punch after another, getting faster and faster. He hit hard and fast. The sound crisp and pleasant, clear for everyone to hear. This was already an unknown number of punching stones. This new punching stone had also been hit to the point of being unrecognizable. A disciple walked closer, slowed down, and bowed. "Master, what's wrong? The ancestor has arrived." "What?" Yin Shisan suddenly stopped his movements, turning to look at the disciple in disbelief. "Ancestor? Which ancestor?" However, in just a moment, Yin Shisan came back to his senses. "The master has come? It's the ancestor and also that old bull." The disciple stammered, unsure of what to say. "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Yin Shisan asked suspiciously. The disciple fell silent again. How would he know if he recognized the person or not? But on the other hand, it was probably unlikely that anyone would dare impersonate someone else's ancestor and swindle in another sect. If found out, they would either be killed or crippled. Forget it. I'll go take a look myself. Chapter 650. One day, until the disciples of Floating Jade Mountain recruit. The miscellaneous disciples woke up early to prepare breakfast for the ancestor. "Hey, how can a cultivator of our ancestors' level still eat breakfast? What do you know? The doubt is simple. When you reach our ancestors' level, every sip and morsel is cultivation." That is true. The miscellaneous disciple intended to deliver breakfast, but was robbed of the task by several senior and junior brothers. "I'll take breakfast to the ancestor." "Hey, you should go back and cultivate more. Let me handle the breakfast." "Senior brother, you judge. I clearly came first. Don't fight. Listen to me. I'll go." "Hey, senior brother, you're also competing. Then let us do it by the rules of the mountain gate." "Good. Then draw swords. Come if you dare. Who is afraid of you?" Soon, a group of people started fighting. Inside the room, a little girl sat on a stool. "Where's breakfast?" "Breakfast hasn't come yet." The little girl counted on her fingers. "Is it because we didn't pay? It shouldn't be. Maybe they think we don't need to eat. Are you hungry, fairy? Let us cook ourselves." Chapter 651. How do you get rid of bugs? Li Pingyan asked. Bai Qing hesitated for a moment, then opened her small mouth. She stuck out her long tongue, quickly wrapping around a flying insect. With a quick retraction, she swallowed it. Just like this. Little girl. She stretched out her own tongue. But no matter how she stretched, she couldn't see it. So impressive. Li Pingyan smiled and said to the girl, "Call the old bull over. Tell it not to digest the food yet." "Oh." The little girl ran off while pinching her own pink little tongue. Soon, the old bull, rubbing its belly, walked over slowly. "Old bull, time to work." Li Pingyan rolled up his sleeves. The old bull bent its limbs and lay on the ground. "Mu, em tired. This bull doesn't want to move today." Li Pingyan patted its big butt. "Stop being dramatic. Once we finish, we can have beef tonight." The old bull took out various tools from its storage ring, its hooves holding a sickle. "Moo." The wind carried the scent of freshly turned soil, mixed with the smell of grass and various flowers. Bai Qing and Baiyan, the two little frog disciples, were at this moment slightly opening their mouths, their eyes wide. Chapter 652. You are the master of Yenzhou? It's me. The offering clasped his hands and bowed. "I greet you." Li Pingyan exchanged a few polite words with him. Then he began to inspect the scripture pavilion, casually picking up a book roll. After flipping through it a couple of times, he put it back and walked straight to the highest level. The offering watched Li Pingyan's figure and introduced. The foundation of Floating Jade Sect is not very strong, but thanks to the strong support of the Great Sway, this scripture pavilion was also established with their help. Some ancient texts were borrowed from the Great Sway for a period of 200 years. Others were compiled by our sect master, deputy sect master, and various offerings and peak masters together. The offering cleared his throat and stood tall, proudly introducing another bookshelf to Li Pingyan. This side was compiled with my lifelong efforts. It is precisely because I devoted the first half of my life that I gained this position as an offering. You know, the Great Sway has not seen a new sect established for hundreds of years. Hearing that someone is founding a sect, who knows how many cultivators want to get a share of the pie? This offering took pride in relying on these books to stand out. Chapter 653. Dong dong, the bell rang again. Song Ziyun rubbed his hands and smiled at Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan smiled faintly. Brother Li, no, Mr. Li. Thank you for what you did before. If there's a chance, I must visit your home. No need to mention it. That about the backdoor matter. Song Ziyun hesitated. Li Pingyan said, Brother Song, don't take the wrong path. Competing fairly with others won't necessarily lead to losing. Why do those underhanded things? I know. Song Ziyun smiled awkwardly. This is just being prepared on both sides. Li Pingyan patted his shoulder. Believe in yourself. Since Li Pingyan had said so, Song Ziyun felt it inappropriate to say anything more. He took out a stack of silver notes from his pocket. Thank you, Mr. Li, for what happened before. These silver notes aren't much, but are a token of my appreciation. No need, Li Pingyan refused again. It was just a small effort. Personal aptitude is the first hurdle in the path of cultivation. The first assessment is to test aptitude. Everyone took turns stepping forward. The main examiner's voice had already sounded ahead. Chapter 654. Li Pingyan looked at the layers of clouds outside. They looked like cotton, like tofu, and like light gauze. Beside him, the cat curled up into a ball, burying its head in its tail. What's wrong? Li Pingyan asked. The cat's weak voice sounded. Li Pingyan saw that she was unwilling to say more, so he didn't ask further. After a while, the cat asked, When are we leaving here? Don't you like it here? No. Then why ask? Weren't you quite happy in the first couple of days? If you're really bored, just go out and wander around. Aren't there many kids who want to play with you? Sigh. The cat sighed heavily. The cat fairy has lost all face. Li Pingyan glanced at the cat. The cat was unwilling to speak further and buried her head deeper. In the next 2 days, Li Pingyan and the old bull felt they had written enough. These things could be considered a congratulatory gift for him as a teacher to establish his own school. They prepared to leave, but didn't inform Yin Shisan and the octopus swordsman. That evening, they had another small drink with them. Without saying goodbye, they left the next morning. Chapter 655. Let's go. Li Pingyan plunged into the radiant light. His consciousness quickly locked onto the strongest aura within, estimating it to be the leader. There were 3 leaders, and the elderly cultivator in the middle paused slightly, looking towards the southeast with a frown. Moments later, the others also sensed an aura rapidly approaching. Whoosh! The sword light, like a meteor with a tail, swiftly drew near. Just as they felt that aura, the figure had already appeared before them. Everyone looked at the man in the green shirt with curiosity, but they couldn't glean anything, not even the black bull. It was as if it were a stagnant pool. No matter how much was thrown in, there would be no sound. However, the cat was seen through and through by them. The cat, not knowing anything, buried her head on the old bull's head, staring at them with wide eyes. There was no celestial sect here. It was likely a passing Taoist. The leading elder slightly cupped his hands, saying, We are disciples of Mount Shu. We do not know where you come from or what brings you here. Li Pingyan stopped not far away and returned the greeting. You are all polite. My surname is Li, and my name is Pingyan. Chapter 656. A giant tiger as tall as a mountain, a giant tiger, stood upright on its hind legs, lowering its head to drink from the stream that had been soaked with blood. The nearby town was already a river of blood. Crows flew back and forth in the sky, pecking at everything, while wild dogs feasted. The air was filled with a stench, foul and fishy. Describing it with the phrase corpses scattered everywhere would be no exaggeration. Crows circled in the sky, and wild dogs were gorging themselves. 1,000-foot-long python coiled around the city, as if it regarded the entire city as prey. This small island had become a feeding ground for this group of demons. Meanwhile, the cultivators watching from the sky merely observed from a distance. The imperial city had not yet been breached, and the dragon vein had not yet appeared. Just then, clang! The sound of a sword ringing out like thunder suddenly erupted. The sword body was as thin as paper, shining like silver. Moments later, the sword energy shot down like a silver pillar. By the command of the sect leader, the disciples of Mount Shu have come to provide support, suppress the demons. and protect the dragon vein. You all leave quickly. Anyone remaining here will be killed without question. The voice of Erhu sounded like a deity from the heavens. Mount Shu? The name of Mount Shu in Central Continent was renowned. Who didn't know it? The various forces that had originally come here to watch the show, hoping to pick up some benefits, suddenly left in large numbers. Chapter 657. The old emperor's aura is problematic. Li Pingyan frowned slightly. With his spiritual eyes, he peered through layers of barriers at the old emperor in the palace. Centered around the dragon vein, the mountains and rivers of the entire country were interconnected. The golden infant nurtured over 800 years of the dynasty represented all the fortune of the dynasty. Its aura was gradually dissipating. Initially, Li Pingyan thought it was due to the dragon vein leaking. The invasion of demons was causing the dynasty's fortune to decline. But upon closer inspection, he soon realized something was amiss. That vast and majestic power was being affected by a secret formation laid deep within the Earth's veins. This was a natural formation, with 18 peaks corresponding to the 8 trigrams and the 9 palaces. With a slight movement, it could draw upon the power of the sun, moon, and stars to form a grand array. Spanning east and west, it channeled this power continuously into the palace. The core of the formation was where the old emperor was located. Li Pingyan immediately understood. This old fellow was tired of his short life and had devised such a method to extend it, leading to the leakage of the dragon vein and attracting various demons. He even sent people to Mount Shu for reinforcements to repel the demons and the many prying sects for various states. What a clever plan! A ruler of a nation. Chapter 658. Li Pingyan frowned slightly. Looking at this vitality, he might still live for another 100 years. Ha ha ha! I have succeeded. I have succeeded. The voice of the emperor, unable to hide his excitement, echoed within the palace. Outside the palace lay piles of white bones, stacked together. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Li Pingyan narrowed his eyes. The 3-layered formation laid out by Mount Shu had already cut off the demon's retreat. Disciples of Mount Shu were suppressing the demons everywhere. Often, a dozen demons would risk their lives to seriously injure a disciple of Mount Shu. After eliminating a few major demons, the remaining tasks were merely cleanup work. When Ryu landed beside Li Pingyan, "Senior brother Li," Li Pingyan pointed to the palace and asked, "What should be done about that old fellow?" At this moment, when Ryu had also guessed the background of the situation and sighed lightly, "According to the rules, we cannot dispose of a secular emperor at will. Moreover, even if he dies, most of the fortune will dissipate along with him." As she spoke, when Ryu's face showed a hint of reluctance. 800 years of history would be destroyed in an instant. It wouldn't be long before it would be annihilated. Li Pingyan had his hands tucked into his sleeves, silent. Then, his figure vanished from the spot. Chapter 659. Mount Shu, Tongtian Peak. Wearing a Taoist robe, Runta was munching on a bright red apple. While chewing, he walked along the path in the spiritual field. At this time, the grass was growing, and the orioles were flying in February. The willows by the dike were drunk with the spring mist. It was indeed a good time in the human world. "Senior brother Runtu. Senior brother Runtu." A disciple rushed over in a flash of light. "What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry?" "Our goods have been robbed by that group of bastards from the Tianshui gang." Runta flicked his sleeve and snorted coldly. "Drinking horse urine. He is so arrogant. How dare he rob my goods? His life and death are unpredictable." The disciple nodded. "Too arrogant. For so many years, no one has dared to rob our Tongtian Peak's goods. Gather the disciples and settle the score with him." "Yes." Runta turned and left the Ling Tian. In a short while, more than 10 disciples had gathered at the entrance of the main hall of Tongtian Peak. Runta strode over and glanced around. "This time, we must hit the Tianshui gang hard. Make them remember to dare to rob our Tongtian Peak's goods." "Understood." "Senior brother Runtu, the law enforcement elder, is here." What does he want again? Didn't he just check a while ago?" Runta waved his hand, signaling the disciples to disperse. Chapter 660. Is this Tongtian Peak? Li Pingyan was stunned for a moment. "Moo." Old Nyo widened his eyes. "Goodness, Runta has struck it rich. My cheap and capable disciple, proficient in laundry, cooking, and house building." A figure pounced over. Li Pingyan smiled and caught her, looking down to see. Besides his little lowly master Qing Feng, who else could it be? "My good disciple, I've missed you so much." Qing Feng nestled in Li Pingyan's arms for a moment, and then reached out to hug old Nyo. "Big brother Nyo Gu." Runta followed closely, his eyes full of excitement. "When did you come back? Why didn't you notify us, so I could send someone to welcome you?" Old friends met. and they inevitably exchanged pleasantries. While chatting, they walked to the main hall of Tontian Peak. The main hall had been renovated by Runtu several times. Its specifications only second to the main hall of Shushan's Peak. Big brother, when did you come back? How long do you plan to stay this time? After parting ways in Tongchong City, where did you go? Runta's mouth was like a firecracker. Li Pingyan smiled and didn't rush to answer. Where his gaze fell, the old scenes of the past overlapped with the current prosperity. Chapter 661. Last night's drink was a bit too much. Li Pingyan opened his eyes again. It was already noon the next day. He rubbed his head and then noticed that his hair was completely down. Old Nyo was sprawled on him, and Runta hung on the wall. Li Pingyan smiled helplessly, shaking off the drunkenness from his body. Instantly, he felt refreshed. He washed his face and tied his hair back up with a 5-1 hairpin bought from a street stall. Outside, disciples were waiting. When they saw Li Pingyan, they were first stunned for a moment. Then, they hurriedly cupped their hands in salute. Senior brother Li. Li Pingyan nodded slightly. The disciple hesitated for a moment. Senior brother Runtu. He got drunk inside. The disciple then looked up at Li Pingyan. Senior brother Li. The Tianshui gang people robbed our goods. Originally, Senior brother Runtu wanted us to teach them a lesson. Now we don't know whether to go or not. What do you think, Senior brother Li? Now Senior brother Runtu is drunk. The disciple was clearly waiting for Li Pingyan, who was above Senior brother Runtu, to make a decision. Li Pingyan turned to look at Runtu, who was drunk. Wait for him to wake up in a while, or you can call him. Chapter 662. Big brother. Runta walked up to Li Pingyan with a little twist. What's wrong? If you have something to say, just say it. Big brother, it's just right that you're back. I want to talk to you about something. What is it? Runta said, recently, our Peak's Pill business hasn't been very good, and it's hard to invite some alchemists in the market. So I want you to guide our Peak's alchemists. Is that all? Just that. Runta was silent for a moment and finally revealed the truth. It is true that the pill business on the mountain is not good. The reason is that a competitor in the market successfully refined an 8th grade pill. Their reputation soared. An 8th grade pill, regardless of its inherent value, brings immeasurable benefits just from its reputation. After hearing that the competitor's alchemist could refine 8th grade pills, the original old customers switched to their products. After all, being able to refine 8th grade pills itself proves their strength. 8th grade? Li Pingyan had never refined one himself. In recent years, he had seldom refined pills, only occasionally making a few health-preserving pills for himself and the cat. However, since he had nothing to do, Li Pingyan followed Runtu to the alchemy room of Tontian Peak. Chapter 663. This sleep felt long for Li Pingyan. His thoughts drifted in his dreams. Li Pingyan rarely dreamed. In the dream, there were flashes of swords and lights, galloping horses and swift swords. It felt real, yet illusory, sometimes far away and sometimes close. Various scenes evolved. This state for Li Pingyan felt somewhat like entering a meditative state, entering a state of contemplation. During this process, there is naturally a mysterious sense of perception and a unique guiding method. After this journey, he gained a lot of insights. The current state, a bit deeper, felt like understanding the Tao. Understanding the Tao, observing objects, observing the heart, observing oneself. In the past, he consciously restrained himself, but now, after exhausting his strength, he unconsciously entered a deeper state. Then he woke up. Li Pingyan rubbed his eyes. He forced himself to wake up and turned over. He didn't want to become one of those enlightened beings, detached from desires and seeing through everything. It's hard to be confused. Li Pingyan wasn't sure how he would change if he truly became one. He felt that this current state was pretty good. He yawned, unwilling to sleep any longer. So he sat up. Meow. The voice of the cat fairy rang out. How did the cat fairy get here? Li Pingyan asked. The cat raised its head, looking at him with disbelief. Chapter 664. Big brother. Nyoga, you must come back again when you have time. Runta's eyes were moist. After this farewell, I fear it will be many years before we meet again. Big brother, after leaving Shushan, where do you plan to go? I haven't thought it through yet, but I want to go to Nantong and take a look. Nantong? Zhao Ling is the governor there, overseeing the affairs of 3 provinces and defending against coastal pirates. There isn't any particularly special reason. It's just that when I was at Jingyu's house, I heard Zhao Ling talk about the local customs and culture in Nantong. So, I thought I would go there to take a look when I had nothing to do. A little girl looked at the gentle breeze and took out the last dried mouse from her pocket. These days, she either stayed in the future office of the Sui dynasty's official Jingyu or at the floating Jade sect, and even ran to Mount Shu. Naturally, There were no mice for her to catch in these places, and her stock had run out. The little girl stared seriously at the gentle breeze. The breeze looked at the dried mouse and asked in confusion, "Is this for me?" The little girl nodded, as if what was being handed over was not a mouse, but something extremely sacred. The breeze also wore a serious expression, saying, "Wait a moment." With that, the figure vanished from the spot. Before long, a huge shadow appeared in the sky. Chapter 665, Mother. A woman dressed in silk and satin walked over, heartbroken, and picked up her child. The little girl hurried away to a secluded corner. With a swish, she transformed into a little cat. "Mother, someone bullied me. What happened? Where are you hurt? Is there any blood?" The boy cried without saying what happened. Seeing her son like this, the woman felt extremely distressed. Immediately, she turned to a middle-aged man with an imposing presence and shouted, "Your son was bullied, and you don't care at all." The middle-aged man helplessly replied, "It's just a child's matter, why bother?" The woman frowned angrily, clearly not planning to let this go easily. She shouted loudly, "Who bullied my son?" No one answered, and everyone looked at her in confusion, seemingly unaware of what had happened. "What's going on? You have the guts to do it, but not to admit it." The little cat lay obediently on the old cow, curling up. It seemed to be asleep, but its big eyes were darting around. Its ears perked up, listening to the sounds outside, looking like a guilty thief. "Son, who bullied you?" It was a little girl. Chapter 666. The boat captain and several fishermen were holding a large net. The sound of splashing grew louder as the net became heavier, filled with big fish. The fishermen cheered, "Today we're in for a feast." The net was full, piled high with fresh, lively fish. Many fish jumped out of the net and back into the sea. There were not only fish, but also some shrimp and crabs, all alive. The boat captain began to process the fish and shrimp. Before long, a large pot was steaming. The fishermen's skills were undeniable. They placed the fish in the pot and sautéed them over low heat until both sides turned golden. Then they put them in a clay pot to simmer for a while, allowing the sweet aroma of the fish to gradually waft out. With the ingredients marinated in homemade rice wine, the flavors of the fish and rice wine complemented each other. The hairy crabs were small, but rich in roe and sweet in flavor, requiring no seasoning. After tossing in ginger and scallions and stir-frying for a moment, they added a bit of salt, making it both delicious and non-fishy. A group of people enjoyed the meal heartily. Bringing a cat and a cow on their journey was something people couldn't understand. As Li Pingyan grew familiar with chatting with Li Maokai, he would also joke around. Li Pingyan smiled faintly, saying the cat was cute and the cow could be used for transportation. One could not go out without either. Chapter 667. At the Tortoise God Temple, Li Maokai was talking to Li Ping, and when a flash of light passed by. Where the light landed was a graceful figure. Ning Ningliang wore a blue outfit, with her hair styled up and adorned with a jade hairpin. Li Maocai's eyes brightened slightly. This woman was young and beautiful, yet she inspired no inappropriate thoughts, replaced instead by a sense of divinity. Tortoise goddess? Li Maokai stared at her face, then looked again at the shrine of the tortoise god. Indeed, it was identical. Li Maokai performed an official salute. The tortoise goddess smiled gracefully. "Ning Ningliang greets Mr. Li." Li Maokai replied, "You flatter me, tortoise goddess. You may call me Li Governor or Maokai." Ning Ningliang paused slightly, looking at Li Maokai with a hint of embarrassment on her face. But she quickly reacted, acknowledging she had met Li Governor before. "It's a pleasure," Li Maokai said. "I was just passing through and did not intend to disturb the tortoise goddess." Ning Ningliang nodded with a smile, her gaze drifting past him to Li Pingyan. "It's been many years, and you still look the same." Li Pingyan smiled faintly. Upon seeing the tortoise statue earlier, he had thought of her. Years ago, Ning Ningliang's father, tortoise god Ning Yin, had dominated this area for many years and colluded with the authorities. Chapter 668. After chatting for a while, Ning Ningliang insisted on inviting Li Ping to dinner. Li Pingyan said he had made arrangements with the fishermen to return before sunset. There was still some time. Li Pingyan then said, "Tortoise goddess, you are about to become a true deity, and I haven't given you a congratulatory gift." Ning Ningliang replied, "You're too polite. Mr. Li, how could I ask for your gift? That said, my achievements today are largely thanks to you. If it weren't for your intervention back then, I fear I would have long been lost to the world." Li Pingyan said, "If you don't want it, I cannot not give it. However, after traveling for many years, I don't have any treasures on me. Let me help the tortoise goddess solve a problem instead." Ning Ningliang was taken aback. The dragon. Li Pingyan hesitated for a moment, then formed a seal with his hands. Roar. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed through the hall. The master has come out. The third young master shouted to the sky. Ning ning yankus means Hulk. Boom. Boom. It was as if thunder was echoing in her ears. A figure with a white dragon head flickered, surrounded by blue lightning. Its body was covered in hard scales, shimmering with a cold light. The master is free. The master is free. Chapter 669. The armored giant dragon suddenly appeared, and the surrounding atmosphere seemed to freeze. The man in the blue robe twitched at the corner of his mouth, his eyes trembling violently. His jaw was clenched tightly, and his teeth nearly shattered. He maintained his posture, not pretending to be calm, but because his body had stiffened, not daring to move. The armored giant dragon did not hide its true form, faintly exuding the aura of a true dragon. Surrounding blue lightning coiled around its eyes like molten lava. Being stared at by it felt as if one's entire body would melt away. The man in the blue robe's chest rose and fell violently. The dragon before him could not possibly be from the water tribes near Ningjiang. Even more terrifying was that little girl. She emanated no strong aura, yet effortlessly summoned an armored dragon. The little girl sniffled and took a couple of steps forward. It was these two steps that made many guests and the man in the blue robe at the main seat's hearts tremble. Just a moment ago, they were mocking others for their low magic power and lack of awareness of danger. Now, the situation had suddenly changed. Roar. To increase the momentum, the third young master opened his mouth and emitted a series of dragon roars. The sound of a dragon's roar was continuous and chilling to the bone, making the many aquatic beings present feel unable to move and find it hard to breathe. Chapter 670. After that, the journey continued without any setbacks. The river flowed gently, and a light breeze echoed in their ears. The further south they went, the more pleasant the climate became. There were many boats around, such as river boats, capital boats, and state boats, each with their own routes. A few days later, at the dock by the shore, they could see figures bustling on the opposite bank from a distance. Everyone disembark. The boatmen shouted loudly. The crowd had already seen the scene on the shore, and each of their faces showed anticipation. After more than 10 days of sailing, it was finally over. The large ship docked, and everyone got off one after another. Li Pingyan cupped his hands towards the boatmen as a farewell. Li Maokai said, "Sir, since it's your first time in Nantong, if you don't have any specific places you want to go, why not join us?" Li Pingyan hesitated for a moment. "That'll be fine." Nantong, located on the coast, was a hub of commerce. Its prosperity could be compared to that of the capital city. However, in recent years, heavy labor taxes and coastal pirate disturbances had caused Nantong and the three provinces to decline for a time. Nevertheless, even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. It was not a province that could be easily compared to others. As they walked, Li Maokai introduced the situation in Nantong to Li Pingyan. Along the way, they also enjoyed some local delicacies and customs. Chapter 671. "Hey shopkeeper, what is this?" Steward Zhang squinted slightly. Following the steward's gaze, the shopkeeper responded, "Ah, that thing? Someone just traded 5 copper coins for a cup of wine. Today, I was in a good mood and saw he didn't seem like a troublemaker. So I gave him a cup." The Liu family of Nantong had a history of over 300 years. As the steward of the Liu family, Zhang was naturally well-versed in the methods of cultivation. To him, that magical coin shone brightly and gleamed with golden light. Zhang was surprised and pretended to be indifferent as he inquired about the matter from the shopkeeper. Hearing the shopkeeper's explanation, he thought to himself that the shopkeeper might have encountered a predecessor in cultivation without realizing it. What a waste of this treasure, he mused. Zhang took a sip of wine and found an excuse. "Those 5 copper coins look quite beautiful." The shopkeeper replied, "If you like them, they're yours." "Oh, how could I accept them?" Zhang pretended to decline. "They're not anything valuable, just 5 copper coins. If you like them, then take them." Zhang smiled and accepted the 5 copper coins, examining them closely with his spirit sense. Chapter 672. Li Pingyan smoothly entered the yamen and waited in the hall. After a while, however, he did not see Li Maokai, but was instead received by a man who looked like a clerk. "I am the assistant of the Chunyuan Prefecture." Li Pingyan slightly cupped his hands in greeting. "Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, we would have no way to report to the governor." "The governor has gone to the county to investigate and is temporarily unaware of this matter," the assistant said, stepping forward and pulling out some silver coins from his waist. These silver coins are considered." "No need," Li Pingyan interrupted. "Since Brother Maokai is not here, I want to stay longer. Farewell." A little girl raised her head to look at Li Pingyan, her big eyes filled with confusion, but without any other actions. Aren't you going to have a cup of tea? No need. As Li Pingyan was leaving, the man who called himself the assistant glanced at the boy. The boy weakly asked, "Were my parents?" "How would I know?" At this moment, the assistant's initial enthusiasm had been replaced by indifference and impatience. "Why did you lie to me?" A voice came from behind. The bearded man was startled and turned to see the blue-clad man who had already left now reappearing behind him. Chapter 673. In the governor's office. After waiting for a while, Li Pingyan met Zhao Linger, who was dressed in official attire. She wore a narrow-sleeved long robe with a round collar, adorned with square patches on the front and back, embroidered with cranes. This style was reserved for high-ranking officials. "Sir, what brings you to Nantong?" "Just passing through." Someone brought tea, and Zhao Linger even specially ordered various snacks for the cat. "Thank you." The cat had previously met Zhao Linger at Jingfu and bowed slightly. "I heard you were ill." "Just a small matter. After going to the capital to report on my duties, I felt a bit unwell. It's probably some issues encountered in cultivation. It's nothing serious." With Zhao Linger's cultivation level, she would generally not get sick. Even if she did, it was likely a mental issue. However, seeing that she looked fine, Li Pingyan did not ask further. Noticing another child beside Li Pingyan, Zhao Linger couldn't help but ask, "Sir, who is this child?" "Today, I came for this matter." Li Pingyan then explained the situation from beginning to end. The newly appointed governor had died mysteriously, leaving only his son. Zhao Linger frowned. "I've been recuperating at home these past few days, and didn't he expect such an incident to happen?" Chapter 674. Since the 16th round is over, waiting until the 18th doesn't make much sense. "Let's leave Nantong on the 16th, Li Pingyan said. Zhao Linger nodded slightly. Based on her understanding of him, this statement was expected. "Let's talk about serious matters," Li Pingyan said. "Has the matter been investigated?" Zhao Linger took a sip of tea. The first thing Governor Li did after taking office was to go to the storeroom to check the accounts. He discovered a huge discrepancy, and to prevent the matter from being exposed, the assistant and the former governor conspired to create an accident. "I've had people detain them. We are just waiting for the trial to proceed." Li Pingyan nodded, but felt regret for Li Maokai. "Everyone has their fate. Don't let it trouble you too much." "Sir, fortunately, he still has a son who has survived, and there are direct relatives in the capital. Soon, I will send someone to bring him back to the capital." "That's good," Li Pingyan replied. Thus, the next day, the Lantern Festival officially began. The entire Nantong was enveloped in a joyful atmosphere. On the street, even vendors by the roadside are wearing somewhat terrifying masks. However, Li Pingyan is probably the first to put a mask on his cow. This has drawn many curious glances along the way. Chapter 675. Li Pingyan suddenly gets up. "Old cow, take care of the fairy. Moo." A little girl was drinking tea with her head down, and upon hearing this, she immediately looked up. Li Pingyan's figure darted away from the tea stall. In just a blink, he disappeared from sight. The little girl looked around and suddenly tugged at the old cow. "Moo, the fairy wants to learn." "Learn what?" The little girl gestured with her hands, mimicking a swift disappearance. The old cow lay lazily on the ground. Nantong. Originally, the street dance was supposed to end on the 16th of the month, but due to the emperor's southern tour, it was extended to the 18th of this month. Moreover, a notice from the government stated that to give the emperor a good impression, all masks used in the street dance must be replaced with officially issued ones. The rest of the masks, regardless of quality, must be destroyed and not worn. The emperor's treasure ship has already passed the river mouth. It is estimated that it will dock in less than 2 hours. Zhao Linger, dressed in a moon-white long dress with a sword at her waist, has an elegant figure and a stunning face. The ancient sword at her waist gives her an ethereal and aloof feeling, like a wisp of blue smoke, cold and proud. Chapter 676. Li Pingyan was silent for a moment, then gently sighed. "Alas, it seems I cannot convince you." Zhao Linger also said, "Linger cannot convince you either." The head of the Lei family clenched his fist, his eyes narrowing into a line, staring at Li Pingyan like a hunter fixating on prey. Others might fear him a little, but he is not afraid. Li Pingyan rubbed his head. The student he taught is trying to kill the emperor he saved years ago. It feels like today's story has long been foreshadowed years ago. Li Pingyan closed his eyes, seemingly pondering how to resolve today's matter. It seems this negotiation is unlikely to succeed. It's better to strike first. The heads of several families exchanged glances. The head of the Lei family's gaze sharpened. Suddenly, he struck out, a punch coming at Li Pingyan from the side. This punch gathered a tremendous momentum, affecting the surrounding space. Like a crushing force, it was about to collide with Li Pingyan's body, as if it would reduce him to dust and obliterate his soul in the next second. Li Pingyan opened his eyes, feeling flustered. At this moment, seeing someone take the initiative, he countered with a punch. Boom! Chapter 677. On a mountain to the north, a spring flows out, resembling a white snake coiling between the flowering trees. At this moment, a massive crack formed from the mountain peak to the foot, with water flowing out from it. Li Pingyan sliced through the thick curtain of the sky with his sword. The sword energy, like a comet's tail, scattered light all around. It resembled a blue flower falling into a secluded pool. In an instant, the sword energy became a canopy that obscured everything around it. Zhao Linger's body trembled slightly, surrounded by a layer of white mist. At the same time, she summoned a sword, but it felt like it hit a thick iron wall. The shock startled her, causing her attack to falter. Within her heart lake, pages of sage text flipped as if gathering strength anew. With a horizontal sweep of her sword, it divided into two circles, one agile and the other heavy. A gentle movement produced a strange ripple, as if the sword and the surrounding space were one. When the sword moved, the space moved rhythmically as well, swaying like waves like a rhythmic beat. Buzz! Li Pingyan felt a myriad of emotions, his feelings complex. Zhao Linger has never changed. Chapter 678, Da Ping An. The man in the green shirt walked leisurely, sunlight hitting his body as he strolled lazily. The cat, seeing him, dashed over with its four short legs. However, halfway through, it suddenly realized something and stopped abruptly, crouching down in place. It raised its head, waiting for the Pingyan to come over. The cat not only has a very strong sense of pride, but is also quite reserved. It cannot let its urgency and longing be seen by the Pingyan. When Li Pingyan approached, he smiled faintly and reached out to scratch the cat's chin. The cat tilted its head high, allowing him to scratch it thoroughly. Meow. Has the matter been resolved? Li Pingyan nodded slightly. What about the old cow? Sleeping. The fairy just tricked a lot of people. Otherwise, the cow would be in trouble. Is that so? The fairy is quite impressive. Finding the old cow dozing. Li Pingyan yawned and leaned against it. The cat brought fish. You eat. I'm not hungry. Has the cat fairy been reading in recent days? Yes. That's good. Li Pingyan said. I'm very tired. I need to sleep for a while. Chapter 679. The mountain path twisted and turned. Li Pingyan walked at a leisurely pace. The cow behind him needed neither rope nor urging. An elderly man dressed in fine clothes wiped the sweat from his forehead. Watching this strange young man in a green shirt who had not sweated a drop or gasped for breath the whole time. Not to mention this strange young man, even the seemingly young little girl was bouncing with energy. The old man practiced martial arts in his youth. Although he is old now, his foundation remains. Otherwise, he wouldn't have climbed such a high mountain path. Young man, good stamina. Li Pingyan smiled faintly. The old gentleman is the one who is impressive, able to lead the way at such an age. Old, the old man said self-deprecatingly. Young man, what brings you up the mountain to pay respects? I'm not going to pay respects. I'm visiting an old friend. What about you, old gentleman? I'm just hoping for peace and safety. I have loved Buddhism since childhood. I heard Master Chongqing traveled from afar, so I specifically came here to seek an audience. Li Pingyan nodded. Young man, is this your daughter? The old man looked at the little girl. No, it was a friend. She was truly adorable and charming. Chapter 680. The old man indeed did not lie. With his guidance, the monk who had originally blocked Li Pingyan allowed them to enter the backyard. The first thing that caught their eyes was a bamboo forest. At the end of the bamboo forest stood a very luxurious sedan chair. A beautifully dressed woman stood at the door, with maidservants and guards flanking her. A young monk stood at the entrance, apologizing to the woman. Princess Chomping, I am truly sorry, but my master is currently not in the temple. Princess Chomping raised her elegantly shaped eyebrows, saying, I've been hearing this from you for days. Are you lying? Monks do not tell lies. My master is indeed not here. The young monk saw the old man and Li Pingyan approaching and asked, Are you also here to visit my master? Indeed. I apologize, but my master is not here. Please come back another day. Another day? When is that? My master did not specify when he would return after coming down the mountain. However, there is no need to worry. Soon my master will hold an unveiling conference at the small temple. At that time, he will definitely come back, and you will be able to meet Master Chongqing as you wish. Princess Chongping seemed to have grown accustomed to such responses. Chapter 681 Black Chess. Chongqing took the chess piece and frowned. Then, suddenly enlightened, he burst into laughter. Where's the other person? The young monk was taken aback. He should still be in the temple. You go find him. I will look for him myself. After saying that, Chongqing strode away. The young monk watched his master leave, looking impatient, and couldn't help but wonder about the identity of the person in the green robe who had given him the chess piece. It was unusual for his usually calm master to show such a demeanor. Li Pingyan sat at the top of the mountain, with a section of the railing in front of him empty. Just a step forward was a sheer cliff. Li Pingyan sat cross-legged in front of the cliff, gazing into the distance, silent. Indeed, coming out to see the world was the best way to enhance his cultivation. Only after experiencing the clear breeze and bright moon can one know the broad-mindedness. Only after witnessing the rushing rivers can one understand the courage to move forward. Only after seeing the vast ocean can one realize the insignificance of human life. However, those who practice cultivation can easily become obsessed, not with money and material things, but with the cultivation itself, thinking they have achieved something great and looking down on others. Chapter 682 Chongqing looked at Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan lowered his head and lightly coughed. Ahem, it's been a long time. I hope you have been well. Chongqing, torn between severing ties and forgiving him, ultimately chose the latter. Li Benefactor, when did you return to the Great Sway? It has been more than half a year. I have visited my old friends along the way and passed through Nantong. I happened to hear that you were going to hold an unveiling conference at this temple, so I took a detour to see you. Chongqing said, Li Benefactor is very thoughtful. Over the years, Chongqing had also been traveling while spreading Buddhist teachings. However, his route was exactly the opposite of Li Pingyan's. Li Pingyan headed south, while he went north, following the ancient pilgrimage route of the Buddha. Chongqing not only enjoyed watching strange landscapes, but also liked to inquire about unusual matters. In the past, when he was in the 4 towns of Anbei, if you gave him a handful of sunflower seeds, he could chat with the elderly sitting under the trees for an entire day. So on this warm, sunny afternoon, at a time when there was no rush to do certain things, Li Pingyan and Chongqing talked about their experiences and journeys over the years. Li Pingyan's stories had already been shared with Jingyu, Aliyah, Zhao Linger, Yin San, and Qing Feng. Chapter 683 Dong Dong Dong. Early in the morning, the sound of the wooden fish echoed throughout the temple. The sound was rhythmic and soothing, making people feel very comfortable. The fragrant smoke lingered in the air above the temple. Li Pingyan was wandering in the temple, enjoying the sunrise from the mountaintop. Suddenly, countless golden rays broke through the clouds and mist, painting the peaks with a layer of rosy red. Li Pingyan squinted slightly. Excuse me, do you know where Master Chongqing is? The speaker was a man, looking anxious. From his appearance, it was clear he was a farmer. It seemed he was yet another admirer of Chongqing. Li Pingyan casually replied, if you wish to see Master Chongqing, you will have to wait until the unveiling conference. These days, Master Chongqing is not seeing anyone. How many days until that? In 5 days. 5 days? That won't do. The middle-aged man was sweating profusely. So, Li Pingyan asked another question. Is there something urgent? The middle-aged man glanced at Li Pingyan, seeing him dressed in a long gown, elegant and easygoing, resembling someone of status. So he briefly explained the matter. I am from Luo village. We have encountered a zombie in our village. Hearing that Master Chongqing possesses boundless powers, our village head sent me to urgently invite him. Chapter 684 What methods do you have? How do you find a zombie, and how do you deal with it? Zhu Yunzi asked. Chongqing thought for a moment, find it, then eliminate it. Li Pingyan nodded, agreeing with Chongqing's statement. Simple and straightforward. However, this was akin to saying nothing. How to find it? How to eliminate it? Neither of them explained. Zhu Yunzi said, to be honest, I have been lying in wait for 3 days. But that zombie has gained wisdom. It is very cunning and hides in the forest, making it impossible to find. It has been 3 days. It should appear. Li Pingyan said. Then let's wait a while. Chongqing said. How do we wait? Zhu Yunzi asked. Just sit and wait. Just sit and wait. Standing and waiting is also fine, but it's a bit tiring. Zhu Yunzi had nothing more to say. Li Pingyan and Chongqing sat under the big tree at the village entrance. Zhu Yunzi and his 2 disciples reinforced the simple formation. Then they waited. After many years, going down the mountain with Chongqing to eliminate demons made Li Pingyan's thoughts drift back to the time in Anbei's 4 towns. Zhu Yunzi noticed their calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about whether the zombie would actually come, and couldn't help but ask, Are you too confident in eradicating that zombie? Chapter 685, Swoosh Swoosh. Golden light transformed into streaks of golden arrows, weaving through trees and bushes and small animals, heading straight for the black figure ahead. The zombie lightly tapped the ground with its toes and leaped over 20 zhong away. Its speed was fast, but that golden arrow light was even faster. A streak of arrow light landed on the zombie first. The zombie's body erupted with a cloud of green smoke and suddenly plummeted. In the next moment, the arrow lights all fell together. Roar! Umapa! Chongqing stood under the moonlight, watching the zombie. The zombie struggled to get up and turned to run. Li Pingyan, however, appeared from another direction and said lightly, "Why not sit down and have a chat?" The zombie spat out black gas, and the sudden surge of power that didn't belong to it manifested again. Chongqing waved his hand, and a golden light circle spread out. The zombie's body was struck against the mountainside. It was clearly just a light slap, yet the zombie could no longer move. A wisp of black gas erupted from the zombie and fled into the distance. The speed was extremely fast, almost in the blink of an eye. It had already shot up into the sky. Li Pingyan formed a sword gesture with his hand, and his figure suddenly leaped into the air. He struck down with a sword. Chapter 686. The unobstructed conference successfully held. Chongqing stood on the high platform, preaching Buddhist teachings. However, it was evident that Chongqing was somewhat distracted by the events involving the outer celestial demons. The conference lasted for 3 days, with more Buddhist practitioners attending as spectators. There were also many common folk and people from various dynasties. "Father, is Master Chongqing really this young?" A middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise. An elegantly dressed old man furrowed his brows, staring at the young man on the high platform, momentarily taken aback. "Is it him?" A few days ago, when playing chess with Li Pingyan, he had seen this person. At that time, he was dressed in plain clothes and chatting with Li Pingyan, so he didn't think much of it. The villagers from Lu village also came to observe and were equally astonished at the person on the high platform. After the unobstructed conference concluded, Li Pingyan and old Niu bid farewell to Chongqing and left. The old man came looking for him only to learn that he had already descended the mountain, feeling a wave of regret. It seemed that Li Pingyan had known Master Chongqing for a long time. The friend he mentioned looking for was none other than Master Chongqing. No wonder, after getting in touch, he found the other person somewhat extraordinary, yet he could never quite put it into words. Chapter 687. The Eastern Snowfield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold wind howled past. An old hunter carried a longbow and a spear, accompanied by a large hunting dog. The bright moon illuminated the earth, and heavy snow covered the mountains. The old hunter entered the house and lit the stove. In no time, the small room warmed up. He placed the 2 rabbits he had caught on the ground and picked up a bone knife to carefully process them. The rabbit fur was useful, and he could sell it once spring arrived. The old hunter sniffed. Outside, the cold wind howled, and the sky quickly darkened. Rabbit meat cooked with asparagus sizzled in the pot, bubbling and steaming. The meat was tender and delicious. The old hunter drank a big bowl in one go, saving the rest for breakfast the next day. He wiped his mouth and curled up in his blanket, preparing to sleep. Bang bang. The old hunter suddenly frowned. Bang bang. A knocking sound? The old hunter woke up abruptly, pulling out the bone knife from his waist. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. In the dead of night, the one knocking must be a mountain spirit or a wild ghost. Since the old hunter dared to live here alone, he naturally had some courage. Woof, woof, woof. The black hunting dog growled lowly. "Who is it?" the old hunter asked in a low voice. Chapter 688. The old hunter turned to look at Li Pingyan, who had just spoken. "It's easy to say, but every year the local government requires the people from surrounding counties to worship the mountain god. Who would dare oppose the government?" Li Pingyan nodded thoughtfully. He then listened as the old hunter continued to ramble on, saying that recently the mountain god even claimed he wanted to marry. Marry? How does the mountain god take a wife? Naturally, it involves sacrificing innocent girls. This can't be right. It's against humanity. They say it can be done, but who dares to say no? The old hunter was not suggesting that Li Pingyan should fight against evil. At least to him, this young man in the green shirt. Although a cultivator, clearly wasn't that powerful. After all, he still needed to eat grains and even had to stay in his home. The old hunter had seen cultivators who didn't need food and could completely fast, flying and escaping, which was much more impressive. And the mountain god was appointed by the emperor the master of a mountain. The two were worlds apart. Li Pingyan wrapped his clothes tighter around him, thinking that if it were true, The emperor of the Yun was quite foolish, perhaps deceived by others. The old hunter said, "Enough of this, the meat is ready." Chapter 689. This time, I have something to ask the mountain god. A calm voice echoed in the mountain god's temple. However, it was like a stone thrown into water, creating ripples. It forced the mountain god outside to reveal himself. The mountain god's temple trembled violently. Boom! The sky suddenly seemed to brighten a bit. A dazzling divine light descended from above, forming a halo about 10 zhang in diameter. The entire mountain seemed to come alive. The mountain god was incredibly robust, embodying the mountain and the earth. He gathered the essence of heaven and earth to be born. Who dares to be arrogant here? Boom! The sound was like thunder. Li Pingyan had to raise his head to look up at this giant deity. Why doesn't the mountain god appear in a normal form to meet people? What does that have to do with you? The mountain god looked at the man in the green shirt, unafraid in the slightest. Although he had become a god in a remote place, he was extremely well supplied with incense offerings. The emperor had issued a golden plaque, and military officials dismounted while civil officials got out of their carriages. The imperial decree sealed his status, and he was a relative of the royal family. Naturally, he feared no one. The land god, Qian Yukai, sat nervously on a stone platform, looking at the distant mountain god's temple, feeling extremely tense. He had a premonition that this time it would directly involve his future life. Chapter 690, Black Dog, come back. The old hunter shouted, "Woof, woof, woof." The hunting dog emitted a cautious bark. But after a moment, the hunting dog seemed to sense some terrifying presence. Its ears and tail drooped down, and it hurried back to its owner's side. The old hunter patted his hunting dog, feeling the threat from its barking. Drawing out his waist knife, his gaze sharp, a group of people appeared before the old hunter. In view were 4 or 5 young men in white, accompanied by 3 elderly men dressed in luxurious attire. The old hunter frowned slightly. As the group approached, one of the elderly men waved his hand, signaling him to come over. The old hunter looked at one of the elderly men. The year before last, he had come down the mountain to pay respects to the city god with the villagers. Why did this elderly man's appearance resemble the city god so much? Looking again at the young men in white, they were definitely not villagers from the mountains. The old hunter understood and walked over. "I am the city god of this place, and these gentlemen have come from the capital. Recently, many strange occurrences have happened in these mountains. Do you know any inside information? Speak truthfully to us," one of the elderly men said in a deep voice. The old hunter hesitated for a moment, recalling the young man in the blue shirt who had come to his home a few days ago, the one who had stopped the avalanche with the black bull. Chapter 691. Several disciples of the Dazhuan Xintian Bureau in white were panting, their hearts pounding as if they had just escaped death. The 3 city gods felt the same way. After a while, the local land official, Qian Yukai, appeared. "I have met the esteemed immortals. Are you all well?" The leading disciple glared at him fiercely. "Are you trying to make a joke at our expense? Or do you want us to be killed directly by that flying sword?" "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare," Qian Yukai replied. "Then why didn't you warn us in advance?" The disciple said sternly. Qian Yukai wanted to cry, but had no tears. He thought to himself, "Even if I had warned you earlier, you wouldn't have taken it seriously." However, he couldn't say that out loud. "I really didn't know before. That immortal only told me to guard the seal here, and I genuinely didn't know anything else. Really? I wouldn't dare deceive you." After a while, everyone finally calmed down. This matter needed to be considered carefully. The other person's cultivation level was probably much higher than they had imagined, definitely not something they could handle. They had to report back to the Xintian Bureau. After a discussion, the leading disciple glanced at Qian Yukai and said, Chapter 692, The Higher They Climbed. The thinner the air became. The chaotic flow of spiritual energy became more pronounced. Thus, 2 talismans appeared on the cat's forehead, allowing her to avoid being affected by the chaotic energy. Since they began climbing the mountain, the snow had not stopped falling from the sky. This morning, a person, a bull, and a cat did not climb the mountain as usual. At the beginning of the new year, it was a particularly special new year. Li Pingyan and the old bull had celebrated the new year many times in various places. However, it was their first time celebrating the new year on the snowy mountain. The cat rubbed her face, her nose frozen stiff. The fairy has grown a year older. Yes, the bull has also grown a year older. And the Pingyan has also grown a year older. Yes, today, the fairy will cook a lot of dishes. Thank you for your hard work, fairy. It's not hard. Boom. In the distant sky, 2 beams of light collided violently from 2 directions. The space trembled violently, sometimes distorting, sometimes wavering. After a while, golden specks of light appeared like rows of soldiers, arranged in a regular pattern, but changing too quickly to see clearly. It resembled a magnificent aurora. The person, the bull, and the cat watched for a while, realizing that two cultivators were likely fighting in the distance. Chapter 693, Rumbling. The residual force from the distant clash splashed over here. Moo! The old bull let out a low roar, blocking the residual force. These two were still fighting. The old bull's tail stood upright, feeling angry. He called out again and galloped away. On the other side, the two great beings were engaged in a battle of spells. Both suffered injuries, but none were fundamental. It was clear they could continue fighting, and with their type of battle, it could last for days or even months without issue. The key problem was that these great beings sometimes took care to avoid harming innocent civilians. Thus, they would drag the battlefield deep into the mountains or deliberately refrain from using earth-shattering techniques to prevent widespread harm. However, once they became bloodthirsty, they wouldn't care about such things. Various means would come into play, often involving countless innocent civilians. Such situations were somewhat better in the Great Sway, but still only somewhat better, not to mention outside the Great Sway. Just consider those cultivators capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Lifting a mountain could result in countless falling stones that might kill many people. Hence, innocent civilians often got caught up in the chaos, sometimes leading to the destruction of entire villages, counties, or government offices. Chapter 694. The next day, early morning. The cat got up early to make breakfast. The old bull lay on the ground, snoring thunderously. His body was covered in snow, but he didn't feel cold at all. The cat looked at the old bull and rubbed his face vigorously with her small hands. The old bull woke up, looking at her in confusion. If you sleep outside, you might get sick. The old bull stretched his hind leg to scratch his rear and pouted. I don't feel cold at all. Sighed, the cat sighed. Realizing she couldn't do without herself, she ran back to the tent to fetch a wool blanket for the old bull to wear. Only then did she start a fire to cook. After breakfast, the person, the bull, and the cat continued to climb up the mountain. The cat glanced back and said to Li Pingyan, "Aren't those two fighting anymore? Or have they finished?" Li Pingyan smiled and said, "They probably got chased away." Chased away? The cat tilted her head. Does that mean someone didn't allow them to fight here? That's likely the case, Li Pingyan replied lightly. Climbing the snowy mountain without any flying techniques was clearly a task that consumed spirit, time, and physical strength. However, if one could purely enjoy the fun of climbing, it was also quite nice. Chapter 695. Roar. The weather was gloomy, with thick, low, murky clouds filling the sky. The howling wind rampaged across the wilderness, as if wielding sharp blades. Looking around, it was nothing but snow and mountains. The birds have flown away from the 1,000 mountains, and the paths are devoid of people. Such a world felt fresh to newcomers, provided they could endure the overwhelming snow and the life-threatening cold. In such an environment, there are individuals draped in white animal skins, standing 1 or 2 zhang tall. Armed with primitive weapons, they launch attacks on the ferocious beasts fleeing in the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sharp long spears, fashioned from tree branches, are thrown forcefully by these little giants. They strike the snowfield with a loud thud, showcasing their tremendous strength. The beast that was hit by 2 spears immediately fell to the ground, letting out a mournful cry. The group of small giants quickly surrounded the beast to deliver the finishing blows. Soon, the beast breathed its last. The leader of the giants directed the others to carry the beast's corpse back. Suddenly, the giant waved his hand to signal everyone to stop. His gaze warily fixed on the other side of the snowstorm. A figure emerged from the snow mist. Chapter 696. After drinking several large bowls of milk wine, a few more barbarians entered the tent. These barbarians seemed to hold a high status within their tribe. The barbarian who had just poured wine for Li Pingyan and the others hurriedly retreated with the wine bowl. The oldest among them opened his mouth and stammered, You are from the Central Plains?" Surprisingly, he spoke the language of the Central Plains. Li Pingyan quickly nodded, yes. "You come here to stroll. As Li Pingyan spoke, he demonstrated. However, it was clear that the leading barbarian did not understand much. Thus, Li Pingyan took out various items from his storage ring, including bottles filled with spices, large bags of tea leaves, sugar, silk, porcelain, paper, and bamboo utensils. These were all prepared in advance. Since Li Pingyan learned from Changqing that after crossing the eastern snowfield, he would see the last group of barbarian tribes in the Jojo region. He had made these preparations with old Neo at the market before reaching the summit. Seeing these items, the barbarians' eyes lit up. They picked them up, examining them closely, holding them with both hands as if afraid of breaking them. Chapter 697. A little girl tugged at Li Pingyan's sleeve and led him into a tent on the edge. Inside, a barbarian woman lay on an animal skin mat. She was still tall and strong, but her face was ashen, looking very weak. The little girl pointed to the barbarian woman and then handed all her belongings wrapped in animal skin to Li Pingyan, clearly asking him to save the sick woman. Li Pingyan examined her carefully. The physical structure of the barbarians was similar to that of ordinary people, just a bit taller and with stronger physiques, having undergone some changes due to the harsh cold environment. However, they were quite similar. Soon, Li Pingyan withdrew his hand, having some ideas in mind. But he did not have any ready herbs. After thinking for a while, he took out a silver needle. He inserted the silver needle into the woman's acupoints. This action startled the barbarian girl, who watched as Li Pingyan used a sharp object to pierce her mother's body. The silver needle emitted a stream of energy invisible to the naked eye. Li Pingyan inserted 16 needles. He intended to explain to the barbarian girl that the needles needed to be removed after 4 hours, but without a common language. It was clearly difficult to communicate such complex matters. Chapter 698. Boom. The barbarians grabbed Li Pingyan as if catching a chick and began to run frantically. Old Neo and the cat received the same treatment. However, they suddenly realized that the avalanche had stopped shortly after running a short distance. The snow cascade tilted downwards as if frozen in place. The falling rocks and broken timber also ceased their movement. The barbarians had never witnessed such a scene. Staring wide-eyed in confusion, Li Pingyan reassured them in their language that there was no need to worry. He held a piece of white paper in his hand and stored away the hero's pen. The white paper ignited spontaneously in his hand without fire, vanishing without a trace. The collapsed snow mountain began to restore itself, and the broken timber and rocks gradually returned to their original state as if nothing had happened. The barbarians watched in astonishment, their expressions towards Li Pingyan changing repeatedly. They simply knelt down, as if regarding him as a deity. Li Pingyan quickly urged them to get up and signaled for them to turn back. After a brief farewell, he, a cow, and a cat left. When the barbarians returned to their tribe, they spread the news of the person from the Central Plains who had effortlessly stopped the avalanche a few days ago. The entire tribe erupted in excitement. Chapter 699. The snow in the snowfield had not stopped for 2 months. Chongqing's map reached its end here, and they could only rely on themselves to find their way. A person, a cow, and a cat took refuge in a cave. The snow outside was too heavy, so they had no choice but to wait until it lessened before moving on. The cave was small, making it a bit cramped for one person, one cow, and one cat. A bonfire was lit in the middle. Old Neo looked at the map and couldn't help but marvel at how detailed Chongqing's map was, almost perfectly matching the local reality. At that moment, Old Neo sneezed. Meanwhile, far away in the territory of Yongzhou, Chongqing, holding the map given by Old Neo and Li Pingyan, looked around. A monk shouldn't curse, but where the hell am I? The cat, bored, played with her paws, as there were no mice to catch in a vast snowfield. Now, she could only stay there, which was naturally a bit dull. Meow. Li Pingyan took a sip of tea, gazing at the snow outside. He didn't know when it would stop. The cat, bored, mimicked Li Pingyan's speech. Li Pingyan smiled. Why not go outside and build a snowman? The fairy had already made many snowmen. Chapter 700. Is the cave heaven and blessed land a pearl? After using the flying technique, in less than half a day's time, they arrived at the so-called cave heaven and blessed land mentioned by Tushanya. Tushanya pointed to a pearl floating halfway up the mountain, which was no bigger than the cat's eye, and said, "This is it." Li Pingyan and Old Neo, having traveled across various places, had indeed never seen such strange things. They looked on with great curiosity. Tushanya explained, "A flower is a world. A leaf is a Bodhi. This cave heaven and blessed land was created by the Buddha from the great forces of heaven and earth, and there is no other similar miraculous object in the world." Tushanya cast a spell, and suddenly, a surge of energy erupted around them. The world turned upside down, and an uncomfortable feeling of dizziness washed over them. However, this feeling soon disappeared. The cat instinctively covered its eyes with its paws. After a while, the cat lowered its paws and looked around. They have vanished. Deping, In, and Nyo are gone. along with that beautiful woman who looked like a fairy. The cat widened its eyes and hurriedly looked around. No, there's nobody. The cat felt a bit flustered. Meow. That woman is a bad person. Although she looks as beautiful as a fairy, she has a wicked heart. Chapter 701. Inside the Cave Heaven. After a man, a cow, and a cat had their fill, they were ready to pay and go for a stroll. Waiter, check please. A total of 312 high-grade spirit stones. Just 300 will do, the waiter said with a smile. Huh? Li Ping's expression suddenly changed. What the heck? 300 high-grade spirit stones. The waiter, still smiling, handed the bill to Li Ping, adding that they also accepted spirit items of equivalent value. Li Ping glanced at the old cow. The old cow shrugged, as if to say, what do you want from me? I just had a few bites. Li Ping exchanged glances with it. Just because you had a few bites. You don't have to pay, right? We can't just run out without paying, can we? Come on. I know you've saved up a lot of pocket money. Hurry up and take it out. The old cow's eyes widened. Or should we run? Li Ping blinked. Not paying after eating and just running away seems a bit unethical. The old cow said, this is clearly a scam. Even if you sold me at bear paw prices, it wouldn't be enough. Sir, the waiter gently tapped the counter. Li Ping turned around, looked at him, and awkwardly smiled. This price for a little snack is indeed surprising. Chapter 702. This is worth much more than a single coin. Li Ping said helplessly. Can it be sold for money? That would be a loss. So what can it do? This is a fairy's opportunity. The fairy can eat it. The cat said. The fairy wants to eat mice, not leaves. If she eats it, she will become very powerful. How powerful? She can protect me and the cow better. The cat hesitated for a moment and then put the leaf in its mouth. After chewing it, it found it quite tasty. However, there were no other feelings. Li Ping smiled and nodded at the old man with a cane. The old man also smiled faintly. Li Ping then turned his gaze back to the osmanthus tree. His gaze fell on the ground where the osmanthus tree's roots were. A pair of spiritual eyes, however, could not discern the truth. The small town was not particularly large. After walking for a morning, they had finished exploring it all. They found an empty space to sit down. Having learned from previous experiences, they dared not casually enter any shop. So they could only take out their own dry food. The cat said, it's beautiful here. Can we stay for a while? I'm afraid we can't. Why not? 1 carrot, 1 pit. If we settle down, we will take someone else's place. Chapter 703. A day later. Li Ping inquired with Lu Yu about where the little girl lived. It was at the Wang family at the entrance of 17 Alley. The cat, holding a cloth ball, had lost its usual liveliness. It tugged at Li Ping's hand. Following him forward, they arrived at the entrance of 17 Alley. Li Ping knocked on the door, and a sturdy man opened it. He looked at Li Ping with surprise. Who are you? I am Li Ping, and this is Cat Fairy. The sturdy man said, Are you new here? Yes. What can I do for you? I have something to discuss. May I come and talk? The sturdy man hesitated for a moment. Please allow me to inform the master. Thank you. Inside the courtyard, a well-dressed middle-aged man was teasing the birds in a cage. The sturdy man walked over, bowed, and said, There's a person who calls himself Li Ping and visiting the master outside. Li Ping? Is he the one from outside Tingchong? The sturdy man said. He does seem to have that bearing. What does he want? The middle-aged man looked puzzled. No matter what he wants, the guest must be welcomed with tea. Yes. Soon, the sturdy man opened the door to welcome the man and the cat inside. Chapter 704. Moo. The old cow stretched out its hind legs and scratched its butt. Li Ping was drinking tea, listening attentively. He died. Fortunately, it wasn't the entire tribe that perished. Li Ping had long anticipated this and finished the tea in his bowl. He then set the tea bowl down. The cat, holding the cloth ball, had already fallen asleep. Li Ping reached out and stroked her fluffy head. Let's go. Moo. The Wang mansion. It was still not too late, and the Wang mansion was still lit. Knock knock. Li Ping politely knocked on the door again. This time, the person who opened the door was still the sturdy man from earlier. Seeing Li Ping the man frowned slightly. Sir, please inform your master. My master has already gone to bed. If you wish to visit, please wait until tomorrow. I will wait here for him. The sturdy man frowned even more. Allow me to inform him. Shortly after, the man returned, leading Li Ping inside. It was still the same place as during the day, and the same tea as before was served. Wang Xie was sitting in the main seat, holding 2 walnuts. I didn't expect Mr. Li to come again so soon. However, Li Ping no longer had a smile on his face. Your backer has great power and is cultivating in the blessed land. Why would he kill some barbarians for no reason? Chapter 705. Tushanya furrowed her brows slightly. The entire cave heaven's boundary began to swell violently. Tushanya waved her large sleeves, and the air rippled like water waves. Li Ping's figure appeared. Li Ping was sitting at the center of the small town, under the osmanthus tree. He raised his head, his eyes calm and unruffled. Huh, it really is him. Tushanya formed a hand seal. Virum, the small town gently trembled. The entire boundary seemed to stabilize once again like a great mountain. At the same time, Tushanya's voice echoed from the depths of Li Ping's heart lake. Mr. Li, why do you want to destroy the town's rules for no reason? Li Ping was silent for a moment and said lightly, you know in your heart. How about stopping here? Tushanya asked, how can I stop? Li Ping said solemnly, dissolve this blessed land. I am not a saint and cannot make fair judgments. It is even more impossible for me to distinguish between good and evil among all the cultivators in this town, or to kill them all, no matter the purpose. The town has developed to this day. The killing has already been enough. How about stopping here? Tushanya did not answer Li Ping's question, but instead asked in return, Mr. Li, do you really want to be enemies with everyone in the town over this matter? Chapter 706. Stop? The shopkeeper held a birdcage in one hand and said solemnly, this is not just my family's matter. I hope you think twice before acting. Centered around the osmanthus tree, the head of the Liu family in the town locked the door and told his children not to go out. Then he took his eldest and second son and left. The old man who was fishing also put away his fishing rod and headed towards the center of the town. At the same time, house by house in the town, whether it was the wealthy families in the east or the ordinary families in the west, were all advising their children not to go out. Soon, they all headed towards the center of the town together. Li Ping turned to look. At the center of the town, there were 6 roads, 3 main roads and 3 small roads. At this moment, people were continuously walking towards this direction. The 6 roads were almost filled with people. And with so many people gathering together, the surroundings were silent except for the sound of the gentle breeze. Li Ping sheathed his fusong knife, placing both hands in his sleeves. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the people coming from all directions. I am Wei Zhan from Uni Pavilion. I have long heard your great name, Mr. Li. It is a pleasure to meet you today. A man in a blue shirt clasped his hands. Ba. I am Wuchen from Floating Dust Temple. I pay my respects to Mr. Li. Chapter 707. Boom. A sudden wind rose from the ground. Li Ping pressed down his straw hat with one hand, exerted force in his legs, and his whole body transformed into a streak of flowing light, leaping into the air. Immediately, several people in the crowd followed closely behind. Since the battle had begun, there was no need to hold back. Heavy muffled groans sounded from above. Then, 2 figures that seemed like blood gourds fell heavily from the sky. Father! At once, someone rushed forward to catch the blood gourd-like figure, unable to help but shout. Li Ping leaped to the top of the clouds. The entire town's boundary began to extend outward, seemingly merging with the momentum of the entire eastern snowfield. The formation of the world slowly began to move, forging a resilient fortress that trapped Li Ping inside. Li Ping did not care too much. His gaze swept over. In his spiritual eye, the flow of fortune turned, spiritual energy surged, and the momentum of mountains and rivers was apparent. Li Ping stopped on a mountain peak. Below, an old man with a fishing rod and a straw hat stood by the creek. At this moment, the originally calm creek was like the surging waters of a river, restless and roaring. In the southeast direction, the tea house owner holding a bird cage gently opened the door of the cage. Chapter 708. Wu Cheng gathered the town's momentum, his eyes wide open with anger. The sound of Buddhist chants lingered, mist rose, and the breath of the earth's veins flowed. 2 Yinyang cultivators held a rosewood incense burner, and wisps of breath flowed like small streams into a great river. After taking a gold pill earlier with various enhancements, they temporarily broke through the 8th realm and soared to the 9th realm. Gulme! Wu Cheng shouted angrily, throwing a punch. The 2 exchanged punches. Wu Cheng's fist struck Li Ping's chest. Li Ping's fist hit his head. Both retreated. Again, the 2 moved forward again, each throwing punches. Boom! Boom! Facing each other's fists, neither side dodged or avoided, relying solely on their bodies to collide head-on. Each punch exchange caused the surrounding cultivators' energies to become chaotic, like giant stones continuously thrown into a lake. No one dared to step forward because doing so would only complicate matters. Even so, after exchanging about 10 punches, Wu Cheng's body became increasingly damaged. He had never encountered Gu Shizhou in his life, and because of this, had never seen someone whose body was even more resilient than his. At this moment, the high-grade robe on his body had already become tattered. Chapter 709. The entire town's time seemed to have been pressed on the fast-forward button. Flowers, plants, and trees quickly withered, rivers dried up, and cracks appeared on the ground. Meanwhile, outside the town, in the eastern snowfield, the wind and snow ceased, and a small crack appeared deep within the eternally frozen glacier. The spirit beasts inside seemed to sense some change and began to make restless sounds. Tu Shanya struggled to hold off Bai Yujing's attack. Her gaze fell and met Li Pingyan, who was covered in blood. Li Pingyan casually formed a sword seal with his hands. Buzz! Above Bai Yujing, an ancient pure sword intent fell straight down. Golden light pierced through from above, forcing Tu Shanya to the ground, and she maneuvered her two giant tails to scatter the light. Holding the thunder command, "Little girl, I am Tu Shan, the 16th generation disciple. In charge of the blessed land under the seat of the Emperor of the North Pole. Tu Shan, your request to report. Today, there are evil and treacherous people disrupting the world with evil methods, slaughtering loyal subjects, and killing our fellow cultivators. Therefore, I request to execute this person." After a moment, a celestial voice seemed to echo in the air. Approved. Chapter 710. Above the sea of clouds, a voice revealed a surge of rage. Li Pingyan, you dare. With an infinite sword momentum, a sword slowly descended from the sky. Retracting Bai Yujing, it also fell heavily to the town. Li Pingyan lay on the stone, his wounds bursting open. Blood continuously flowed out, and it seemed as if all the strength in his body had been drained. Holding a wine gourd, he drank from it. After a while, Li Pingyan seemed to regain some strength. He got up and walked. Bai Yujing could no longer be retracted into his body and instead clanged along behind him. Li Pingyan looked back. He stopped, and Bai Yujing stopped. He walked, and Bai Yujing followed. No need for words. The outcome is already decided. Li Pingyan destroyed the huge osmanthus tree in the center of the town. With a turn, Bai Yujing followed suit. A thunderous roar erupted behind them. Several houses in the town were crushed into ruins by the massive form of Bai Yujing. No. The severely injured Tu Shan Yu was still struggling on the ground. Li Pingyan ignored her. The leaves of the osmanthus tree fell all over the ground. This tree, which had brought opportunities to countless cultivators, unexpectedly ended up being a last gift for a cat. Chapter 711. Later Generations, Records. 28 years before Jingde. After the Great Change, a unified dynasty was established in the eastern snowfields, with the first emperor's era name being Jingde. A venerable one rode a cow to this place, bestowing divine power upon the tribe, then hurried to the northern ridge, where gods and demons fought, causing great changes to heaven and earth. The eastern snowfields underwent tremendous changes, with ice and snow melting. At this moment, Li Pingyan was sitting in the center of a talisman array, with fragments of runes floating above his head, shimmering with colors. The old cow was lying nearby, sleeping soundly. The cat cooked some remaining beast meat with mushrooms. She served it to Li Pingyan, who only drank a small bowl, showing little appetite. The old cow also seemed to be in a deep sleep. These days, much effort had been put into stabilizing the grand formation. All he wanted was to sleep deeply. The cat held a spoon, slurping the soup, looking worried. "Sigh, what are we going to do if we don't eat?" Just as she was thinking, she heard footsteps. The cat looked up and saw a chubby monk walking over with a round belly, followed by a Taoist behind him. The cat put down the spoon, turned her head to look for the Pingyan, ran halfway, then ran back to grab her small pot before going to find a Pingyan. Chapter 712. After the two left, the cat listened in throughout but only understood half of it. She didn't catch much, but did pick up an important piece of information. "Are we leaving here?" the cat asked. "Yes," Li Pingyan replied. The cat happily licked her paws, seemingly overjoyed at the thought of leaving. It was cold and freezing here, and there were no mice to eat. The Pingyan and the old cow were busy with their own matters. The cat was incredibly bored. Li Pingyan patted her head. 3 months later, the situation in this world stabilized considerably. Finally, someone came to take over. After various considerations, each family sent someone. Now that the town was destroyed, discussing anything further was meaningless. The focus was on current interests. However, the leaders still felt somewhat uneasy and decided to find Li Pingyan for another talk. But Li Pingyan had already disappeared. Li Pingyan stood on a mountain peak, gazing out. The trees were lush, and the towering peaks stood tall. In less than half a year, this was the scene. Although most places were still steep cliffs and covered in ice and snow, it was only a matter of time before they melted. Chapter 713. In the distance, there was not a glimmer of light. Darkness enveloped everything. Only a small boat had a light shining. What are you going to the distant mountain ferry for? Seeking relatives or visiting friends? The boatman asked casually. Neither seeking relatives nor visiting friends, just taking a look around, Li Pingyan replied. Taking a look around? The boatman was puzzled. What's so interesting there? There's nothing fun to do. It's chaotic, just surviving is already good enough. If that's your mindset, you should head back early. Now that he was here, the boatman continued. That distant mountain ferry has been at war for several years, with many deaths. It said that the entire ferry terminal was stained red with blood. There are often wandering souls and ghosts here, very scary. Later, there were no major battles, but remained chaotic, with small skirmishes continuing. Bandits and thieves killing and looting. Li Pingyan nodded slightly, quietly sipping his noodle soup. Occasionally, a cold wind blew in. Since it's so chaotic, why are you still here? Why not move somewhere else? Me? I'm waiting for my son. Oh, my son has achieved success and went to the capital to take the exam. It's not easy for a poor family to raise a scholar. Chapter 714. At the distant mountain ferry, Li Pingyan sat by the roadside, took a sip from his wine gourd, and now didn't know which way to go. There were no signposts by the roadside, and there were no people either. He randomly picked a path and walked forward, thinking that if he went far enough, he would surely see signs of life. The overgrown grass along the night road allowed him to hear various insect sounds. The cat occasionally darted into the grass to catch one, then let it go to catch others. Suddenly, a flurry of panicked footsteps came from the grass. The cat hurried back, but there was a long black worm on her paw, biting into it. No matter how the cat shook, she couldn't get it off and was panicking. Li Pingyan flicked his finger, and the long worm fell to the ground, disappearing. It must have been a transformed creature. The cat looked at her injured paw, raised her head, and held back tears. The fairy won't be poisoned, right? Shouldn't be. But what if she is? The old cow walked over, spat into his palm, and then rubbed it on the cat's injured paw. All done. The cat looked up, shocked at him. After a night of rain, the sky finally cleared. Chapter 715. This rain had been intermittent for nearly half a month. The sky seemed to be leaking. The rain wasn't too heavy, but it dripped incessantly. The world was gloomy, with only the campfire shining bright. Li Pingyan sat on a piece of collapsed wood, playing the Erhu. The long, mournful sound of the Erhu was desolate, with threads of melody that seemed to break yet connect. It was much like the weather. Ma Yuan held a book, listening quietly. Ma Yuan. The first two characters Ma Yuan learned were his name. The cat watched him struggle to recognize the characters. Several times, unable to resist the urge to rush over and show off. But she hesitated, afraid of scaring him, since she had spoken. So she had to hold back. Instead, her little paws drew patterns on the ground, her big round eyes fixed on Ma Yuan. The army spent most of the time at a standstill. On rainy days, it was impossible to travel. Ma Yuan took this opportunity to learn characters from Li Pingyan. With nothing to do on rainy days, the soldiers idled away their time playing cards or guessing hands. Some would even take their pay to the military camp to find women to entertain themselves. The camp prostitutes had been around for a long time, allowing them to earn money while also providing an outlet for the men in the army. Old Nyo walked out of the camp prostitute's tent, adjusting his pants and sighing as he walked. Chapter 716. If the fairy is tired, then take a break. It wouldn't be good to wear yourself out. Not at all. The fairy feels nothing at all. Li Pingyan nodded. That's true. The fairy is incredibly brave. A few pieces of wood are nothing. However, the fairy needs to chop a bit more. This isn't enough to make a boat. I believe with the fairy's abilities, it will be a piece of cake. The little girl, holding a small axe, ran off to chop wood again, working especially hard. Old Nyo yawned lazily. Li Pingyan put down his wine gourd, preparing to take a nap. There was nothing more pleasant than this. It's just a pity that making a boat, which is somewhat difficult, is something the cat wouldn't do. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to do it themselves. Feijiu, Feijiu. The cat finished chopping the wood and stacked it neatly. On the way back, she noticed some commotion in the street. An old Taoist was performing tricks. The old Taoist looked dirty, with two prominent big front teeth. He waved his hand, and it seemed as if it started to rain around him. But that wasn't the most peculiar part. The old Taoist suddenly stretched out his hand and turned his head around. Chapter 717. The small boat floated gently on the sea surface, where the winds in the southeastern sea were much milder. Suddenly, a seagull swooped past him. The sea was shrouded in thick fog, and the sky was also covered with fog. From a distance, one could only see a gray expanse. The sand gulls cried out in the air, and the colorful fish dove into the water. A few fishing lights indicated the changes in the world. The Dragon King struck the bell, narrating the vast changes of the sea and land. The fairy needs to be patient. Li Pingyan wore a bamboo hat to shield himself from the bright sunlight. Sitting in the small boat, he held a fishing rod. Beside him was a little girl wearing a bamboo hat, looking very obedient. Can the fairy go down and catch them? The fish will hide very deep. The fairy probably won't be able to catch them. The little girl yawned lazily. For the lively and active cat, fishing was clearly not suitable for her patience. At that moment, a fish leaped out of the sea. The little girl instinctively darted out. Li Pingyan could only smile helplessly. Old Nyo was studying the map, based on the information gathered along the way. The closest to them should be the so-called three-headed kingdom. The people of that kingdom had one body and 3 heads. However, the exact location was unknown, existing only in rumors. Chapter 718. Li Pingyan clasped his hands in salute. I am Li Pingyan, coming from the great sway of Zhongzhou, and I have come to see the Dragon King. The true dragon was surrounded by blue lightning, its eyes shining a blue color. Its massive body merged into the fog. A puff of white breath escaped from its nose. Whoever you are, if I don't teach these ignorant fellows a lesson today, I will have a fire that cannot be extinguished. Li Pingyan asked, why is the Dragon King so angry? The true dragon glanced at Li Pingyan with disdain, seemingly unwilling to explain. Seeing that the other party did not respond, Li Pingyan did not feel awkward. Instead, he summoned the third young master. The third young master cursed under his breath. It felt like being woken up forcibly when he was sleeping, now having to work. The third young master was filled with resentment as he looked at the true dragon in the sky. He raised an eyebrow, but showed no fear. Although he was not as strong as the other, dragons were extremely particular about bloodline inheritance. From a perspective of bloodlines, the other party had to be one rank lower than him. Moreover, there were people backing him up. So, the third young master naturally greeted the other party. The true dragon's gaze shifted slightly as it looked at the third young master, then at the kindly Pingyan. Dragons recognize their kin. It's easier to talk to family. Chapter 719. Li Pingyan regretted a bit. If it were the Dragon King, he would probably know where this so-called three-headed kingdom was located. Today, there was no wind at sea. As the saying goes, no wind at sea means 3-foot waves. Even if there was no wind on the sea, there could be waves up to 3 feet high. Because the ocean is so vast, even if there's no wind here, there must be a place where the wind blows, which can create waves. And waves not only rise and fall in place, but also propagate to distant places. So even in a windless area, there will still be waves. The small boat floated gently. The cat, wearing a bamboo hat, was paddling hard with a boat oar. There was a small island ahead. Fairy, put in a bit more effort. Li Pingyan squinted at the distant island. But now, they were going against the wind. The cat exerted all her strength, but the boat did not move forward. Instead, it was pushed backward. The cat hurriedly cast a spell. The surface of the sea rippled, and 3 water pillars shot up, forming 3 water people. The cat gently blew a breath, and the 3 water people stabilized into shape. In these days, the cat's magic had become increasingly proficient. The 3 water people jumped into the water and began to help the boat move forward. With the assistance of the 3 water people, it didn't take long before they reached the edge of the small island. Securing the boat, the person, the cow, and the cat finally set foot on the island. Chapter 720. As they entered the city with the 3-headed people, they gradually discovered more of them. These 3-headed people all looked like they were carved from the same mold. Each person had the appearance of a monk. They looked at Li Pingyan and the others with curiosity, but remained restrained, observing from a distance. Looking at this group of people with 3 heads, it felt indescribably strange. Although this island was quite large, it seemed that the only inhabitable place was this one city. Li Pingyan estimated that the population of this small city should not be too large, probably around several tens of thousands. The 3-headed people who led them directly took them to the central palace. This was unexpected for Li Pingyan. Why do we see the emperor as soon as we arrive? The so-called palace was actually just a slightly larger house. It couldn't be compared to the central plains palaces, not even to those of ministers or wealthy merchants. There were guards stationed at the entrance. 3 heads entered to report, and before long, they saw the emperor of the 3 heads kingdom. Li Pingyan looked at him. and the emperor's appearance reminded him of an Egyptian pharaoh, though still somewhat different. He bowed, reported his name, and stated where he came from. Chapter 721. After staying in the Three Heads Kingdom for a few days, they explored the small island extensively. They learned a lot about the customs and culture of the Three Heads Kingdom and witnessed this peculiar race with three heads. Subsequently, one person, one cow, and one cat bid farewell to this extraordinary little country. At this moment, the giant turtle was adrift in the sea, not knowing where it had floated. However, Li Pingyan and the others were already prepared to find the Dragon Lord in the water palace, so they weren't worried about getting lost. Can the fairies still use the water avoidance technique? Li Pingyan asked. Yes, came the reply. Then let's get ready to go into the water. The cat raised its head and said anxiously, there are big fish in the water that will bite us. Li Pingyan replied casually, it won't happen. Or the fairy can stay here to watch the boat. What if the big fish comes to bite the fairy? The cat was referring to the massive shark it had seen a few days ago. Then let the old cow stay here to accompany the fairy. The cat glanced at the cow. What can the cow do? Li Pingyan said, the cow can feed the big fish until it's full. Then the big fish won't eat the fairy. Huh? The old cow raised its head. Then let's go together. Li Pingyan made a simple hand gesture, and a white figure emerged behind him. The third young master waved his massive body, impatiently exhaling from his nostrils. Chapter 722. Inside the Water Palace. The Dragon Lord lazily lounged on a huge coral bed. His enormous body nearly filled the bed. He casually grabbed a wine cup that appeared enormous to others. But in the Dragon Lord's claws, it was like an ordinary small cup. After drinking a mouthful of fine wine, the Dragon Lord's eyes brightened a bit. He exhaled a puff of white air from his mouth and nose. At that moment, a servant came to report that someone outside was requesting an audience. Li Pingyan? Upon hearing this name, the Dragon Lord pondered for a moment, as if searching his memory to see if he recognized the person. Soon, he recalled that a few days ago, when he was preparing to teach a lesson to the Dan Dynasty's fleet, someone who claimed to be Li Pingyan had come to mediate. At that time, seeing that the other party was not an ordinary cultivator, he had given him some face. Why has he come to seek him out now? The Dragon Lord hesitated for a moment and decided to take him to the main hall. Yes, please come in. One person, one cow, and one cat followed an octopus inside. The octopus was dressed in silk clothing, but it looked uncomfortable when paired with an octopus. The Dragon Lord did not arrive first. Fruits, snacks, and tea had already been served. Chapter 723. The true dragon's massive body landed heavily on the surface of the sea, causing a considerable ripple effect, with waves continuously rolling in the distance. Inside the water palace, the massive water formation emitted a loud rumbling sound. When the true dragon landed in the water, it transformed into human form. The golden threaded robe it wore was already damaged. Its face was grim, barely stabilizing its form, and it spat out a mouthful of blood. Raising its head, the golden light in its eyes had dimmed several degrees as it looked at the person in the blue robe before it. Thank you very much, immortal teacher, for your guidance. The little dragon understands now. Li Pingyan calmly said, Dragon Lord, your cultivation is not easy to come by. Do not lose it over trivial matters. Today, I am giving a small punishment as a warning, and I hope the Dragon Lord can sincerely repent in the future. Do not cause great disaster, for regret will come too late. The Dragon Lord hurriedly bowed and repeatedly said, the immortal teacher is right. You are right, not daring to refute a single word. One person and one dragon returned to the water palace. The water creatures watched their dragon lord storm out of the palace with great momentum, now returning with a disheveled appearance, and even a fool could understand the outcome, so they dared not speak any further. Chapter 724. The small boat approached the fleet, and soon someone noticed them. Someone recognized Li Pingyan as the blue-robed person who had saved them from the Dragon Lord that day, and soon Zhong Guitao hurried over. Upon seeing Li Pingyan, he was filled with surprise. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Li again. What a coincidence. How did Lord Zhong find this place? Zhong Guitao said, that day, I followed your advice and took a detour to avoid the Dragon Lord. Who would have thought I stumbled upon this small island? The people here are indeed as extraordinary as the storytellers say, covered in feathers, and every person can fly. Zhong Guitao's face was filled with excitement. Is that so? Li Pingyan calmly nodded and looked into the distance. Far away, on the island, the winged people of the feathered nation had their bows drawn, warily looking in their direction. Their wings were located at the back of their bodies, covered in feathers. From a distance, It looked like a large flock of birds gathered over there. It seems they're not very happy about your arrival, Zhong Guotao said. That's natural. I've already sent someone to negotiate. Fortunately, they also speak the official language of the 9 provinces. After a while, an official came to report. Chapter 725. Shang hurriedly returned to the palace. Li Pingyan followed to see what was happening. Soon, he saw Zhong Guotao's distressed face. Zhong Guotao sighed and said, I apologize for making you laugh, Mr. Li. Li Pingyan asked, how could Lord Zhong upset the emperor? Zhong Guotao glanced around and quietly explained, this emperor is unpredictable. He just asked me who is stronger, the feathered nation or the Dan kingdom. I just gave a vague answer, and who knew he would fly into a rage? He threatened to kill me and even go after the Dan kingdom. What do you think? Li Pingyan smiled and said, the people of the feathered nation are inherently irritable. Lord Zhong should have just agreed with him. Alas, Zhong Guotao sighed heavily. It's too late to say anything now. He wasn't afraid of actually being killed, not to mention the Dan kingdom. Even the fleet he brought could easily wipe out the feathered nation. However, this way, his desire to find the elixir of immortality was likely to be dashed. After Shang's earnest persuasion, the irritable emperor ultimately spared this outsider, ordering them to leave the island quickly. Li Pingyan felt a bit regretful. He had intended to stay a few days longer to appreciate the local customs before leaving. Chapter 726, Da'an Dynasty, Yansu. On the vast cold river, a misty fog envelopes the surroundings. A small boat drifts slowly. Snow has fallen on the misty isles, and the other river waters have frozen, but this river still flows gently. We're almost there. Wake up, guest. The old man rowing the boat called out to the person in the blue shirt who was sleeping in the cabin. Li Pingyan yawned and stretched lazily, looking at the scenery outside. On the shore, there were many figures moving about. Li Pingyan squinted slightly. It had been a long time since he had seen normal humans, and he was somewhat unaccustomed to it. The little girl in the cabin did not come out and was focused on writing something. After hearing that the Pingyan and Yonyo were going to write a book about the wonders of various countries in the eastern seas, the little girl decided she would also record her journey. It went as follows. Today, sunny. Rowing the boat. Cooking breakfast for the Pingyan and Yonyo. Cooking lunch. Cooking dinner. Continuing to row, sleep. The next day, overcast. Cooking breakfast for the Pingyan and Yonyo. Rowing. Cooking lunch. Cooking dinner. Continuing to row, sleep. The third day. Scratching Yonyo's itch, giving the Pingyan a back rub. Rowing, cooking. Li Pingyan also took a look at the diary written by the cat. Chapter 727. 101 for a 10-day period. A month would be 301. This means that in the Misty Isles, they must earn at least 300 won each month to survive. Soon, after sealing and stamping with a thumbprint, Li Pingyan received the keys to the house. The house had been uninhabited for years, so cleaning and tidying up was unavoidable. Li Pingyan initially thought about tricking the cat and leaving all the work to it. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing he was being too wicked. One person, one cow, and one cat decided to work together, sweeping the floor, wiping the tables. Will we be living here in the future? The cat asked. We will be living here for a while, depending on how much money we earn later. The fairy will make money. Then depends on the fairy. The fairy knows that Nyo and I are weak and cannot take care of ourselves. Sometimes hungry and sometimes full. We even rely on Nyo performing to amuse others. I have to play the Erhu and beg to survive. It all depends on the fairy for us to live, Li Pingyan said, and he couldn't help but wipe away a tear. The cat's expression was serious, standing straight as if it had taken on a heavy burden. Thus, after tidying up for 2 hours, the house was finally completely cleaned. Chapter 728. Meow. The little rat closed its small eyes and fell silent. At the same time, the shrine trembled. Just as it was about to escape, its body suddenly stiffened in place. Unable to move at all, Li Pingyan, using the moonlight, carefully examined the shrine. What kind of deity is this? The shrine seemed to realize it had encountered someone not to be trifled with. This was not an ordinary person with abundant energy. A small artifact deity. What is a deity of an artifact? It means that the object has become sentient. How does it become sentient? Li Pingyan asked calmly. The shrine cautiously replied. The little deity existed in the world before the Great Dynasty was established. However, at that time, it was confused and unaware. Later, during the chaotic end of the dynasty, the little deity became sentient, and then it became what it is now. Then why do you harm others? Li Pingyan continued to ask calmly. The shrine seemed to realize that the next part of its speech could affect its fate. So it replied even more anxiously. The little deity does not wish to, but in order to survive, it has to absorb incense. Chapter 729. The city god temple in the Misty Isles is not particularly hard to find. After all, everyone knows such places. Li Pingyan walked in straw sandals towards the city god temple. There weren't many people at the city god temple, but certainly not too few. Perhaps it was related to the time of day. Li Pingyan bought a piece of bean cake at the entrance of the city god temple. While eating, he stepped into the city god temple. However, it was unfortunate that the city god was not at home today. The shrine did not exhibit any divine aura, proving that the city god was not present. Li Pingyan missed the opportunity and had to wander around the city god temple for a while before leaving. He thought about coming back tomorrow, noticing that the sunshine was quite beautiful today. He took his fishing rod and walked to the riverbank where the water had not frozen. Choosing a good spot, he leisurely fished. There were quite a few people fishing, but most were older individuals. An elderly man in his 60s sat next to Li Pingyan, looking sprightly. Noticing the expression on Li Pingyan's face, he said, "Young man, new here? Just came to the Misty Isles for a short while." As Li Pingyan spoke, he took the fishing line off the bamboo rod and put the hook into the water. "Your fishing rod is quite plain." The old man glanced at the bamboo rod in Li Pingyan's hand. Chapter 730. Scholar Fong's ancestors were once wealthy. However, in his generation, he had been unable to pass the imperial examination for a long time. Now, over 40, he was still just a scholar, but fortunately, his family was relatively well off. With more than 20 acres of fertile water fields, it was enough for the family to live without worry. Li Pingyan sat in the Fong family ancestral home, savoring some tea. After chatting about various topics for a while, Scholar Fong finally got to the point. "Brother Li, do you know that your house is not peaceful?" Li Pingyan nodded, acknowledging that he was aware. Scholar Fong seemed to have anticipated this. Every time someone moved in within a few days, there would be chaos, and they would eventually move out. "These days, I've seen your house calm. I also see that you are extraordinary, so you must not be an ordinary person." Li Pingyan smiled faintly, and "Fong brother, if you have something to say, feel free to speak directly. It's like this, I have a request. Recently, I encountered a strange matter." "What strange matter?" Scholar Fong lowered his voice intentionally, saying, "At night, my front door always makes a thumping sound. When it first happened, I thought someone was in a hurry. However, when I opened the door, there was nothing outside. I didn't pay much attention to it." Chapter 731. 4 or 5 people gathered in Li Pingyan's courtyard. Among them were neighbors who lived nearby, and some he had never seen before. They all had encountered strange occurrences, but learned about Li Pingyan's deeds from Scholar Fong, so they came seeking his help. One by one, they said, "Don't worry." Li Pingyan calmly replied, I go first." A middle-aged man was the first to step forward. "Sir, I am a hunter from the city. I often hunt in the mountains, and I haven't encountered anything strange. However, in the past few days, I have always gotten lost when coming down the mountain. I am very familiar with the path. I've walked it for over 10 years. How could I possibly get lost? But I don't know what's going on. No matter which way I go, I just end up back where I started. I have to walk for several hours, and only when I'm exhausted can I finally find my way out. After a few times, it has really worn me out. I'm afraid that one day, I might never be able to come out again." Li Pingyan nodded. "The mountain has many scattered graves. You probably encountered some mischievous spirits trying to keep you there. The way to deal with it is simple. People fear ghosts 3 parts, while ghosts fear people 7 parts. The best way to handle them is to shout and curse. The more fiercely you curse, the more filthy words you use, the easier it will be to escape the situation." Chapter 732. The goddess in the goddess temple is a big rat. Oh, the fairy smells the rat odor on her. And there are many other powerful rats in the goddess temple. "Thank you for your hard work, fairy. It's fine. It's just that this place is very strange." "Are there any other strange things?" The cat said, "There are especially many demons and ghosts here, especially at night." Li Pingyan nodded thoughtfully, and as he pondered, he had already arrived at the woman's residence, which was indeed quite luxurious. Upon entering, the woman offered tea. "What will you do to catch the demon that stole my wealth?" she asked eagerly. "With my cat, that's enough." "Oh." The woman looked at the cat. "May I ask if there are any jewelry boxes that have been in contact with it before?" "Yes." The woman hurriedly had a servant bring a jewelry box. The cat lowered its head and sniffed. It nodded at Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan then stood up, ready to deal with the demon. "Thank you, sir. If you can get rid of that monster, it will relieve me of a great worry, and I'll be immensely grateful." Thus, the man and the cat left the official residence. Li Pingyan followed the cat and didn't walk far before stopping at the entrance of another house. Chapter 733. Heavy snow began to fall in Yinzhou again, like goose feathers. Although it was snowing, there wasn't much wind. Snowflakes drifted down. As a year-end approached, this year's New Year seemed less smooth for the people of Yinzhou compared to previous years. A plague broke out in the city, and various strange incidents occurred one after another. Strange occurrences happen every year, but today there are especially many. To avoid the plague, more people began to worship at the goddess temple. The incense offerings were continuous. At this moment, in Li Pingyan's courtyard, he and the old cow peeked out, only to see outside the courtyard, on the rooftops, branches, and water tanks, stood many cats of varying sizes and colors. The cat fairy stood in front of the courtyard, surveying them. Each cat had a serious expression, like soldiers about to go to battle. The cat fairy was undoubtedly the commander of this army. The cat fairy cleared her throat, her little face very serious. Tonight, we will launch a surprise attack on the goddess temple and completely eradicate the rat problem in Yinzhou. The cats fell silent for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Long live the meow meow. Meow meow. The courtyard echoed with the cats' cries. Li Pingyan and the old cow watched this scene with curiosity. Chapter 734. How could there be such a big rat in the goddess temple? What goddess? I think that goddess is actually a rat spirit. Don't talk nonsense. A group of people fled in panic. A voice echoed over the heart lake of the rat goddess. Where do you come from? Which immortal are you? Please stop, or the little demon will be left with nowhere to be buried. You haven't answered my question. The rat goddess, enduring the pain, replied. The little demon has attained enlightenment outside of Yinzhou. Why come Yinzhou? Normally, places with a gathering of human energy are not approached by ordinary demons, let alone so boldly. The little demon was attracted here. Attracted by what? The little demon isn't quite sure, but has a premonition that Yinzhou is about to be in chaos, and for some reason, this place has a strong attraction for the little demon. After arriving here, the little demon indeed felt a significant increase in power. Where's the city god here? I don't know. Li Pingyan remained silent for a moment. But do you know anything else? I don't know much else, but I do know this place is extremely unusual. The city god has disappeared, and demons from various places have gathered here. Chapter 735. Early in the morning, Li Pingyan poked his head out from his warm bed, rarely not smelling the aroma of rice porridge. It seemed that the cat was indeed quite tired last night. Li Pingyan put on his shoes, wrapped himself in clothes, and walked outside. The snow continued to fall. Occasionally, he could see rats crossing the street, followed by one or two cats. Li Pingyan glanced at them hurriedly and then looked away. He arrived at the pancake stall, where news of last night's events had already spread. Everyone was discussing the matter of the goddess in the goddess temple being a rat spirit. There were quite a few people present at the time, but the news had completely changed in appearance. They said that a celestial being descended from the heavens, and that they saw the immortal exorcising the demon, speaking as if it were true, with all sorts of details, as if they had truly witnessed it. Li Pingyan ordered a bowl of hot tofu soup and 2 pancakes. The pancake stall simply set up a shelter which couldn't block the wind, so he could only use his hand to cover the bowl to prevent snowflakes from falling in. After taking a sip of soup, Li Pingyan leisurely listened to the people nearby discussing last night's events, selectively skipping over the exaggerated parts of the story. Chapter 736. Upon returning home, the cat had already gone out. The old cow was still sleeping. Li Pingyan reached in to touch the bed, which still had some warmth. So he took off his shoes and climbed back into bed, flipping through a book on alchemy. Outside, the snow was flying, and inside the house, he was warming by the stove. The stove crackled, harmonizing with the sound of the wind and snow outside. After reading for a while, he couldn't help but fall asleep again. When he woke up, it was already dark. The little girl had returned at some point and was cooking dinner. The fairy is back. Seeing Li Pingyan awake, the cat raised its head and stared at him. Why are you looking at me like that? The cat jumped off the counter and walked a few steps forward. Why is the fairy looking at me like that? Li Pingyan asked again. The cat's small face was serious. Did Big Pingyan buy a lot of fried tofu today? Yes, Li Pingyan admitted. Did you share with the cats? Yes. It's a thank you gift for them. The cat's small paw clenched into a fist and hit the ground heavily. But the fairy has already given them a thank you gift. How can there be 2? What did the fairy give them as a thank you gift? The fairy spent a lot of money to invite them to eat grilled fish. Chapter 737. There's a master who eliminates demons in Willow Tree Alley, and this news spread quickly. Whether it's a big demon or a small demon, there is nothing he cannot handle. The most important thing is that the price is negotiable. If you have no money, you can give a few eggs, homemade pickles, or drinks. If you have money, you can give more, but it's not mandatory. Whatever you give is counted. For a while, everyone from the North Street of South City came here to find the master to solve their troubles. One person, one cow, and one cat worked hard for quite a while. Even the laziest old cow had to get moving. The year end was approaching. Li Ping'an rarely had some free time and bought some New Year goods on the street. Just as he was walking home, a horse-drawn carriage stopped beside him, and a middle-aged man got down. "Are you Mr. Li, who slays demons?" "That's me." Li Ping'an immediately knew the other party was here to find him to eliminate demons. "I am the steward from the county magistrate's office, sent to invite you." "Oh, the county magistrate." Li Ping'an's expression didn't change. "Wait until I deliver these things home." "All right," the steward said. Although anxious, he didn't dare to act rashly. Usually, if his master invited someone, it would definitely not be with this attitude. Chapter 738. Li Ping'an had thought about eliminating some demons. Firstly, it could bring peace to the common people. Secondly, during the process of demon elimination, he might accidentally find some clues. He didn't have the ability of Tiangongzi to deduce heavenly secrets, so he could only give it a try. At first, he helped the neighbors eliminate some small ghosts. As his reputation gradually spread, he was able to be found by someone from the county magistrate's family. Then, through the county magistrate, he learned about the situation in the governor's office. He thought there would be some demons in the governor's office, but unexpectedly, he happened to catch the true culprit behind the scenes. It truly was a link that led to another. Li Ping'an had once crossed paths with a strand of divine thought from an otherworldly demon. At that time, the otherworldly demon attached its divine thought to a zombie, which he and Chongqing discovered accidentally. However, what they fought against back then was just a strand of divine thought. The governor, who is now possessed, can be easily detected by him, indicating that it is definitely not just a strand or a few strands of divine thoughts from otherworldly demons. Li Ping'an couldn't figure out the other party's background or strength. However, he had heard from the old celestial master before that this kind of demon lurked outside the 9 provinces. Every time there was chaos in the world, they would show up, so their strength was definitely not weak. At this very moment, there were no less than a dozen so-called friends invited by the Tiangongzi outside Yin Prefecture. Chapter 739. How do you think this matter should be handled? Li Ping'an threw the question to the governor. The governor leaned back slightly, narrowing his eyes into a line. Outside Yin Prefecture, there were 1 or 2 cultivators in several directions, either standing in the forest or at the edge of the sky. Each of them looked very serious as they gazed toward the governor's office. The Astronomical Bureau of the Great and Dynasty also sensed the presence of these cultivators. The Bureau could not detect the existence of otherworldly demons, but they were very sensitive to these well-known cultivators who could influence the spiritual energy of a place. In an instant, the monitoring officer, the chief offering, and many cultivators all appeared outside Yin Prefecture. To avoid misunderstandings, the cultivators who followed Tiangongzi hurriedly stepped forward to explain the current situation. The monitoring officer and the chief offering exchanged glances, both filled with suspicion. They had heard of otherworldly demons. If it weren't for the fact that these people were all prominent figures who had established their sects, everyone would think that some force wanted to overthrow the dynasty. After pondering for a moment, the monitoring officer said, "If that is the case, we should stay here to help." Chapter 740. The severely injured demon fled into the distance, feeling fortunate. It's good I agreed to this arrangement. Otherwise, if we really fought, life or death would be uncertain. Bai Yujing. After a sword strike, the flying sword circled around and returned to Bai Yujing. Li Ping'an sat back down and gently exhaled. He shook his head. Not being able to kill it, he hadn't expected to. If a full-powered sword could truly kill that otherworldly demon, then injuring it was already quite good. After this incident, the demon would surely need to rest for a while and could not cause trouble. Li Ping'an let out a long sigh. Tiangongzi looked into the distance, secretly feeling regretful. The surrounding crowd was shocked by the sword energy for a moment before they all headed to the governor's office. A few people, still not giving up, chased after the direction of the sword energy. However, it seemed to be a futile effort. The monitoring officer and the offering from the Great and Dynasty both came here together. After all, the place where the demon caused chaos was under their jurisdiction. But Li Ping'an found it troublesome and had already left. The remaining matters were left for them to handle. Back in Willow Tree Alley, Li Ping'an rubbed his aching forehead. Every time he used the sword from the tower of Bai Yujing, it made him feel as if his spirit was being drained. Chapter 741. Li Pingyan placed all the fish in the basin. The little girl quickly ran out. A guest has arrived. Did the fairy treat them well? Yes. The little girl looked at the few big, fat fish. Her eyes brightened. Wow, Big Pingyan caught a lot of fish. The fairy should also go fishing tomorrow. You go entertain the guests. The fairy will go sell fish. Then I'll leave it to the fairy. Don't set the price too high. Just make enough profit. Otherwise it won't sell. Before he could finish, the little girl interrupted. Got it, got it. Li Pingyan returned to the room and saw the monitoring officer and the offering. You both are here. Please excuse me. Let me wash my face. The monitoring officer hurriedly said, We are intruding. Please make yourself comfortable. Li Pingyan washed his face briefly and returned. What brings you both here this time? Is it about the previous incident? It's to thank Mr. Li for helping stabilize the situation in Yan Prefecture. It was just a small effort. Zheng smiled and complimented a few words, then said, My Majesty has admired you for a long time. Hearing that you are here, he wishes to invite you to the palace for a meeting, both to express his gratitude to you. Chapter 742. ZZZ. Li Pingyan glanced at the cat next to him, who was about to fall asleep, and tapped her little head. The little girl woke up and tugged at the fishing rod in her hand. Why aren't the fish biting? Fishing requires patience. You need to be patient. Li Pingyan said lightly. The little girl propped her head up with her hand, looking bored. Didn't you insist on coming? Why don't you want to fish now? I'm not. The fairy is just tired. Then go back to sleep. The fairy wants a fish. Aren't you tired? The little girl's face was exceptionally serious, even if she was tired. She wanted a fish. They held on until nightfall, and the little girl had already fallen asleep on Li Pingyan's lap, mumbling in her dreams, Fish, so many fish. The fairy caught so many fish. Li Pingyan smiled helplessly and took the little girl home. It was already late at night, and tomorrow would be a new year. In the middle of the night, the little girl, waking up, pushed Li Pingyan's arm. Li Pingyan lazily opened his eyes. The Pingyan, where are the fairy's fish? Li Pingyan closed his eyes again. Suddenly, a loud firecracker noise burst outside early in the morning. Chapter 743. In the north, at the Demon Suppression Pass. Under the dark night, Zhao Linger, dressed in blue, flew down from a cliff top. A blue light flew to her feet and headed into the distance. Behind her, several cultivators also rode their swords. After the failed assassination of King Ci, they had retreated north to the Demon Suppression Pass. Zhao Linger served there as a scout leader, a position neither big nor small. For a long time, everything had been peaceful. Life at the Demon Suppression Pass was not particularly difficult. Although there were demon races in the north, they had been pacified over the years, except for the battle in Tangchong City, which had stirred the demons on other days. Both sides tacitly avoided igniting the conflict. Today, Zhao Linger was patrolling with her team, as usual, but suddenly received a distress signal from Team C. The scout team patrolled daily, divided into 4 groups, a B, C, and D. Team A, led by Zhao Linger, generally consisted of 6th grade cultivators to scout the periphery. This C team, with Zhao Linger's inclusion, had improved its combat effectiveness significantly. The leader of Team C, though far inferior to Zhao Linger, was still within the 3rd grade range. To send out a distress signal, it was very likely that they had encountered real trouble. Demon race? Thinking this, Zhao Linger quickened her pace. Chapter 744. After the new year, preparations to leave Yinzhou began. Li Pingyan told the cat about this and asked her to get ready in advance. When? The fairy needs to say goodbye to her friends and will need a few days to pack. No rush. We'll leave when the fairy is ready. The cat pondered. After the new year, the streets became much quieter. Many shops on both sides of the street had not yet opened. The weather had warmed up a lot. Li Pingyan strolled along the streets with a bamboo pole and an old cow. After walking for a while, an old man with white hair bowed to him on the street. Little deity greets Mr. Li. He was the newly appointed city god of the area. Li Pingyan smiled faintly and nodded. In recent days, these newly appointed city gods had always encountered him in various ways. Li Pingyan had probably guessed their thoughts. When some cultivators met senior experts, they hoped to ask for guidance and receive pointers, which would greatly benefit their future cultivation. Some even directly changed the course of their lives. Moreover, these experts were often easy to talk to and had good tempers. After all, at this level, they had their own understanding of all things. Chapter 745. The cat raised her head, her little face seriously staring at Li Pingyan. Did the Pingyan touch other cats? It's the city god's cat. The cat shook her head. The fairy doesn't know it. It's a cat the city god brought from his hometown. The fairy has never seen it before. The cat remained silent, staring at him as if asking, Don't you have a cat at home? Why do you need to touch someone else's cat? Li Pingyan laughed and reached out to pat the cat's head. Although it's also a cat. That cat is obviously not as clever as the fairy. Yes, the cat nodded. Li Pingyan thought for a moment. Although that cat can also read and write. The cat blinked, seemingly to prove that she could do more than just read and write. With 2 paws on the ground, she flipped herself over and then propped herself up, using her head to support the ground, starting to spin around. Can the fairy do this? Can it? Li Pingyan asked. Who taught the fairy this? Nyonyo taught the fairy. The cat said, while spinning faster. Nyonyo is also teaching the fairy how to swallow swords. Li Pingyan felt a bit helpless. His own cat was not very bright. Chapter 746. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, dispersing the clouds in the sky. On a cypress tree more than 10 feet away, a dark mass swayed in the wind. The horses neighed restlessly. A flock of birds, startled, flew up and headed towards a distant gray forest. Demon spirits. The leading soldier of the Great Sway army roared with full morale, suppressing some of the surrounding chill. A group of people moved like the wind through the thicket, racing towards the dark mass without fear. Within the black mist, a terrifying face leaped out like a flying fox, lunging toward them. Kill! A roar erupted from the crowd. The strong soldier in the lead charged forward with a long spear, stabbing into the black mist. A scream erupted, as if bitten by a venomous snake. He fell to the ground, his body convulsing. Then his lower back went numb, as if he had lost feeling. Soon, more screams followed, like a ghostly wail. Although these Great Sway soldiers were brave and fearless, they couldn't help but turn pale at this moment. It's just a trick. A sudden strong wind blew, dispersing the dark mist. Chapter 747. After bidding farewell to the border troops, they continued forward. Once they crossed the border, the population began to increase. There were tea stalls and small eateries by the roadside from time to time. At the same time, rumors carried by the wind began to increase. A month ago, I heard people say that the allied forces of various countries were advancing south, breaking through several formations, and were about to besiege the capital. As I walked further, I learned that Liu Yong was moving north, and several armies were encircling the allied forces from the north. The Empress Dowager had returned to court, taking control of the government. However, rumors suggested that the Empress was merely making a last-ditch effort. There were also rumors that this was a trap set by the Empress for the domestic opposition, creating a spectacle. Opinions varied widely. However, reality could not be faked. One person, one cow, and one cat walked along and listened. To return to the 4 towns of Anbei, naturally, one must head north. The information received became more abundant and more credible. All along the way, people said the Allied forces were coming to kill, but I saw no sign of them. One day, I arrived in a small town and stopped at a wine stall. The stall owner specialized in beefhead meat. However, the preparation was quite unique. The owner said it was called bao. Tender beefhead was charred over fire, washed several times, and then cooked with wine, shallots, and ginger until done. It was then cut into palm-sized pieces and seasoned with various condiments. Chapter 748. Li Pingyan stood in front of a small door and took 3 steps back. He began to dig down at that spot. Soon, he unearthed a small box containing only a key. With a click, he unlocked the door. The wild grass in the yard showed signs of having been tended to, and the water tank was overflowing with clear water. The cat curiously surveyed the small courtyard where Pingyan and Nyonyo once lived. So small. Li Pingyan entered the house and looked around. The items were untouched, still resembling his memories. He moved a stool and sat in the courtyard, basking in the scorching sun that belonged solely to Anbei. The familiar scent was still there. He closed his eyes and slowly savored the feelings within. The cat suddenly transformed into a little girl, picked up a broom, and began to clean the dust off the floor. Although the house was not particularly dirty, it certainly was not clean either. The cat's diligent instincts kicked in, seemingly preparing to sweep the house inside and out. Just then, I happened to encounter my dear one. Joy filled my heart. It was a perfect moment, waiting for this intended brother. I couldn't help but want to hold you in my arms. Zhang Er hummed a tune that was popular in brothels. A familiar face saw him and greeted him. Chapter 749. Anbei's 4 towns. Li Pingyan walked on the solid bluestone road, and as he looked around, it was rare to see the yellow sand spread everywhere. A small piece of bluestone symbolized the change of the times. There were vendors selling xiaobing. No matter how times changed, the northern winds still felt a bit biting. The taste of xiaobing was still as delightful as ever. I sat by the roadside, preparing to enjoy a warm meal. Xiaobing, also known as shuain bing, is said to be rolled to the size of a large finger, cut into 2-inch pieces, and soaked in a basin of water. It should be rolled very thinly by hand, then boiled in rapidly boiling water. It is not only white and appealing, but also exceptionally smooth and beautiful. Unlike hand-pulled noodles, this is made by rolling the dough into strips the width of chopsticks, each 1 foot long and as thin as chive leaves. Sitting by the roadside, one can hear news about state affairs. The 4 towns of Anbe were once places where people traveled north and south. There was much knowledge to be gained, especially since I had been far from the Central Plains. Therefore, I dared to speak freely. Halfway through my meal, I saw 4 or 5 young men calling friends and walking up to the noodle stall. One of them was Zhang Er, who had visited his home not long ago. He worked short-term at the Wang residence. Zhang Er also spotted Li Pingyan and glanced at him with a hint of resentment. With the return of the house owner, he naturally didn't need to clean anymore. Chapter 750. The weather was clear, and today the 4 towns of Anbe were unusually windless. Early in the morning, the old cow was busy in the courtyard, seemingly trying to make a swing for the cat to play on. The cat followed closely behind it. Li Pingyan thought this wouldn't do, who would take care of the housework at home, and who would prepare the 3 meals a day. So, he quickly called the cat over. "What is the fairy doing?" Li Pingyan asked knowingly. The cat raised its head, its small face barely hiding its excitement, saying, "Nyonyo said he wants to make a swing for the fairy." As it spoke, it waved its paws, seemingly trying to describe it to the Pingyan. Li Pingyan nodded and suddenly asked, "Does the fairy still remember Qing Feng?" The cat blinked its eyes and proudly said, "Of course I remember. Qing Feng is not as tall as the fairy and is not as smart either. Apart from hitting people and drinking, he is useless." The cat shook its head, seeming to feel sorry for Qing Feng. Achoo! At that moment, far away in Shushan, a drunken Qing Feng sneezed. He turned over and continued drinking, not paying it any mind. Li Pingyan hesitated for a moment. The cat's evaluation was indeed quite accurate. Chapter 751. A little girl brought over some tea, saying, "Drink up." The fairy added honey. "So the tea isn't so bitter." "Thank you." Lu Yong smiled and nodded at the girl, his gaze shifting to Zhang Er inside the house. The little girl had seen him before in the Jing residence in the capital, but she had never met this person. Zhang Er was originally sent by his master to deliver something to Li Pingyan's family. He didn't know why his master treated this person like an ancestor. Zhang Er had gathered some information from the steward and vaguely guessed that this seemingly scholarly guy was probably not an ordinary person. However, that was all. At this moment, he looked at Lu Yong, the Duke of Wuhan, whom he had seen on the street just last month, and couldn't help but swallow hard. How could he miss the excitement when Lu Yong returned to his hometown? Back then, Lu Yong was surrounded by local officials, several county magistrates, and local gentry, all of whom were respected figures. Naturally, he could only watch from a distance with his companions. It is said that returning home in fine clothes brings unlimited glory. Who would envy that? In these past few days, Zhang Er had been dreaming about a day when he was suddenly appreciated by the Duke of Wuhan, promoted to general, and then fought on the battlefield, returning with a beautiful woman. Chapter 752. There was news of war at Jinyao Pass, but it was unknown how far it had progressed. In the 4 towns of Anbe, it was difficult to gather information about Jinyao Pass. Li Pingyan folded a paper dove and tied one of his own hairs to it. He opened the window and released the paper dove. The letter was addressed to Jingyu, who, sitting at the core of the Sui dynasty, surely knew more than he did. While waiting for a reply, Li Pingyan felt increasingly fatigued. I don't know if it's due to the influence of the rune fragments, but I always feel like I haven't slept enough every day. Li Pingyan placed several pieces of rune fragments on the counter and stared at them when he had nothing to do, as if trying to discern some meaning from them. It seemed that the energies of the world were quietly circulating. This was a kind of charm, a connotation, a feeling that could only be understood but not expressed. It slowly emerged from the eaves, from the gaps, from the corners of the table, from the strokes of the brush, and from the brilliant flowers. It converged before his eyes at a speed beyond measure. Perhaps due to his state of mind, his visualizations were deeper than ever before, and the effects were more pronounced than any previous time. It was a strange experience, a series of thoughts, countless feelings, all mixed together. Chapter 753. The cat raised its head, its clear eyes reflecting the galaxy. There are many people. Moo. The cat saw the jade belt clearly. That jade belt was made up of individuals, forming a silver-white belt. Meow, so many people. The cat didn't know where these people came from, or where they were going, or what they were going to do. The cat only cared about how many noodles could be sold tomorrow, and when Depingin would wake up. The old cow was even less concerned, concentrating on gnawing on a leg of lamb. One big and one small, one cow and one cat, each lost in their own thoughts. Life went on like this, calm and undisturbed. The battles outside the demon suppression pass had not yet affected this peaceful little town. Or rather, even if the demon clan really wanted to break through the demon suppression pass, it wouldn't happen overnight, even starting from today. Most of these people probably wouldn't live to see the moment the demon clan invaded the 9 provinces. As business improved, the little girl finally decided to find a helper. Zhang Er, a long-term worker from the Wang family, often helped deliver rice, flour, and oil to the little courtyard. After coming and going, he became familiar with the little girl. When he learned that the noodle stall needed an extra pair of hands, he volunteered. Chapter 754. Li Pingyan returned to the familiar little house and took a deep breath. The little girl pulled him to sit on a stool, and after a while, she ran over with pastries. Then she ran back and brought him tea. She kept running back and forth. Soon, the sound of clinking came from the kitchen. Li Pingyan could already imagine the sumptuous dinner the cat would prepare for him later. The cat jumped out of the window with her precious money pouch. Probably to buy groceries. Li Pingyan said, "Fairy, don't work too hard, and don't make so many dishes. Just make a couple of home-cooked meals." The cat, holding a basket, disappeared like an arrow in the blink of an eye. Li Pingyan stretched comfortably, feeling relaxed. He closed his eyes, and what he heard was a calm and prolonged sound. It was like the whisper of the wind, or like human thoughts, drifting unpredictably. At this moment, centered around the 4 towns of Anbei, every breeze, every falling flower, every bird's call was within his perception. The rushing river, the gentle breeze, the clouds in the sky. Countless scenes, countless events, countless figures transformed in his mind like a fleeting panorama. Chapter 755. The next morning, Li Pingyan woke up and found that both Nyo and the cat were gone, but breakfast was left for him in the pot. He vaguely heard the cat say they were taking the old cow out to sell noodles. After having breakfast, he stayed in the room until noon and felt he should check on the noodle stall, mainly because he was hungry. He was too lazy to cook lunch. He stepped outside and asked around. It was easy to find out where the old cow and the cat were selling noodles. From a distance, he saw the little girl and Zhang Er busy. Li Pingyan walked over. Zhang Er was taken aback when he saw him, then quickly greeted him. "Mr. Li, long time no see." Li Pingyan glanced at him. "You're working here?" "Yes," Zhang Er replied, feeling a bit anxious. "You've worked hard." "It's nothing. Zhang Er hurriedly said, "Just a bit of strength." The little girl ran over, wearing a set of oversized, stained clothes. "Why did Pingyan come?" "I just came out for a stroll." "Have you eaten?" The fairy went to make a bowl of noodles. "How's business today?" "Very good." Li Pingyan glanced around, and almost all the tables were filled with people. Chapter 756. The swordsman relied on the speed of his flying sword, wanting to turn and escape. However, it was too late. This swordsman was crushed to the ground by the torrent, losing consciousness in an instant. Death was not as quick as one might think. In the 4 towns of Anbei, at the residence of the martial god, Lu Yong withdrew his gaze, only to realize that the teacup in his hand had been shattered into powder. "Rodents." Lu Yong's slightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed. "Sir." Li Pingyan walked in and asked, "How is it?" "Just 2 rodents, merely trying to take advantage of the chaos." "I've dealt with them," Lu Yong said, gently rubbing his brow. To crush 2 cultivators of not low cultivation at such a distance using such a domineering method is not as easy as it seems. After all, it had caused some damage to himself. However, he did this to deter those lurking in the shadows from committing outrageous acts. The Great Sway is still the invincible Great Sway. Lu Yong paused for a moment and continued. In recent years, such things have become more common. The Demon Suppression Division has recorded several times more demon and ghost awakenings than in previous years. Lu Yong's face showed some worry. "Do you know what changes may occur in the 9 provinces? Could it be that the demon clan's attack on the Demon Suppression Pass has triggered some kind of change?" Chapter 757. The 10,000 Great Mountains stretch endlessly. Due to the terrain, this place has never had a unified kingdom since ancient times. They are all independent villages. Humans and demons coexist here. Because of the vast land and sparse population, there are many demons, wild beasts that have become spirits, and other strange things in the deep mountains and old forests. In short, nothing is surprising here. Fights between villages are commonplace. The battles between villages and the demons and beasts in the deep mountains happen every day. But 100 years ago, a person named Erhu emerged. He led his village to expand south and swallow north, gradually growing stronger. In the end, the 10,000 Great Mountains were unified, although the various villages hidden deep within only nominally recognized him as their leader. This was already the first step taken in 1,000 years for the 10,000 Great Mountains. The name Iha held great prestige in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Even the children who had just learned to speak knew this name. The connections between the villages became closer, with less obvious feelings of exclusion and resistance. Although there were occasional minor frictions among them, large-scale conflicts were rare. Therefore, when Li Pingyan and Old Neo re-entered the 10,000 Great Mountains, they discovered two completely different landscapes compared to when they first arrived. Chapter 758. The glutinous rice here is very delicious. The little girl said, Li Pingyan, if you want to eat, then eat a bit more. But it's very expensive. Who is that Iha you mentioned just now? He is the emperor here. Is he very powerful? He should be quite powerful. After all, no one has unified the 10,000 Great Mountains since ancient times. The little girl's eyes brightened slightly. Just now, Nyo said you knew this emperor. I suppose so, Li Pingyan said lightly. Well, then can we eat here without spending money? That won't do. Oh. The little girl stared at Li Pingyan, thinking that his popularity wasn't very good. Her cat friend often brought her the mice it caught. An emperor has such a large place, but isn't even willing to give Li Pingyan a free meal. Is the fairy thinking of something messy again? Li Pingyan looked at her big eyes. No. The little girl turned her gaze away. She couldn't say it directly and still wanted to leave some face for Li Pingyan. They didn't stay in the village for many days. One person, one cow, and one cat continued their journey. Normally, they would have stayed for a while. But thinking of the matters regarding the demon suppression pass, Li Pingyan couldn't help but quicken his pace. Chapter 759. The moonlight is like silver. The fine horse, pure black like ink, snorted. The young man rode on the horse, looking into the distance. Behind him was a cavalry unit composed of dozens of people, along with a eunuch wearing a tall hat. The eunuch glanced at the prince beside him, feeling that young people are good, as if they have endless energy. Lu Gongong, is it time for the merchant caravans from various places to come to pay their respects? Yes, if nothing unexpected happens. They should be arriving one after another in the next few days. The last time I told that merchant to bring me a jade ruby. I wonder if he can bring it back. If the prince orders, the other party will definitely not forget. Giddy up, giddy up. The young man suddenly spurred his horse forward. Not far away, there were hunters returning from a hunt. It seemed they were from the same village. A team of more than a dozen people. They were holding torches and carrying wild beasts. The young man galloped past them, stirring up a gust of wind. This caused the hunting dogs they brought to bark wildly, and the fast-moving figure nearly collided with one of the hunters. The prince turned to look at them and whistled, which was immediately met with a barrage of curses. It was dark and visibility was poor, so they couldn't clearly see each other's clothing. Chapter 760. So, what exactly do you want in exchange for that thing behind you? Li Pingyan touched the Erhu and said, This Erhu of mine is not worth much. It has just accompanied me for many years, traveling through thousands of mountains and rivers. If your highness really likes the Erhu, I can make one for you. The Erhu itself isn't worth much. Li Pingyan had tried to exchange for another Erhu before and still received the system support. However, this Erhu has accompanied him for a long time. I want this. Li Pingyan smiled gently. How about this? I will temporarily leave this Erhu with you, your highness. When I return from my travels, you can return it to me. However, the condition is that your highness must change many bad habits afterward. The young man frowned. Li Pingyan had already untied the Erhu. If the prince agreed, the Erhu would be left with him. What counts as bad habits? What you just mentioned counts. The young man crossed his arms and chuckled. All right, I agree to your terms. Lu Gongong unexpectedly glanced at his prince. Li Pingyan's expression remained unchanged. He hoped the prince would honor his word and then took his leave. Afterwards, he tidied up the pots and bowls. One person, one cow, and one cat did not linger for long and headed off into the distance. Chapter 761. By the sea. The sea breeze blew through the cat's fur, making it appear longer as she opened her mouth wide. It seemed she wanted to suck in all the wind into her stomach. Moo! Old Nyo reached out his hoof to cover her mouth. Silly cat, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid of a stomachache? Meow. Shayu County. Guest. Your rolling fish noodles are ready. The waiter walked over with a large plate, on which were 3 bowls of noodles and some other small dishes. Rolling fish noodles are essentially loach noodles. Li Pingyan picked up the noodles and took a bite. He remembered that the first time he came here, Old Nyo and Chongqing had a meal of these rolling fish noodles. After many twists and turns over the years, he didn't expect this noodle stall to still be around. The taste of the noodles seemed to be the same as before. Li Pingyan ate the noodles and garlic slowly. Just then, the sound of firecrackers suddenly erupted not far away. In addition to the firecracker sounds, there were also the sounds of gongs and drums. A grand wedding procession slowly approached from one side of the street. The line was shockingly long. The groom sat high on his horse, full of spirit. On both sides were young attendants holding baskets. The baskets were filled with countless copper coins. The attendants grasped the coins and scattered them around. Chapter 762. Zhou Yukai looked at the little girl and asked, "Is it delicious?" The little girl looked up at him. Let Grandpa hold you." The little girl took a step back, clearly unwilling. Zhou Yukai didn't insist, and instead turned his gaze to the person in the blue shirt beside the little girl. "Your child is very cute." The little girl seemed very dissatisfied with his address. Li Pingyan smiled faintly. "Yes, my child has always been very cute and sensible." Zhou Yukai looked Li Pingyan up and down, feeling that he didn't look like an ordinary mountain villager. "Zhou's family is celebrating. I heard the news and came uninvited to ask for a cup of celebratory wine." "Haha, feel free to drink, feel free to drink." Zhou Yukai completely failed to recognize this former companion. He was already quite old, although he had some cultivation. He had reached the age where he was nearing the end of his life, with dim and cloudy eyes. His memory had also somewhat faded. Moreover, after more than 100 years, even if he were to meet his old companions, in his imagination, those companions should be as old as he is. Therefore, he would not associate the person in front of him with his former companions at all. Chapter 763. Yunzhou. The sun gradually descended below the horizon. Only a beam of light could be seen shooting into the sky as the sea receded. On the beach, many people were barefoot, carrying a basket, and bent down to rummage through the sand. The people living by the sea would follow the pattern of the tides, rushing to the beach's mudflats and rocks to salvage seafood when the tide was out, which is called catching the sea. The tools for catching the sea are varied, but they can be summarized into 4 types: gloves, small baskets, hooks, and shovels. Sun Hai grew up in the sea and did not need these tools, relying solely on his hands. The Sun family made their home on boats and made a living by fishing, living on the sea for generations. Sea folk like them are not uncommon by the shore. Before long, Sun Hai's basket was filled to the brim. He handed the basket to his younger brother and then swam further into the deeper waters. The farther he swam from ashore, the darker the color of the sea became. The vast waves in the distance made him somewhat entranced. Suddenly, he reached out and touched a squirming, warm object, pulling hard. He then saw a living creature caught in his hand. When he realized it was just a cat, he was startled and quickly let go. Chapter 764. Perhaps their hearts are not sincere. The man said, "How to distinguish between a sincere heart and an insincere one?" Li Pingyan was confused. Last year's memorial ceremony. Our county had 300 pigs, 200 sheep, and countless gold and silver. The man counted one by one. What about other counties? They contributed too, but their total was not as much as ours. At this point, the man paused. "This is understandable. Our county is one of the richest. The other counties combined cannot compare to us." Li Pingyan shook his head. If it were only like this, how could it be worthy of being a deity? Alas! The man quickly covered Li Pingyan's mouth and glared at him fiercely. The sea god knows everything. This cannot be said lightly. Li Pingyan smiled apologetically. I spoke out of turn. Night fell. After taking a hot bath, he changed into clean clothes and lay on the bed, sipping warm rice soup. The cat had drunk 3 bowls in a row, only showing its fluffy little head from the blanket. Seeing the big, unresponsive Li Pingyan, it playfully tugged at his clothes with its paw. When Big Li Pingyan turned to look at it, it pretended to be indifferent, lowering its head to play with its paws. Chapter 765. The sunny days truly lift one's spirits. The air was clear, mixed with the salty smell of the sea. A little girl twisted the noodles into a circle with chopsticks and then fed it into her mouth. She lay on the windowsill, looking at the clouds in the sky, imagining she was a flying horse. The crowd coming and going below, the sunlight dappling over the little girl's radiant face. After a while, there was some noise outside the door. Zhang Hai and his younger brother walked in. They were taken aback upon seeing the little girl. Huh? How did the little girl appear? What about the cat? Zhang Hai had only seen the cat and had never seen the cat turned into a little girl. So he looked puzzled and spoke up. Who are you? The little girl raised her head. What do you want? We came to find the cat. The little girl tilted her head. "We're going to find the cat to catch the sea," said the younger brother, who was even smaller. As soon as the little girl heard about catching the sea, she immediately jumped down from the stool. "Wait, I'll go call the cat." The little girl walked towards the room, in a place where Zhang Hai and his brother could not see. With a bang, she turned into a cat, and then turned around and walked out. Meow. Upon seeing the adorable cat, the two little children were delighted. At this time, Zhang Hai added, "By the way, I also brought candy." Chapter 766. Didn't T, the third young master, always want to go out? The third young master had stayed in Bayou Jing for many years, but it was time to go. The third young master shook his head like a rattle drum. No. I feel that my transformation is not profound enough. I still haven't truly understood the kind intentions of the teacher. I think I need to reflect here for a very long time. Li Pingyan smiled helplessly. I can't afford to keep the young master anymore. No. If I go out now, I will definitely do evil. I will tear up all the homework of the children, making them get beaten by the private school teacher. I will steal the buns from beggars and pry open the windows of widows. In short, I will do all kinds of bad things. The third young master spoke seriously and absurdly. However, what made him somewhat collapse was that Li Pingyan remained expressionless, seemingly knowing that this trick was useless against him. The third young master simply acted shamelessly, rolling on the ground. "I want to go. Anyway, I just want to go." Li Pingyan smiled lightly. The darkness before dawn gradually receded, and a hint of brightness appeared between the sea and sky. Gradually, the entire eastern sky was burning red, heralding the dawn. Chapter 767. Above the sea of clouds, cultivators occasionally flew by. If you wait a little longer, you can also see huge flying boats. The further one goes towards Jinyao Pass, the more frequent this situation becomes. Stepping on the soft meadow with straw sandals, Li Pingyan walked while looking into the distance. The cat climbed up a nearby tree, using its paws to knock down small nuts from the tree, one by one. The old cow below was eagerly catching and eating them, one after another. The cat was unaware that the hard-won nuts it knocked down were all eaten by the greedy cow. Suddenly, the cat squatted down, noticing a hole in the tree. It scratched at the hole, poked its little head in to take a closer look. It then discovered that there were nuts inside. The cat was delighted, stretching out its paw to dig out the nuts one by one. Finally, it stuffed them all into its little pouch and jumped down from the tree. After glancing at the nut shells on the grass, the cat stared seriously at the old cow. The old cow blinked and said seriously, "Not poisonous." The cat reached out its paw to rub the old cow's face. "You're really greedy. Big Pingyan hasn't eaten yet." Chapter 768. After bidding farewell to two little squirrels, one person, one cow, and one cat packed their bags, with the wind still blowing behind them. After passing through the forest, we continued on our way. Although ahead lies Jingmen Mountain, there are still several hundred miles of mountain roads. The denser the forest, the harder the path becomes. The mountains on both sides rise higher, making the valley seem deeper and more unfathomable. With a person, a cow, and a cat, we set a fire to cook and eat dry rations when hungry. We drank from the streams when thirsty, crossing mountains and rivers as we encountered them. Just like 100 years ago, we tread the old paths again. Suddenly, a saying came to mind. Everyone has their own compass. The root of all transformations lies in the heart. Yet we see the past turned upside down, seeking branches and leaves outside. Once there was an old cow accompanying us. Now, there's also a lovely cat that takes care of us. Li Pingyan never felt lonely, watching the mountains and forests, feeling the vastness of the atmosphere. Waking up daily in this forest, he asked nothing of the mundane world, quietly enjoying it. He scooped up spring water, the light and shadow flickering in his palm. "It's time to eat," said the cat. "What are we having today?" "Stir-fried rice with cured meat." "What kind of meat?" "Big Pingyan will eat it." The little girl avoided answering, filling Big Pingyan's bowl to the brim with rice and adding plenty of cured meat. Chapter 769. The night came as expected. The little girl added a few more pieces of wood to the fire, making it burn brighter. The mountain wind gently blew. More people gathered at the mountaintop. Yet there was only one flying boat heading to the Demon Suppression Pass, which returned only every few hours. The little girl's face was illuminated by the firelight. She keenly noticed the subtle gazes around her and the quiet discussions about them. Therefore, she sat up straight, her expression serious. Carefully holding a roasted potato, she gently peeled it. After a sip, she started to eat it in small bites, very elegantly and refined. That little girl was quite adorable. A cat that had become a spirit. It must be exceptionally gifted to be with Mr. Li. How did I not see her exceptional qualities? A voice faintly reached his ears. The little girl blinked and ate even more cautiously. Indeed, she looks rather silly, not very smart. Huh. The little girl immediately raised her head, her expression changing suddenly. Be careful with your words. Taking a deep breath, she put down the roasted potato and pulled out a book from her pouch. Chapter 770. Lu Wuxin tightened his grip on the long sword on his back. A glint in his eyes. Everyone silently gazed at Lu Wuxin. Li Pingyan remained calm, as if he did not care whether Lu Wuxin would act. Would Lu Wuxin really act? It's unlikely. Acting would lead to a dead end. Lu Wuxin should know this well. The crowd whispered. Although from the beginning, Li Pingyan had never shown any signs of anger, even appearing easy to talk to. No one doubted his strength. Defending against the demon clan outside Tongchong City and single-handedly battling numerous cultivators in the small town were enough to prove everything. In the end, Lu Wuxin let go, saying, I will seek justice for my elder brother in my own way. Li Pingyan nodded. Li is waiting for this day. Lu Wuxin turned and left. Li Pingyan closed his eyes again, as if nothing had happened. He wouldn't stoop to argue with a child, nor was he worried about future troubles. As for rooting out the problem, it was out of the question. The old cowhen tea even lifted its eyelids throughout. Even the cat, though silly, sensed that something was off. Chapter 771. The cold wind howled fiercely, madly toppling trees. Like a kite with a broken string, it swayed and flew up and down. A figure in red walked slowly in the biting wind. Swish! The little girl in red was knocked to the ground. Moo! The old cow stretched out its hoof to catch the little girl. Li Pingyan raised his head, looking at the magnificent checkpoint above, vividly picturing it in his mind. Many people were heading into the demon suppression pass, most of whom voluntarily came to guard it or merely to witness it. The wind and snow seemed to be a special geographical phenomenon of this place, blessed by nature. In a sheltered cave, a robed cultivator passed by, mumbling to himself. Damn it! As soon as it snows, they attack. These demons are really cunning. Exactly, how nice it would be to have a hot pot at home in this weather. The little girl turned into a cat, curling up in the old cow's embrace, rubbing her small paws together. Li Pingyan unscrewed the wine gourd and took a big sip, sharing some with the old cow to warm up. Chapter 772. Above the Demon Suppression Pass. No bragging, but at that time, everyone was nearly scared to death. Except for me. In times of crisis, I remained calm and led a whole squad of little demon soldiers to complete a strategic retreat. In a corner, a robed youth was boasting with his companions. No bragging. If it weren't for Zhao Linger holding her own against 100, buying time for your scout team to retreat, you'd be long gone by now. Exactly. When his bragging was called out, the youth showed a disdainful expression. You all don't understand. What does cultivation level matter? The most important thing is the mind, the mind. Another round of mockery followed, and the youth picked up some liquor, not planning to waste more words on them. As he turned, he encountered a man in a blue robe. The youth glanced at him, intending to bypass, but the other spoke first. Excuse me, could you direct me to the exit? How do I get out? Exit? The youth was taken aback. The demon clan is attacking now. Why would you want to go out? Just stay inside the pass. He added, wait until things settle down a bit. Maybe you can get out. Chapter 773. A pale white light appeared on the eastern horizon, and the earth gradually brightened. The sky finally lit up. Besides the conversations between the little girl and the youth, many other sounds could be heard. The fairy won't talk to you anymore. It's time to make breakfast. Big Pingyan and the cow are going to wake up. The little girl took out the iron pot set aside. Soon, the aroma of white porridge wafted through the air. Do you want to eat? The little girl glanced at the youth. The young boy pursed his lips, feeling a bit embarrassed, but ultimately hunger overcame his rationality. He had not yet reached the level where he could rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth instead of consuming grains. The prices of food within the Demon Suppression Pass were extremely high, which was why he had sneaked out. He didn't have much money for food, so he often went hungry. The little girl served him a large bowl of rice porridge. The boy wiped his hands on the hem of his clothes, took the porridge, and thanked her. At that moment, the old bull also woke up. The little girl patted the old bull's head and introduced, "This is my family's Nyonyo." Having met Nyonyo, the boy thought that the name was quite strange. However, when he heard the little girl say that she learned alchemy and spells from Nyonyo, he felt even more bewildered. Chapter 774. On the front lines, some martial arts practitioners had already taken a lead. With their strong physiques, they charged ahead like iron cavalry into the enemy camp, unstoppable. The practitioners behind quickly followed, and the battlefield blossomed with activity. Meanwhile, an endless stream of demon troops was climbing the demon suppression pass, which was also counterattacking continuously. The boy gripped his knife, took a deep breath, and surged out of the pass with the crowd. He relied solely on his 2 legs, but his speed was very slow. The road beneath his feet was much longer than it appeared. His heart was pounding heavily. The scenes before him were ones he had seen countless times in dreams. But they were only dreams. He didn't know how long he had been running when he leaped heavily while gripping the knife handle. Roar! The demon soldiers seemed to raise their heads, as if they were soldiers without regard for money. Bang! The heavy blade unexpectedly severed the weapon. The boy raised a foot, and the cold blade light swept across. Blood sprayed. Compared to those evil cultivators and mountain bandits, they seemed much easier to kill. Suddenly, the ground beneath him broke, while a stream of light fell from the sky towards this area. The boy stumbled, unable to resist that stream of light. At that moment, a practitioner flew into the air and intercepted the stream of light first. To the boy, the entire battlefield appeared chaotic. Chapter 775, On the Battlefield. Several large demons came in response. Li Pingon felt the magical seal chasing behind him. Boom! Fireflies swept past them like a meteor shower, igniting fierce flames that burned everything around. Ignoring the demon soldiers, the fire quickly spread to their front. Many demon soldiers cried out in agony, and moments later, they turned to ashes. Li Pingon chuckled lightly. Was he so ruthless against his own people? All around was a sea of red, with thousands of red demon puppets floating in the air, resembling a burning cloud. The cat raised its head, its eyes tinted red by the flames. Li Pingon calmly scanned the area and soon spotted the true body among the red demon puppets. The flying sword darted forward, crashing ahead without any fancy tricks, just speeding straight ahead. The red demon did not have time to react at all before feeling its consciousness blur, and its body was quickly sent flying. At the same time, countless ice arrows, gusts of wind, true fire, and lightning exploded around the old bull. The old bull's mouth twitched slightly. Li Pingon held its leg with both hands and helped it up onto his back. At that moment, both sides on the battlefield noticed the small figure weaving through the demon army. Chapter 776. I'll be straightforward. If Mr. Li is willing to stay at the demon suppression pass for a while, feel free to mention any needs you have. An individual with combat power surpassing the 8th realm undoubtedly has a significant impact on the battlefield situation. Although this war is not different from any previous wars, Qianlong has a vague premonition that the demon race wants to play a big game this time. However, mere speculation means nothing. Only time can prove everything. Every war at the demon suppression pass lasts anywhere from a few years to over a decade. It has always been a tug of war. Therefore, for whatever reason, Qianlong decided to keep this powerful traveler in the green shirt here. Li Pingon said lightly, I have no needs and do not require anything. If I want to stay, I will stay naturally. Qianlong was silent for a moment before suddenly remembering something. How about this? There is a shop on Zhuke Street that has been closed for a long time. We can rent it from Mr. Li to live in. As he spoke, before Li Pingon could say anything, Qianlong added, of course it is not free. Mr. Li killed several large demons on the battlefield yesterday and last night. The divine cow also killed many demon soldiers. These can all be exchanged for contribution points, which will count as 2 months' rent, saving a lot of trouble. Chapter 777. The sun was shining brightly, and the heavy snow had stopped falling. The great battle outside the demon suppression pass had started half a month ago and had once again come to a standstill. This was something both sides had long since become accustomed to. No one was in a hurry just dragging it out. In such a large-scale battle, it was rare for a single engagement to determine the outcome. It was more about who could hold out longer. Inside the demon suppression pass, today was the Lantern Festival. Then hung 2 large red lanterns outside. Inside the inn, Li Pingon leisurely ate Tang Yuan. The little girl was on his left, and the old bull was on his right. 1 person, 1 bull, and 1 cat were thinking about the name of the inn. So far, Li Pingon had not done any business. For him, this was a new experience. He liked experiencing new things, which is why he enjoyed traveling. For him, it was an alternative form of cultivation, slowly cultivating away the heart that sought to be unique and the heart that thought itself invincible. Cultivating a warm and compassionate heart is the true path. As for naming the inn, Li Pingon thought it was not simpler than cultivation. Naming has many subtleties. The name of a shop seems simple, but there's a lot to learn. First, the shop name must be catchy and easy to remember, not too awkward. Chapter 778. Before long, a table full of dishes was ready. The little girl pushed the table and said, let us eat. The boy replied, you all eat too. I can't finish this much by myself. That would be too embarrassing. The little girl had already learned to be politely insincere. Moo. The old bull had already sat down and started eating heartily, since someone else was footing the bill. Li Pingon sat at the counter and brewed a cup of chrysanthemum tea to cleanse his palate. Didn't you say you just arrived here? How did you suddenly become the owner of this shop? The boy asked curiously. The little girl looked at Li Pingon. Li Pingon Raplia. A friend rented it to us. We're just here to help watch the shop. The young boy nodded and thanked again for what happened earlier. After a while, the food was finished. It was the age when a young boy could eat his father out of house and home. And both the cat and the old cow were also very good eaters. After chatting for a while longer, the boy wiped his mouth and said, I'll take my leave now. I've been out for too long, and my brother will scold me when I get back. No need to see me off. Just before leaving, the boy glanced at Li Pingon again. Hiss, the boy muttered as he walked away. Why do I always feel like I've seen him somewhere before? Chapter 779. In the market, the noise of people was overwhelming. Zhou Wu followed Li Pingon from a distance. Li Pingon looked around, and before long, he was holding many herbs in his hands. Although they were all the cheapest ones, he seemed quite satisfied with this purchase after sniffing them under his nose. Zhou Wu furrowed his brows as he watched the herbs from afar. Even for someone like him, who knew little about pharmacology, those herbs were recognizable. It must be said that finding these things in the Demon Suppression Pass was quite an achievement for Li Pingon. Li Pingon carried the herbs back while Zhou Wu continued to follow him from a distance, moving through the bustling market one after the other. Suddenly, Zhou Wu stopped. The figure ahead disappeared, and he instinctively scanned with his spiritual sense, but still found no trace. A hand rested on his shoulder. Zhou Wu's expression stiffened slightly. Mister Li, what are you following me for? Zhou Wu turned around and saw that Li Pingon didn't seem angry. I. Zhou Wu momentarily found himself speechless. Are you looking for someone to fight? Zhou Wu cupped his fists and solemnly said, I hope you can give me some guidance. Chapter 780. Once the hole was patched up, the injuries on his body also receded. In just a few days, he came again. Li Pingon didn't care much. After all, the old cow spent all day eating and sleeping, and going out to fight with others was just a way to lose weight. Moreover, he noticed that Zhou Wu had good bone structure. It seemed that besides martial arts, he had little else on his mind. If he could let the old cow train with him, that would be good too, as it would help cultivate a talent for the human race. Inside the inn, there were still no guests, except for the boy who occasionally came by. Li Pingon took out his alchemy furnace and placed it in the backyard. The boy had nothing to do at the Demon Suppression Pass, and his brother kept a tight rein on him. With no friends there, he came to find Li Pingon and watch him refine pills with the little girl. The alchemy methods of Li Pingon made the boy feel strange no matter where he looked. It didn't seem like alchemy. It looked more like a grandpa from the countryside was starting a fire. Li Pingon sat on a stool, sipping tea. The little girl squatted by the alchemy furnace, controlling the heat with a small fan. Looking at that alchemy furnace, the boy was afraid a gust of wind would blow it apart. Every time he heard the crackling sounds from inside, he feared it would explode. Chapter 781. Time to practice punching. The voice of Zhou Wu echoed in the room. Zhang Ningyuan took a deep breath, got dressed, and ran over immediately. Master. The cheap master and the cheap disciple exchanged glances. Moments latte. The room was filled with the cries of the boy. The cheap master stood still, allowing the cheap disciple to unleash all his might on him with punches and kicks. Zhou Wu yawned indifferently. With every punch Zhang Ningyuan threw, he felt as if his body was falling apart. After a stick of incense, he curled up on the ground in pain. It was as if he was the one being beaten, and a shadow loomed over him. Zhang Ningyuan looked up to see his cheap master standing in front of him. He forced a grim smile, knowing he was really going to get hit next. Listening to the screams coming from inside, they gradually stopped sounding human. The big sister frowned, worriedly saying, "What if something happens?" "No, I know my brother," the big brother said solemnly. "Practicing martial arts is like this. If you don't endure hardships, how can you become someone great?" Zhang Ningyuan lay on the ground, blood streaming from his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. It was as if he was contemplating the meaning of life. "It hurts. My whole body hurts. Like someone broke all my bones and then ground them down little by little on a millstone." Chapter 782. The little girl sat on a stool taller than herself. holding a mortar and pestle, smashing the pills that Ping'an refined. When she saw the boy arrive, she looked up. "Oh, it's you. Where have you been these days?" "I've been practicing punches at home." For some reason, Zhang Yuan was willing to speak the truth about his situation in front of the little girl. He didn't know why. Perhaps it was because she was young, or maybe because she seemed a bit silly. The little girl picked up a yellow pastry and broke in half. She handed one half to him and kept the other half for herself. Practicing punches? Is it fun? Not fun. It's very painful. Zhang Yuan recalled his experiences over the past days, which felt like a nightmare. The little girl stuffed the pastry in her mouth, making her cheeks puff up, and she mumbled, "Then why don't you learn some other spells?" "I'm suited for practicing punches." "Oh, then what spells have you learned?" The little girl thought for a moment. "Nyonyo taught me the 5 elements technique. I can call little people to help the fairy fight." "And what else?" "Nothing else." "Then what is your current cultivation level?" "I don't know. The fairy didn't tell me." Chapter 783. Yunzhou, Jiuquan City. It is the largest and most prosperous city in Yunzhou. The Jinghe shipping route passes through the southern part of the city, circling Yunzhou. It traverses 3 continents and over 100 countries, big and small. Due to its proximity to the Jingmen mountain peaks, many cultivators often stop here to rest before heading to the Demon Suppression Pass through Jingmen Mountain. Jiuquan City has numerous docks, large and small, spread throughout. The number of carters and laborers in this line of work is countless. In the distance, a boat approached. Many porters' new business had arrived and immediately surrounded it. But when they saw the boat, they couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. It was a small boat with just one man wearing a wide-brimmed hat, who looked indeterminate in age. The hat-wearing man docked and disembarked. But no one paid him any attention. The porters had already gathered around another large ship that had docked. "Brother, where are you going? Do you need someone to guide you? I know this area well." "Brother, did you bring any luggage?" "Excuse me, how do I get to Jingmen Mountain?" The straw hat man asked the porter. The porter, seeing that the other person looked like there was no profit to be gained, still extended his hand. Chapter 784. Ah. The laughter grew colder. The woman in green suddenly turned towards the east, without her directing. That black-clothed puppet seemed to have a telepathic connection and flew away. A mere trick. The voice in the dark echoed again. The spiritual energy in the air seemed to be disturbed by some invisible force, twisting and turning, becoming crooked and bizarre. Buzz! The woman in green covered her heart, feeling like a huge drum was pounding inside her. Buzzing. The black-clothed puppet leaped up, directly soaring dozens of feet high. "Go!" However, a voice from afar rang out. That gigantic puppet was struck by an invisible force, rolling away for several dozen feet. The woman in green took out a bamboo flute and began to play. Yet in the next moment, she trembled all over. Her eyelids suddenly widened, and her lifeless eyes spun around. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. It seemed as if she was being controlled by someone. "Little girl, you are still too inexperienced." The woman in green bit her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Spit. In the end, she still played the bamboo flute. One by one, the cursed insects flew out from her sleeves, seeking death. An even more powerful mental force surged from all directions, overwhelming the woman in green. Chapter 785. 3 bowls of beef noodles, a plate of peanuts, and a jar of liquor, please. 3 customers walked into a small inn. "Is this place newly opened?" "I came here a couple days ago, and the food was not bad, mainly because it's cheap." The man glanced at the sign hanging above, which listed the prices of various dishes. Indeed, it was cheap. Nowadays, those supplementary food shops are getting more and more expensive, earning a few spirit stones isn't even enough for a meal. Who says otherwise? But those things are really effective. Otherwise, how could so many people go to eat them? This place's efficacy is definitely not as good as those big shops, but it is indeed cheap. While the 3 were chatting, Old Nyo had already brought up 3 bowls of noodles. The man glanced at Old Nyo and then looked at the beef noodles on the table. These beef noodles should be quite authentic. As time passed, Bin's business gradually improved. Li Ping'an had to refine pills every so often. The grade of the pills he refined was not high enough. It was sufficient to maintain the current business. If he were to refine higher-grade pills, he couldn't do it now. Even the best cook can't make a meal without rice. Chapter 786. On a sunny day, the scenery is good, with red flowers and green grass. Li Ping'an hummed a little tune, carrying his bamboo stick. The other end of the bamboo stick was carrying a woven basket as he arrived at the small river where he often fished. Li Ping'an picked a clean spot. After a while, a man with an ethereal demeanor walked over, also holding a fishing rod. You came too? Li Pingyan replied. Yes. Then, the two silently began to fish. Li Pingyan knew that the other was definitely not an ordinary person. He was most likely the #1 figure in the Demon Suppression Pass. There was a high probability that he had come to make contact with him. However, since the other party didn't T-state it clearly, he didn't T-expose it. You seem to be catching a lot of fish today. The ethereal man glanced at Li Pingyan's basket. Yes, my ferry is still waiting for my fish. Li Pingyan replied honestly. We have known each other for so long, but you seem to not know my name. The other party suddenly said. Li Pingyan's expression did not change. I am Yang Jianbai, the second master of the Tao sect. I want to introduce myself. I suppose you already know me well. Li Pingyan said this not because he thought he was famous, but because he knew the other must have investigated him long ago. Chapter 787. Qi Ming boredly looked around the decorations in the shop, glancing at the little girl playing with a cloth ball. Li Pingyan took Qin Shi out to eat and drink. The two acquaintances were chatting. Qi Ming felt bored as she couldn't join the conversation. She teasingly looked at the little girl and called out, Come here. The little girl raised her head, glanced at her, and ran away with the cloth ball, seemingly unwilling to engage with her. Hey, this little girl? Oh, since that's the case, then let's stay here. If you want to go out and kill enemies, leave a name at the Demon Suppression Pass. I got to know the one responsible for the Demon Suppression Pass, Qianlong. You can ask him about it. Li Pingyan said, Thank you very much, sir. Who is that girl traveling with you? An acquaintance I met halfway. An acquaintance? Then let's stay here together. I see you've traveled a long way, so why not take a hot bath first? If you want anything to eat, just let me know, and I'll have the fairy make it for you. Hey, shouldn't you get a couple of new outfits? Let old Neo take you to the street to pick out a set tomorrow. Qin Shi nodded blankly and downed a cup of wine. Actually, Chapter 788, Demon Suppression Pass, First Layer Hub Center. Come, you take a bite, I take a bite. You take another bite, I take another bite. Qianlong sat at the round table, clearly alone, yet he could still talk to himself. A huge battlefield sand table was presented in the center of the hall, with southern and northern heads. One side was the vividly carved Demon Suppression Pass. The northern end represented the forces of the Demon Clan. Thousands of sword towers were arranged neatly like a chessboard, and the symbols carved on the ground were arranged according to different positions, forming different formations. There were a total of 5 major formations. The 5th was the 5 tigers overlapping sheep array. The 6th was the 6 suns link fragrance array. The 7th was the 7 stars slashing array. The 8th was the 8 gates golden lock array. The 9th was the 9 luminary star official array. And the 10th was the 10-faced ambush array. Vividly alive, each formation was formed from top-tier immortal techniques, coalescing into various killing moves. The Demon Clan chessboard was even more detailed, with various annotations and explanations in a wide variety. A common person would feel dazzled after just one glance. Even if one studied for a year and a half, they would only just touch the threshold. Beside it was a timing celestial instrument, equipped with 2 rings for the sun and moon. It drove the celestial mechanism to observe the time, accurate to the minute. Beside the sand table, dozens of officials from the Demon Suppression Pass, dressed in robes, were observing, recording, and assessing the situation. Chapter 789, First Layer Hub Center. Zheng Changwen stood at the front of the hall, watching the busy crowd, listening to reports from various parties. Everything was normal. Everything was normal. There is nothing unusual. It's just that his mood remains restless and does not feel any sense of relief despite the reports from all sides. What's going on? Could it be that he's really overthinking? Zheng Changwen paced aimlessly, seemingly noticing the strange gazes from his subordinates. He suppressed the doubts in his heart and sat down. Someone brought tea, and he took a small sip. At this moment, Zhao Linger stepped forward and lightly said, It seems Mr. Qianlong has been gone for quite a while. Zheng Changwen glanced at the time. Half an hour had passed. How could that guy Qianlong be gone for so long? However, upon reflection, if both sides had important matters to discuss, half an hour wasn't too long. Zheng Changwen walked to the back courtyard of the hall. Suddenly, his figure flickered to the center of the courtyard. The torrential rain fell upon him, and the bizarre scene flashed by, as if nothing had happened. But it felt like a giant stone had crashed into his already turbulent heart lake, splashing countless ripples and waves. Something is off. Chapter 790. The demon sage, Qin Yuan, stepped forward, slowly standing at the entrance of the hall. He looked relaxed as he observed the one-sided massacre before him. At this moment, the usually orderly hall, which handled hundreds or even thousands of matters at every moment, was in chaos. This group of demon cultivators had been carefully selected from the elite sword cultivators. The civil officials had stayed in this hall for too long. So long that they had almost forgotten the feeling of a life-and-death battle. They were too fragile against the waves of sharp flying swords. An indescribable pressure enveloped them, making it hard for them to breathe. The scene was chaotic, with two main figures missing. One, Qianlong, had vanished, and the other, Zheng Chongwen, was unaccounted for. Buzz! A streak of flowing light severed the head of a demon sword cultivator. Another sound of wind and thunder echoed in the hall, followed by a splash of blood, as another head was cleaved off. Two flying swords spinning in the air drew a beautiful blue arc and slashed toward another group of demon cultivators. The sharp blue light clashed with two other beams of light, creating a series of circles. They grew larger and brighter until they transformed into a brilliant circle. Chapter 791. The dawn had not yet broken. Outside the demon suppression pass, the demon's attack was unprecedentedly fierce. The main battlefield goes without saying. The flying swords descended like a torrential flood. Meanwhile, in the smaller battlefields to the northwest and southeast, which had not received much attention from the demons and were somewhat weak, several great demons had joined the fray, with two demon sages sweeping through these two directions. On the battlefield, the demon sages unleashed their divine powers. The demon soldiers, originally serving as cannon fodder, were engulfed in raging flames. This fire was particularly strange. Only a small number of demon soldiers were burned to ashes, while more soldiers, ablaze, charged toward the city walls. As they charged, the flames became even more intense. Several human cultivators flying swords and treasures fell into the sea of fire, as if a cow had sunk into the ocean. In an instant, a large area of land turned into scorched earth. Meanwhile, flames continuously shot up to the sky, landing on the city walls, where flashes of fire erupted, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The myriad sparks in the sky resembled a fiery tree of silver flowers, like stars scattered across the night. From the ground to the city walls, it was as if the Grim Reaper extended its giant claws, slaying all living beings. This magnificent yet bizarre scene carried an indescribable demonic aura, leaving onlookers dazzled and horrified. Chapter 792. Many people were immersed in battle, completely unaware of this sound. Naturally, there were also many who heard it clearly. However, they only understood it clearly, regardless of what they were thinking at the moment. It wasn't a time for clarity in the face of a great enemy. The old sword immortal faced a demon sage and two peak 8th realm great demons without flinching. After hearing the sound, his expression turned as cold as water. He recognized that it was Qianlong's voice. That guy Qianlong was carefree, and, as the common folk would say, he was someone even dogs would disdain. This was true. He had indeed seen the guy chatting with the dog for 2 hours by the roadside. The old sword immortal cursed the kid for being a few screws loose. But then he thought about how he had spent 2 hours watching a fool talk to a dog and turned to leave. However, he was well aware that the guy was never confused about major matters. Such jokes were not to be taken lightly. On the southeast battlefield, under Li Ping'an's pressure, along with the reckless and unreasonable actions of Lao Niu and Qin Shi, the situation gradually improved. Was Wolfgar trapped? Did Yang Jianbai defect? Upon hearing the news, Li Ping'an frowned slightly. He was not a person from the Demon Suppression Pass, but he recognized the seriousness of the situation from this brief statement. Chapter 793. Leaning on the railing, Yang Jianbai looked in the direction of the Demon Suppression Pass, lost in thought. Beside him stood a middle-aged man in a dragon robe, holding a wine pot, drinking while casting sidelong glances at him. Having already escaped, why was he still watching? The middle-aged man was none other than the outer heavenly demon, whom Li Ping'an had sought out. In the Battle of Yanzhou, his avatar had suffered quite a bit. The middle-aged man, now appearing in the demon camp, was the genuine outer heavenly demon's first vessel in the 9 provinces. Why are you wearing a dragon robe? Yang Jianbai frowned and asked. Hee, isn't this what the human emperor wears? I just got myself a set to try on. You know, wearing this outfit makes me feel quite imposing, as if I want to ascend to the top of the Demon Suppression Pass. The outer heavenly demon patted Yang Jianbai's shoulder. Want a drink? Yang Jianbai kept a cold face and did not respond. All right, since it's already done, there's no need to look so sorrowful. The outer heavenly demon retracted his gaze and chuckled. Yang Jianbai said solemnly, I don't care about my reputation. 1,000 years from now, 10,000 years from now, my name will be cleared by future generations. The outer heavenly demon nodded in agreement with his words. Chapter 794, at the Demon Suppression Pass. The torrent of flying swords on the front battlefield showed no signs of stopping. Meanwhile, on the southeastern battlefield, a large section had been vacated. The flying sword towers originally responsible for the southeastern direction had all turned around. There were no cultivators rushing out of the city to break through the formation and kill the enemy. On the city walls, only a few scattered cultivators were still retaliating. However, soon even this kind of counterattack came to a halt. A portion of the demon army seemed to have discovered this gap. They withdrew a small part of the demon troops from the front battlefield and surged towards this battlefield. At this moment, the demon Saint Ghost Car was stationed at the battlefield, and his divine sense moved to the southeastern battlefield. Oh, what do the people at the Demon Suppression Pass say? Is this to abandon the place that Yang Jinbai managed? Or did they suddenly come to a realization? This was a joke. However, he was also unclear about what was going on at the Demon Suppression Pass. His attention was involuntarily drawn there. Not only this demon saint, countless cultivators from the Demon Suppression Pass were also unclear about what was happening. They were only informed that the southeastern battlefield no longer required their concern. They watched as the dense, countless demon troops climbed the walls without any obstruction. They couldn't understand what the higher-ups were trying to do. Chapter 795, in the distant inn. On the second floor, Zhao Linger lay flat on the bed, staring at the ceiling. The only thing she could do now was this. She was the luckiest among the wolf guards because the others had already died. Now that she was still alive, she didn't dare to wish for anything more. A stool was placed in front of the bed, and a little girl with her hair down stood there. One hand held a bowl, and the other held a spoon. The bowl contained a dark soup. The little girl tasted the soup with her tongue, seemingly testing its temperature. After a while, she probably thought the temperature was just right. I'll feed you the medicine. Zhao Linger glanced and asked, "Where's the medicine?" In the bowl? The little girl suddenly froze, realizing that she had already drunk most of the medicine in the bowl. She licked her lips. "I'll go get you another bowl." Zhao Linger smeared helplessly. "Why didn't you tie your hair up? Dapingen and Nyo are not here." The little girl replied without looking back. She walked to the kitchen and stuffed some firewood into the stove. Using a fan, she increased the flames while resting her chin on her hand. It's been 5 whole days. Chapter 796. Another person followed closely and landed on the front battlefield. Dressed in splendid green, holding a folding fan, the demon saint, Ying Zhao. A short and ugly man emerged from the ground. The demon saint, flying birth. A massive, 9-headed giant snake appeared on the northwestern battlefield. The demon saint, 9 infants. A woman in red sat atop the body of a 9-headed giant snake. The demon saint, merchant goat. A woman in black unfolded her wings, floating in the southwestern battlefield. The demon saint, Qin Yuan. A demon practitioner with horns, holding a club, appeared on the southeastern battlefield. The demon saint, Zitia. The demon saint Ghost Car, holding a long spear, stood shoulder to shoulder with demon saint Zitia. Yang Jianbai appeared on the front battlefield. 8 demon saints, plus 1 second in command of the Taoist sect, and over 300 8th realm great demons. Countless demon troops surged onto the battlefield. They did not conceal their aura. Rather, they intentionally allowed every human cultivator on the city wall to clearly feel this immense sense of oppression. Hee, an old swordsman laughed wildly. "Damn, you son of a 3-nurse second uncle. I probably won't make it back alive." Chapter 797. Boom. Qing Xian, holding a wooden sword, drew a semicircle, aiming at the demon ancestor. Due to the impact of the battle between both sides, dozens of purple lightning bolts appeared in the sky above the wilderness. The wind howled, and the trees swayed, making rustling sounds. The elemental turbulence in space caused the spiritual energy within a 1,000-mile radius to be drained dry. Wave after wave of shockwaves surged, some shooting into the sky, while others blasted out in all directions. Rocks from the sky were attracted and flew down. This scene gave a feeling of the world being turned upside down. The ground had already been stripped away layer by layer. A vast aura rushed towards them, making one feel small. Spaces were destroyed in an instant, and the dazzling light and intense energy fluctuations had exceeded their limits. This wilderness clearly could not accommodate their continued battle. Qing Xian abandoned the wooden sword, reaching towards the sky and gently grasping. Buzz! A long-lasting sword sound rang out. The demon ancestor said faintly, "It is said that you, Qing Xian, have 3 swords. 1 wooden sword, full of sharpness, one iron sword, questioning the heart, and one jade sword, possessing form and soul. Chapter 798. You lost. Qing Xian's voice echoed from above. Yes, I lost. The demon ancestor collapsed to the ground, his body in tatters. He had long since run out of any trump cards. Suddenly, he burst into wild laughter. I lost, but you haven't won either. I've already sold myself, and sold at a very good price, haha. His body began to twist and deform, as Qing Xian's sword had stripped away all his vitality. But a force surged from the depths of his hidden heart lake. This power was indescribable, bringing the deepest fear to people. Qing Xian seemed to have realized something and struck again. But it was too late from the moment he and the demon ancestor clashed. He had already fallen into a trap. The demon ancestor used himself as bait to lure this strongest human into the hook. Two huge red points of light suddenly appeared. Those were eyes infinitely deep. An indescribable voice emerged from the river of fate. It was the outer heaven demon. It had been hiding within the body of the demon ancestor, while its true form existed in this river of fate. Outer heaven demon? Qing Xian squinted his eyes slightly. The demon ancestor, who had always cherished his reputation, would now willingly fall. Chapter 799. Bai Zhe stood at a position neither too far nor too close, smiling as he watched the city lord of the demon suppression pass, as if he had already secured victory. Kong Yang also looked at this most profound demon saint, second only to the demon ancestor. Bai Zhe's indigo robe had a silver-threaded cloud pattern embroidered on the collar and was cinched at the waist with a wide azure ribbon. His skin appeared as delicate as an eggshell, incredibly alluring under the light, resembling that of a woman's skin. His strength was not inferior to the demon ancestor. But unlike the demon ancestor at his peak, who ruled everything with brute force, Bai Zhe's schemes were deeper, more ambitious, and more cunning. He rarely took action, having only intervened twice at the demon suppression pass. Yet in those two instances, 2 ninth realm immortals had died at his hands, mysterious and unfathomable, leaving people unable to grasp his true intentions. Speaking of which, Baize is very similar to Kong Yang. Both in personality and preferences, they like cleanliness, even to an excessive degree. If it weren't for the irreconcilable conflicts between them, they might have become friends. Kong Yang is waiting for the city lord Qing Xian to return. He believes that Qing Xian will defeat the demon ancestor, even though the demon ancestor is the only surviving cultivator from the ancient era. Shupdale Rison. The protective true qi around Shui, Li was quickly pierced through. The true fire that burns the soul spread to his entire body. Behind him, a massive Fashang, Jin Shun, law-formed golden body, appeared, a majestic Fashang unique to martial artists. At this moment, it was already in tatters, yet still struggled to hold up 2 enormous spiritual palms to block the full force strike of the demon saint. However, it ultimately failed to stop it. The burning true fire spear pierced into Kong Yang's Fashang. Blood spilled from the corner of Kong Yang's mouth. Yet he ignored the attacks from the demon saint. The white robe draped over him shattered. The Fa Tan Shang Di, law of heaven and earth, belonging to the Confucian saint, appeared above the battlefield. Unlike the Fa Shang Tan Di of martial artist Chui Li, Kong Yang's Fa Kin Shang Di is an advanced transformation technique that comprehends the principles of heaven and earth, creating his own world to give himself an advantage. As his soul and body grew larger, both his power and spell strength multiplied. The golden Fa Tin Shang Di slowly unfolded behind him, supported by the power of the city lord. Moving towards Yinzhou. At this moment, it seemed as if the battle on the battlefield had stopped. Everyone noticed this change. The demon suppression pass is moving. Retreat, retreat. All human cultivators, no matter how deep they had penetrated the formation. Chapter 801. The battlefield erupted with explosions. The military immortal Mo Chun tore off the heads of 2 great demons in midair and soared upwards. A demon sword cultivator seized the opportunity and unleashed his long-prepared life sword towards him. However, it was stopped by an invisible force. Immediately after, his head was unexpectedly severed and rolled to the ground. Surrounding Mo Chun, 3 invisible golden-armored divine generals manifested. They were silent, making it difficult for even an 8th realm great demon to lock onto them. The demon Saint Ing Zhao summoned 4 Fayin, law seals, each inscribed with the golden characters for God, evil, ghost, and soul. The Fayin targeted the 3 golden-armored generals and Mo Chun. This Fayin specifically targeted beings of the soul, sticking to the golden-armored generals. It did not harm their bodies, but specifically harmed their souls. Using the yin sa, jur cheat, yin, evil energy, to counteract the yin, using violence to suppress violence. I heard the military immortal is a massive Jun, law formation, battlefield in itself. Why not let us witness it? Ing Zhao said with a light chuckle. Montak Chun, expressionless, replied. Good, then let you witness it today. As he spoke, his figure shimmered and transformed into 8 avatars, forming the 4 symbols formation. Centered around himself, a massive ancient ruins battlefield appeared at the center of the battlefield. Chapter 802. Above Yinzhou, the local cultivators of Yinzhou, closest to the Demon Suppression Pass. 90% of the mid-third realm cultivators were urgently dispatched to the Demon Suppression Pass. At this moment, the fog in the northernmost part of Yinzhou cleared, revealing the towering Fashang. It cradled the Demon Suppression Pass in its arms like a baby. Li Pingyan's mouth and nose were already bleeding. Moving the entire Demon Suppression Pass was not part of the plan, finding the only chance for victory in the impossible. However, this matter was indeed accomplished by Li Pingyan. He held the Demon Suppression Pass with one hand, while the other hand upheld by Yujing, blocking the oncoming demons. The red-clad Shangyang was the only demon saint who had left the battlefield. At this moment, watching the man in the blue shirt hold up the vast Demon Suppression Pass with one hand while maintaining by Yujing's assault with the other, even she, who was usually calm, couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. Earlier, she had only heard the outer celestial demon mention how careful they should be of this person of divine punishment while making plans. At that time, Shangyang thought the celestial demon was making a mountain out of a molehill. She had seen many ninth realm immortals. Aside from exceptional cases like Qing Xian, there was nothing special. Qing Xian was someone who appeared once every several thousand years. Who would have known that after truly engaging in battle? She realized the celestial demon was not exaggerating at all. Chapter 803. The demon Saint Bays had a grim expression. He watched as Kong Yang exhausted his life as sword intent. With one sword, he severed the passage connecting Yinzhou and the Demon Suppression Pass. From then on, the entire 9 provinces were cut off from the outside world. The Demon Suppression Pass retreated over 3,000 miles, withdrawing to the northernmost part of Yinzhou. Li Pingyan sat atop the walls of the Demon Suppression Pass, his soul trembling violently, his body's muscles, bones, and blood all stagnating. Fortunately, the Da Dao Fu Wen Great Road runes within him activated, allowing him to gradually recover. After a period of rapid breathing, Li Pingyan looked around. Yet, there was not a single person left to discuss strategies with. The upper echelon of the entire Demon Suppression Pass was nearly annihilated, and the middle echelon had suffered over half of its losses. For this slim chance of survival, they had already sacrificed all of the Demon Suppression Pass's power. Moo! The battered old cow crawled up to the wall, then fell to the ground, tilting its head back. Its eyes rolled back, and it fell asleep instantly. It carried 2 people on its back. One was the already unconscious Qin Shi, and the other was Pei 12, whom it had rescued on the battlefield. Many mid-third realm cultivators climbed to the wall at this moment. They looked around, feeling lost. Most of them were disciples from a certain family in the Demon Suppression Pass or cultivators from various schools. Chapter 804. The sword cultivator Wen Shi sat in the tent. In 3 days, he had already tallied the remaining forces within the Demon Suppression Pass. 1 8th grade sword cultivator, heavily injured. 2 8th grade Qi practitioners. Leaders of a certain merchant group in the Demon Suppression Pass had already evacuated 2 days ago. 1 8th grade martial artist, heavily injured. 152 7th grade Qi practitioners, half of whom were heavily injured, and the remaining half were originally logistical personnel. As for the mid-third realm cultivators, there were currently over 500, with those from the 4th and 5th realms making up the majority. This is the total combat strength of the Demon Suppression Pass at present. Wen Shi looked at the numbers and sighed deeply. This time, it was a devastating blow for the Demon Suppression Pass. He reported the results to the current city lord, Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan glanced at it. He had already had his suspicions in his heart, but when he saw the exact numbers, he couldn't help but be stunned. The vast Demon Suppression Pass had only this few people left. It was likely not even enough for the demons to use as toothpicks. Organize their complete evacuation. Li Pingyan said lightly, "You all leave one after another during this time. Your mission has been completed." Wen Shi was taken aback. "Mr. Li, how long will it take for the demons to repair the passage?" Chapter 805. Li Pingyan stood with his back to the city wall, facing the vast and boundless demon army. They were dense and overwhelming, blocking out the sun. Li Pingyan stood firm like a pillar, his entire being filled with the essence of his fists. Just this one movement brutally and unreasonably shattered the countless demon troops ahead for hundreds of miles. Under the might of his fist intent, there was no life left. Li Pingyan assumed a boxing stance, his immense fist intent pouring out like a vast ocean, as if he had created a world of his own with just his fist intent. A large demon, without hesitation, summoned 3 refined innate objects. However, it was as if a mud bull had entered the sea, with no echo returning. Although the great demon was hidden in the distance, with its innate objects destroyed, it was worse than death, and it had no choice but to retreat from the battlefield. Li Pingyan exchanged a glance with the old bull, and then both of them opened formations in different directions. With his own strength, he established a formation with death inevitable. Li Pingyan took a deep breath and then opened a path with his fists. In front of him, nothing remained. The splattered blood, floating weapons, magical treasures, and fragments of armor all instantly turned to dust, as if swallowed by a powerful force, disappearing without a trace. The demon army charged forward fearlessly, surging in waves. The sounds of battle grew increasingly fierce, chaotic, and intense. Chapter 806. The Fusong blade and the spear tip collided violently. The clash of energy erupted with a thunderous sound, making one dizzy, as if the very space was trembling. The violent airflow blasted the ground into one deep pit after another. A human and a demon touched, and then separated, standing at a distance from each other. The demon saint, Ghostkar, had a very serious expression. After moving the entire demon suppression pass, he felt that the opponent showed no signs of decline in just a few days. On the contrary, it seemed even stronger. The seriousness on Ghostkar's face gradually turned into excitement. Good, good, good. Ghostkar exhaled and then charged forward like lightning. The long spear struck fiercely at Li Pingyan's face. This thrust seemed to change the color of the wind and clouds. It was a killing blow, simple, powerful, and incredibly swift. All the power was concentrated on the spear, leaving no room for change, with an unstoppable momentum in the technique. The battlefield changed in an instant, and this thrust was destined to succeed. In a moment, a huge circle appeared out of thin air. The killing intent within it was overwhelming, as if the moon was shattering and the stars were sinking. It was pitch black, a scene of decay. The murderous intent surged like a tide, eroding every inch of land, every inch of space. This situation lasted for over 10 breaths, the circle shrinking smaller and smaller, until only a width of more than 2 zhang remained. Chapter 807. The martial man Gu Shizhou took over the formation from Li Pingyan. Then, a huge white light column fell on the battlefield of the demon suppression pass, dazzling like the sun. With each light column that descended, armored figures appeared. The flags fluttered in the wind. Behind them, 10,000 Mo Dao hands formed a knife formation, orderly and prepared. The 10,000 Mo Dao hands were all clad in heavy armor. The armor plates were interconnected like fish scales, and the sound of vigorous blood flowed through the armor plates. This was the famous bright armor of the Great Sui. Crafted by over 100 mechanists from the Mahe School and studied by the Great Sui's Astronomical Bureau for over 100 years. It had undergone 3 reforms and was painstakingly produced. The Great Sui then used national strength for large-scale production, barely managing to make over 30,000 sets. It was rumored that this armor not only protected the body, but could also counterattack by harnessing power. As long as the armor was not destroyed, even if it suffered severe damage, it could gradually recover by absorbing the essence of the sun, which was extraordinarily miraculous. Flanking them were the famous Guanning iron cavalry of the Great Sui. The knight's armor had an inner layer made of aquatic scales, and the outer layer was adorned with cloud armor. The cloud armor had large round shields symmetrically on the chest and back, and the shoulder guards were also fitted with protective pads, all engraved with symbols. The horse armor and horse cover were complete. Chapter 808. In the morning, in the main hall of the Demon Suppression Pass, in the bedroom, Lu Yin threw away the last blood-stained sweat towel. Li Pingyan lay on the couch, his previously bloodied body now cleaned. The remnants within him surged like a flood, eroding everything around, unstoppable. Fortunately, the Buddha's golden body technique stabilized him. The external wounds had also been purified by the Buddha's light, no longer bleeding. Several deadly wounds remained on his body. More scars crisscrossed, each containing a powerful magical force. Such injuries, if faced by an immortal of the ninth realm, would likely be beyond recovery. Yet Li Pingyan was still alive. A golden healing pill had long since entered his body. While it could not resurrect the dead, it was extremely effective for internal injuries. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen mages surrounded the room, striking wooden fish. The sound was not loud, but incredibly clear. Within that sound, there seemed to be an indescribable magical power. It was like a strand of celestial music, refreshing the listeners, dispelling evil thoughts, and evoking a sense of goodness. Golden light naturally enveloped Li Pingyan, as if stabilizing his breath and life essence. Chapter 809. The moon was bright as day, and the sky like water. Aaliyah touched Fat June's belly and knocked on it. How could it be so much bigger than when he was young? You don't understand. It's filled with knowledge. The capacity is vast. Aaliyah raised her gaze, thoughtfully nodding. Indeed, it is quite large. Wangi beside them couldn't help but chuckle. Fat June covered his chest and said, "You're a female pervert." Zhao Linger, who had gone and returned, sat in a chair, her eyes half open and her head slightly tilted. The four of them had known each other since childhood, and then each pursued their own dreams, walking their own paths. Although they had spent most of their lives apart, the feelings from the past still remained. Outside the pavilion, Yan San, the octopus swordsman, and Run Tu were sipping wine. They had previously clashed over business matters, but that conflict had led to their acquaintance. Over the years, Fushan and Shushan had maintained business ties, naturally becoming friends. In the distance, Jingyu, with his white hair, was playing chess with Chongqing, who had lost 3,000 strands of worries. Master Jing's hair has grown quite thick again. Chapter 810. The decisive battle began at the third watch of the Qin hour. The entire demon race launched a relentless attack on the demon suppression pass in northern Yinzhou, sparing no expense. Unlike the previous one-sided war, this time, under the full effort of the human race, a situation has arisen where the demon race can hold its ground. The demon sage, Bai Zhe, stands proudly over the mountains, piercing through the clouds from the heavens above. Occasionally, a thunderous roar resonates beneath his feet. A man in a short shirt is rapidly approaching him. Even though Bai Zhe has set up the formation of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks beneath him, he still cannot block the figure of that man, Wufu Gu Shizhou. He may not be the first to break through the 9th realm as a human, but he is undoubtedly one of the strongest. Coincidentally, the last human warrior to break through to the 9th realm was killed under Bai Zhe's inquiry during a martial duel. At that time, Bai Zhe led his troops to attack the demon suppression pass. Kong Yang, that 9th realm warrior, along with 2 9th realm immortals and several powerful military experts, attempted to encircle and kill Bai Zhe, who is said to be the strongest demon sage in history, second only to the demon ancestor. The result was a complete defeat. Ultimately, to cover for Kong Yang and others to prevent total annihilation, that 9th realm warrior delivered his final punch to Bai Zhe. Chapter 811. The invisible golden threads connecting to the fortune of the demon suppression pass stabilized once again. The loud noises ceased, and the entire pass seemed as if nothing had happened. The clear light vanished, replaced by intertwining sword lights forming layers of sword nets in the sky above the pass. Each sword light contained a heart-pounding aura. Some were chilling, some desolate, some vibrant, and some with a repressed breath. Millions of sword auras distinctly separated as if they were individual sword cultivators. Go! With a clang, the sword lights descended onto the battlefield, suddenly transforming into sword-wielding figures in midair. It was as if those deceased sword cultivators had come back to life. The sword energy surged like a storm, filled with flowing light. Each sword seemed to sweep through every inch of space within 100 feet. The overwhelming sword energy rampaged forward unabashedly. Feeling the immense power sweep past them, everyone on the battlefield couldn't help but be startled. The outer heavenly demon, transformed into Qing Xian, wore a grave expression, staring intently at the demon suppression pass. He wanted to laugh, but found it hard to do so. This guy is not only alive, but also brimming with vitality. Chapter 812. Above the sea of clouds, Li Pingyan and the outer heavenly demon transformed into Qing Xian stood proudly. The outer heavenly demon once again formed the breaking army seal. One law gives rise to countless laws, enduring and never falling into emptiness. Dark clouds gathered, and the sky turned gloomy within 1,000 miles. The battle between the two sides had reached its most intense moment. Pictures of mountains and rivers unfurled in the air, creating momentum for this thunder calamity. Li Pingyan raised his head, looking at the brewing thunder calamity, which could no longer be reversed. He held a seemingly delicate sword in his hand, resembling a woman's sword. The last person to use it was Zhang Song. The sword is named Asking Heart. Li Changshu held the sword with one hand and drew it, slicing from an oblique angle. Moments later, the world fell silent. The thunder calamity had dissipated, but the fierce battle did not end as a result. It was even more intense than the fight between Qin Xian and the demon ancestor. In the end, the outer heavenly demon stood atop a mountain, gazing ahead with eyes full of hatred, while behind him, numerous large mountain caves collapsed. A vast area had become an unbearable sight amidst this catastrophe. What lay before the eyes was nothing but ruins and scorched earth. Life had been extinguished, leaving nothing behind. Qin Xian's body was already battered and broken. Chapter 813. After a brief moment, Li Pingyan's body gradually dissolved, strands of golden threads wrapping around him. In no time, his figure vanished. A new demon suppression pass was forming. A rumble echoed as a sword was sent from afar. The white sword light surged towards the sky, obscuring the sun and moon, seemingly aiming to cleave the yet-to-be-formed demon suppression pass in half with its power. A loud moo echoed as the old bull's body knelt on the ground, closing its eyes. Its body fused with the demon suppression pass. The sword energy immediately vanished without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea. Moments later, the brand new demon suppression pass reappeared before the world. The fortune belonging to the human race was once again gathered together. This winter did not delay, and spring did not arrive late. The demon suppression pass welcomed a new year. The war had not ended, and many who had traveled thousands of miles to the demon suppression pass spent a unique new year here. The distant inn reopened its doors. Inside, Lu Yun, Aliyah, and Zhao Linger were busy making dumplings. Outside, the sound of chopping wood could be heard. Qin Shi arranged tables and chairs, counting the number of bowls and utensils to see if there were enough. Chapter 814. At the demon suppression pass, a man in a blue shirt leisurely led a small calf down the street. Li Pingyan sat in front of a tea stall, taking off his hat. "One pot of tea, please." "All right." Li Pingyan looked around, still feeling somewhat dazed. He had no particular feelings about death, only that it felt like he had taken a nap. Upon asking others, he learned that 400 years had passed since that great battle. 400 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Fresh beef buns. Moo. Upon hearing this call, the little calf began to fidget restlessly in Li Pingyan's arms. Moo. Before long, the little calf was munching on beef buns as it followed Li Pingyan down the street. At the distant inn, Li Pingyan suddenly stopped in his tracks, looking at the 4 large characters on the plaque. The inn was bustling with guests, and business appeared to be thriving. Not only that, but even the inn across the street had been acquired and opened as a branch. It seemed that without him and the old bull, the cat fairy was doing quite well in business. Li Pingyan did not go inside. He held the little calf and sat outside. At that moment, he noticed an old man sitting in a grand chair at the opposite inn, gently shaking a folding fan. Chapter 815. P.S. This is the last P.S. for this book, a grand reunion ending. It has not been easy to write to this point. I still remember when I first had the idea to write this book. I was at a bathhouse. While getting a foot massage, I was scrolling through videos and happened to come across a story about repaying kindness, with the protagonist being a blind man. Thus, the idea to write this novel was born. At that time, I typed the first word of this book at the bathhouse. 202212232110 22312122 at this moment. I typed the last word of this book. I am filled with emotions. Back then, the technician was still a pretty young girl. Now, the one giving me foot massages is. I digress. As of now, this book has achieved 10 million reads and 3 million shelf editions. It is the best performing book since the author started. After nearly a year, I want to thank everyone for their company. I don't want to say too many sentimental words. Everyone knows what kind of person I am. I still want to thank the readers whom I have never met. Thank you for choosing me amidst the vast sea of books. It's like pointing a technician. Before seeing the photos, you will never know what the numbers represent. I'm going off topic again. In short, I thank each and every one of you. I'm not someone who can persist particularly well. Perhaps it's because I haven't encountered much adversity growing up. If it weren't for your support, I definitely wouldn't have written this far. Of course, everyone doesn't need to be too sentimental. We will meet again. This novel ends here. See you in the next new book. The new book should be released in January. This journey, I walk with you, and I am honored. Everyone, our green mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow long. We will meet again in the future, and we will surely drink and celebrate. The word count is less than 1,000. Darn it. Then let us chat a bit more. I feel quite satisfied with this book. Writing it was not burdensome. It was light and enjoyable. I also really like reading everyone else's comments. I feel that everyone is very calm, at least there isn't much negativity. Perhaps my style attracts readers with similar personalities. Then, my group was banned 3 times in a row. Oh my god. That was over $100 I spent to expand the group to 2,000 people. You all are such little troublemakers. I really want to kick your butts with my leather shoes, you bunch of silly groundhogs. Speaking of the new book, it is also a fantasy genre. It was written while I was jotting down notes for this book. Unknowingly, I've already written over 80 chapters, and it will be released in January. Did I forget to ask for gifts? Right. How could I not ask for gifts at the end? I asked for little gifts. I've taken my leave early, and I need to earn some money. How do I take a bath? How do I get a massage? How do I strive for success? Am I too shameless? The author should maintain a refined image of someone who loves literature and has a scholarly demeanor. But today, I am really excited. The book is finished, and it feels like a great weight has been lifted from my heart. I hope that during these few days when you cannot see me, you won't miss me too much. Love you all. Remember to sleep early. P.S. Go to the bathhouses less. That place is not for children. It's a waste of money. A word of advice from someone who has been there. Chapter 816, The Great Sway, Capital City. The past stories seem to exist only in the storyteller's mouth. The gentle sunlight shines between the green tiles and red walls, and the calm and pleasant smiles reflect the prosperity of the city. Even after 1,000 years, the afterglow left by the empress for the Great Sway still lingers. Jinyu has resigned from his official position. In his view, the era that belonged to them has passed. One must know that during youth, one aspired to be the best in the world. Now, what he enjoys most is carrying a birdcage, having tea, watching plays, and basking in the sun, or listening to a story from the storyteller. Unknowingly, he has also stopped enjoying flower wine. He doesn't want to go too far. He likes to stay in a familiar place. Jinyu feels that he may really be getting old, but according to the lifespan of the immortal 9 realms, he is not old yet. In fact, he is quite young. But who knows if it was those battles at the Demon Suppression Pass that drained all his energy. It led to him losing interest in everything he did afterward. As usual, he carries the birdcage and goes to the tea house. Today, a theater troupe has come to the tea house, so there are especially many people there. Jinyu had reserved a spot early on.